Ha ha ha. This haul is quite satisfactory. Once we sell this batch, we can indulge ourselves for a while. Indeed, we have captured quite a number of rare species this time. The two men laughed heartily as they walked along. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint flicker of firelight, which cast vague outlines around them. All around were various cages, some of which emitted soft whimpers from within. The men held torches, inspecting each cage, revealing that they contained living human beings. There were those covered in fur, some with fish tails, and others with disproportionately long arms. A myriad of forms, including many ordinary humans, both male and female, with females being the majority. Particularly striking were the beautiful women and young girls. But the commonality among them was that they were all shackled and imprisoned in their cages. Where am I? In a smaller cage, a battered child slowly opened his eyes. Due to his small stature, he was not shackled. Where am I? Wasn't I just writing? Why am I here? He attempted to rise and comprehend the situation, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not move his body in the slightest. Indeed, he was not a native of this world, he had been an ordinary novelist. While he had been fervently typing away, he suddenly lost consciousness, only to awaken in this place. As confusion clouded his mind, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he fainted again. At that moment, the two men approached the smaller cage. One of the slimmer men spoke with a hint of annoyance. "TSK, what a pity, we just lost several million berries." The other man replied, "Let's take a look, perhaps he's still alive. If he's dead, it matters little, losing one is not a significant issue considering our meager haul." True enough, but it is a shame. It took us a long time to find this rare species, and we paid a hefty price for their capture. Several of our brothers lost their lives. As he spoke, he opened the cage and dragged the child out to check if he was indeed dead. "It seems he has indeed perished." Then toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Without a second thought, the man raised the child, preparing to throw him into the ocean. The conversations of the two men were clearly audible to the others in the cages, and upon seeing the child being lifted, despair washed over them. They could easily envision their own fates, which would not differ much from that of the child, perhaps even worse. "Humph, behave yourselves. Anyone who disobeys will meet the same fate as this child." He emphasized his point by lifting the child higher. Seeing the trembling figures within the cages, the two pirates dismissed their earlier frustrations regarding the dead cargo. "Let's go when the captain returns. We'll head to the island for some fun. Make sure to buy me a drink, ha ha ha." With that, they turned and left without a backward glance. Dazed, the boy slowly opened his eyes, feeling his body swaying in the air. Though he wished to resist, his weakened state made even moving his fingers a Herculean task. What's happening? This is a crossing, but the one who crossed over is destined to die immediately. After a sudden pain in his head, a rush of memories flooded in, revealing his current predicament. His original self was named Carl, a member of a demon tribe, who had lived in a small village with his parents until a week ago when they were attacked by pirates. Recognizing them as a rare species due to their horns, the pirates had initiated their capture. Carl's parents fought fiercely to create a chance for him to escape. Despite their valiant efforts, the pirates outnumbered them, and there was no way a 3-year-old Carl could evade capture. Inevitably, he was seized, while his parents perished in the struggle. At this moment, Carl's heart shattered as he realized he had crossed into the world of pirates. Initially, he felt a flicker of joy, but despair engulfed him as he understood he had been captured. Though he had just begun to absorb his memories, he was acutely aware of the pirates' conversation. A disastrous beginning indeed. When he was captured, he had fought back fiercely but was met with a brutal beating. After 7 days without food, his body was in a state of extreme weakness. This overwhelming despair rendered Carl incapable of even moving a finger, let alone resisting. "I refuse to accept this. To die just after crossing over." In his previous life, Carl had been a weary wage slave, battered by the harsh realities of society. He had thought a beautiful new life awaited him upon crossing over, only to face a grim fate right away. The stark contrast was unbearable, filling his heart with resentment towards the pirates who had seized him. Why? Carl's inner turmoil erupted. If he was destined to die, why had he even crossed over? He would not yield. Why? From somewhere deep within, perhaps fueled by his anger at the injustice of this world or his hatred for his captors, a surge of strength coursed through his frail body. A violent and explosive energy radiated from him, expanding outward with his cries. What? The pirate holding him was taken aback. The child they had presumed dead was, in fact, alive and emanating a chilling aura. Under the weight of this pressure, he felt suffocated, cold sweat breaking out all over his body, as if he might faint at any moment. His grip on Carl involuntarily loosened. With great difficulty, Carl rose to his feet, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the two men before him. In the next instant, they could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Carl, panting heavily, approached the two pirates, his gaze instilling terror. It was unfathomable that a mere 3-year-old child could possess such a gaze. As he neared the pirates, Carl seized their weapons, hesitated for a moment, then, with a determined bite of his teeth, plunged the blade into their hearts. Having lived in a peaceful era, he had reservations about taking a life. Yet, influenced by his original self, thoughts of the devastation they had wrought upon his family flooded his mind, the very ones who had intended to cast him into the sea. Moreover, this was not the peaceful world of his past. It was a harsh realm rife with war and death. If he did not kill them, they would come for him instead. With this realization, Carl no longer hesitated and ended their lives. After committing the act, Carl felt no sense of relief. A pirate ship could not possibly consist of just 2 men, especially one laden with so many slaves. The commotion he had caused would undoubtedly attract attention, and in his current state, even an ordinary person could defeat him, let alone the hardened denizens of this pirate world. Thus, Carl staggered toward the exit, knowing that only by passing through that door would he have a genuine chance to escape. "Help me wait. Don't go. Let me out. Little brat, let me out. They'll help you escape this ship." Seeing the young boy who had slain 2 pirates, the remaining prisoners, those not incapacitated by Carl's sudden outburst, looked upon him with hope, pleading for him to release them from their cages. However, Carl merely cast a cursory glance and continued running without looking back, utterly indifferent to their plight. Such a clamor would surely have attracted attention, and he had no time to free each individual from their cages and shackles. He was no benevolent savior in a situation where his own survival was at stake. He could hardly concern himself with the fates of others. It was enough for him to ensure his own safety. Chapter 2. The Devil Fruit. The sun shone warmly as laughter erupted intermittently from within a tavern. The island and Apos' inhabitants preferred to take a longer route rather than pass by this establishment, resulting in a noticeable absence of patrons in the vicinity. Worororo. My little ones, let us celebrate the victory of our first battle in the New World. Ahahaha. Cheers to Kaido's bounty reaching 187 billion. Wah. Congratulations, Kaido. As Kaido surveyed the brothers he had brought from the first half of the Grand Line, he felt a surge of optimism for the future. Worororo. Little ones. We shall now journey to Wano country, which will serve as our stronghold. After the revelry, Kaido took a hearty swig of his drink and revealed a piece of news he had recently received from the Kurozumi siblings of the Rocks Pirates, indicating a call for him to enter Wano. After a brief discussion with his 2 current subordinates, Jean and Queen, he swiftly agreed. Upon hearing that they would finally have their own territory, the crew erupted into jubilant celebration. Long live Kaido! Just as Kaido prepared to indulge in another drink, he sensed a faint trace of Conqueror's haki. So faint. It is indeed Conqueror's haki, but it feels precarious, as though it could vanish at any moment. Yet, even the slightest hint of Conqueror's haki is notable. Few possess it among millions. Even among the strong at sea, those with this power are scarce. Thus, the moment this presence emerged, Kaido took notice. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido summoned Jean. Jean, go investigate what is happening at the port. At this moment, Jean had not donned his signature spiked black leather attire and mask. He was simply dressed in a white shirt, a long blade secured at his waist. Understood, Brother Kaido. Jean did not question the order. From the moment Kaido rescued him from the cold confines of the laboratory, he had vowed to follow Kaido for life. Kaido was his joy boy. Jean had not yet consumed the toothless pterodactyl fruit, but the innate abilities of the Lunarian race allowed him to fly even without any powers. He swiftly darted toward the port, determined to fulfill Kaido and Apos' command with alacrity. On the other side, having escaped from a hold filled with cages, Carl, unfamiliar with the ship's layout, relied solely on instinct to flee. He encountered numerous individuals along the way, evading them with a mix of stealth and luck. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting his stomach to protest audibly. After a moment's hesitation, Carl followed the scent. The commotion from the recently imprisoned slaves would likely draw attention elsewhere, leaving the kitchen unguarded. Moreover, the physical limits of his body had been reached. Carl needed to replenish his strength urgently. Without sustenance, his escape would be nearly impossible. Before long, he arrived at the kitchen, cautiously checking for any presence before entering. To his relief, the kitchen appeared devoid of people, likely drawn away or still procuring supplies on the island. As he surveyed the array of delectable dishes and fruits laid out before him, Carl couldn't help but swallow instinctively. His body urged him to feast. Entering the kitchen, he closed the door and immediately spotted a massive meat steak resting on the table. Without hesitation, he seized the steak, larger than his face, and began to devour it. Delicious. The sensation of food filling his mouth was a long-lost pleasure, and in that moment, Carl felt his life was complete. Even death would hold no regrets. He thought, I cannot die on an empty stomach. Carl began to ravenously consume everything in sight, shoving food into his mouth without a second glance. Unbeknownst to him, an apple beside him began to transform, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, ultimately revealing an icy blue hue, as if encased in thick, icy scales resembling dragon skin. Without a second thought, Carl grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch. MMM. Carl clasped his hands over his mouth, struggling to swallow the strange concoction. Cough, cough, cough. What was that? It tasted worse than anything I've ever eaten. The memory of the flavor lingered, and he vowed never to consume such a thing again. It was horrid. In his desperate state of hunger, he had accepted anything that came his way, unaware of what he had truly ingested. No way. Could it be that? Carl hurriedly checked for any changes in his body. To his astonishment, he discovered a layer of frost covering the floor within a half-meter radius around him. This revelation left him astounded. Did I consume the ice fruit? No, that can end AMP, Oppos, TB. The ice fruit should have already been consumed by Akiji. Contemplating further, the only other fruit that could relate to elemental properties would be a mythical zoan. The ability to unconsciously produce frost immediately after ingestion suggested a formidable power. He just did not know what fruit it was. Having confirmed that he had not consumed a fruit of trivial worth, Carl felt a wave of relief and continued his feast. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence. Carl swallowed his food and cautiously moved behind the door to assess the number of individuals. If it were just one, he could swiftly incapacitate them. Captain Victoria. A slave has just escaped and killed 2 of our brothers. Forget about that. We must leave this island immediately. Victoria spoke in a low voice, as if the island harbored some great terror. But, bang, do as you're told, and quit the chatter. Hearing the footsteps gradually fade away, Carl breathed a sigh of relief. His heart leapt with joy. They were departing the island in haste, presenting him with a prime opportunity to escape. Carl began strategizing his safe exit. His gaze swept the kitchen until it landed on a large barrel of liquor. This is it. Having devised a plan, Carl opened the barrel and took a swig. Not bad. He cast aside any thoughts of being underage. He had crossed into another world, and such concerns were trivial. Next, Carl emptied the barrel, discarding the liquid but keeping the vessel. He then carried the barrel to a secluded corner of the ship's hold, where no one was paying attention. All were on deck preparing to set sail, leaving the rear of the ship unguarded. Carl climbed into the barrel. Being part of the Oni race, the 3-year-old Carl was already close to a meter tall. If he grew any taller, he would and amp, Oppos, T-fit. This was not a disadvantage, as he understood that in the world of pirates, those below 2 meters were considered weak. I wonder how tall I'll become, Carl mused. Set sail. With a resounding call, the ship began to move slowly, departing from the port. Carl realized that his moment had finally arrived. Without further hesitation, he jumped inside the barrel, sealing the lid as he leaped. Splash. Chapter 3. Kaido. When the calamity of flames, Jin, arrived at the port, he noticed a pirate ship had already set sail, having traveled some distance. Beyond that, there was nothing else to observe, causing Jin to furrow his brow. Since Brother Kaido had summoned him to the port, it was certain he had sensed something amiss. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the distant pirate vessel, convinced that Brother Kaido would not err. This left only one possibility. There must be something wrong with that ship. Just as he contemplated pursuing the ship, he suddenly spotted a barrel floating on the nearby sea. An ordinary barrel would not pique his interest, but having heightened his observation hockey to its peak upon arriving at the port, he sensed that something was amiss within the barrel. It was covered in frost, and a chilling aura emanated from it, hinting at an impending freeze of the surrounding waters. Jin's curiosity grew regarding the contents of the barrel, prompting him to swiftly fly over and retrieve it. Oh, how intriguing! The cold emanating from it was palpable against his skin, and in this brief contact, the chill enveloped his palm. It is worth noting that he belonged to the Lunaria clan, naturally endowed with the mastery of flames. Thus, ordinary cold would hardly faze him. The last time he experienced such a sensation was from a fellow in the navy wielding an ice fruit. This only intensified Jin's curiosity about the barrel's contents. Moments earlier, after Carl had concealed himself within the barrel and leaped into the sea, he caught a glimpse of the pirate ship receding in the distance through a small hole in the barrel. Breathing a sigh of relief, he thought, finally escaped. Estimating his distance from the shore, Carl pondered and decided to pry off a plank from the barrel to use as an oar. As a consumer of a devil fruit, he knew he was vulnerable to seawater, and otherwise, he would have swum ashore effortlessly. As for the fruit's freezing abilities, please. He could barely control the cold emanating from him, let alone freeze the sea. Just as he resolved to act, he suddenly felt a jolt, followed by a rising distance from the surface. What the hell? Could I be this unlucky? Carl suspected that some pirate had taken an interest in the barrel. Sensing movement within the barrel, Jin's curiosity deepened, prompting him to open the lid. In an instant, a figure sprang forth, launching a punch directly at Jin's face. Taken aback, Jin realized the barrel contained a small boy who dared to attack him. With ease, he seized Carl's fist mid-swing. Hey, little brat, why are you in that barrel? What happened at the port? Jin inquired, holding the boy firmly as he began to question him about the recent events at the port. In a frenzy, Carl struggled against Jin's grip, ignoring his inquiries and unleashing a barrage of curses. I'll be damned. As the barrel was held aloft, Carl recognized his precarious situation and resolved to strike when Jin opened the lid, hoping for a glimmer of hope. However, his anticipated attack was effortlessly thwarted, leaving him frustrated. Damn it, after all I've done to escape that pirate ship, I end up caught again. It seems today is my day to die. So I might as well not hold back. Can I at least curse him out? Listening to the boy's foul language, Jin felt a vain throb on his forehead, barely restraining himself from teaching the insolent brat a lesson. Yet, upon noticing the boy's horns, reminiscent of Brother Kaido's, Jin and Appo's pupils dilated in shock. Could he be of Kaido's kin? Without further thought, Jin seized Carl and flew toward the tavern where Kaido awaited. Carl continued his tirade of invectives, drawing upon all he had learned in his past life. Jin, increasingly exasperated, wondered where this boy had learned such a plethora of curse words. With a swift motion, Jin delivered a sharp rap to Carl and Appo's head, causing the boy to see stars. Finally, some peace. Jin exhaled deeply. Were it not for his suspicion that this boy might be related to Brother Kaido, he would have dispatched him without hesitation. Jin was no saint. Ever since Kaido had saved him, he would be the first to charge into battle against the world government for Kaido's sake. Before long, Jin arrived at the tavern where Kaido and his crew were still indulging in drink. Upon seeing Jin return, Kaido grinned and asked, "Whoa, Jin, what transpired?" Jin and Appo's expression remained inscrutable, but the admiration he held for Kaido was unmistakable. Nothing much, but I found a little brat. With that, he presented the still-dazed Carl to Kaido. The others regarded Jin with curiosity, eager to learn what he had been up to and why he had returned with the child. Upon observing the distinctive horns adorning the boy and Appo's head, Kaido erupted into hearty laughter. Worororo indeed, it's a member of the Oni clan. Jin, you have done well. To think you would return with an Oni, they are nearly extinct now. With Kaido's charisma, he had only 2 Oni under his command. Despite being the mightiest among them, the scarcity of Oni was evident. They either remained hidden or had been captured by the world government. Yet, the Oni were warriors at heart, innately yearning for battle. It was a myth that they shunned conflict. No Oni was averse to fighting. Carl and his parents were of the Oni clan, initially intending to seek refuge with Kaido, but they hesitated due to Carl's youth, planning to wait until he matured. Fate, however, had a different course, leading them to encounter pirates first. Kaido took Carl from Jin, lifting him before him and shaking him playfully. Hey, little brat, it's time to wake up. Finally regaining consciousness, Carl found himself staring up at a towering figure. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why you're Kaido? Seeing the awe in the boy and Appo's eyes, Kaido laughed heartily. Worororo, you recognize me, little one? Carl was astonished to be in the presence of Kaido, especially at such a youthful age. Who was that other figure? Black wings, flames at the back of his head. Jin. The calamity of flames. Realizing he had traveled back in time, perhaps 20 years before Kaido and Appo's arrival in Wano, he felt a rush of excitement. Kaido is the strongest among our Oni clan. Of course, I've heard of you. Upon hearing this, Kaido and his crew burst into laughter. Where Araro, ha 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 ha. Chapter 4. Revenge. What is your name, little one? And how did you come to be here? Kaido inquired about Carl and Appo's background. My name is Carl, he began, his voice brimming with fury as he recounted his harrowing experiences, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent towards the pirates. Was it that pirate ship we just saw? Jean interjected, recalling the vessel that had recently departed. Yes, it was those pirates. Kaido suddenly rose to his feet. Worororo. My comrades have been wronged. What do you think we should do, my crew? Understanding Kaido and Appo's unspoken command, the crew responded in unison. Let us kill them, seize their treasure, and cast it into the sea to feed the fish. Worororo. Then, let us set sail, my crew. With that, he hoisted a nearby spiked club and strode out of the tavern. Followed closely by Jean and a robust young man with braided yellow hair, with several other members trailing behind. Carl remained grasping Kaido and Appo's hand, following him along with the others. The raucous group incited a flurry of panic among the island's inhabitants, who feared a sudden onslaught of pillaging by these notorious pirates. They lacked the strength to thwart such a formidable crew, with bounties exceeding 1 billion. All they could do was pray for their swift departure. Before long, they arrived at the beast pirates and Appo's ship. As they walked, the island and Appo's residents recoiled in fear, while Carl observed the scene with curiosity. Having just arrived in this world and endured the highs and lows of life, he finally felt a sense of relaxation. With Kaido by his side, what was there to fear? Upon boarding, they were greeted warmly by the crew, who welcomed their captain back with genuine enthusiasm. At this time, the beast pirates were not the vast crew they would become 20 years later, but comprised only a little over 300 elite members, whom Kaido had gathered from the first half of the Grand Line. Worororo. Crew, prepare for battle. Jean, lead the way. With Kaido's command, the crew, though unsure of the reasons, wholeheartedly trusted their captain and Appo's decision and began their preparations for the impending conflict. Suddenly, Kaido felt as though he was grasping a block of ice. Releasing Carl and opening his palm, he was astonished to find his hand covered in a layer of frost. Although this frost posed no threat to him, it sent a shiver down his spine. Despite Kaido and Appo's strength being considerably less than it would be in 20 years, he had long been impervious to ordinary frost. Yet, the chilling aura radiating from the young boy was astonishing. Hey, little one, where does this cold air around you come from? Have you consumed some sort of devil fruit? Kaido queried. I inadvertently ate a devil fruit, but I am unaware of its nature. The coldness has emanated from me since I consumed it, and I cannot control it. Carl replied candidly, revealing that aside from the uncontrollable cold, he had not changed in any other way. Ice fruit. Impossible. That fruit is with that navy brat. This must be a mythical Zoan, Kaido deduced. He couldn't and Appo's help but recall the overwhelming conqueror and Appo's hockey he had sensed at the port. Hey, did you suddenly unleash some kind of overwhelming aura? Understanding what Kaido meant, Carl had nothing to hide. After pretending to ponder, he recounted, on that ship, 2 pirates attempted to kill me, and I did indeed unleash something that knocked them out, after which I killed them. Kaido stared in astonishment at the mere 3-year-old boy before him. With conqueror's hockey and an unknown, powerful mythical Zoan, with proper training, Carl could undoubtedly become an admiral-level powerhouse. Worororo. Little one, you have surprised me. Upon hearing Kaido's booming laughter, the entire crew turned to look at him. Kaido lifted Carl into the air and announced to his subordinates, this little one shall henceforth be a member of the Beast Pirates. Worororo. A child joins the Beast Pirates. Though we do not know why our captain is so elated, we share in his joy. Well, little one, you are now a part of the Beast Pirates. Train hard, and one day you will carve your own place on the seas. Do not disappoint me. Carl had unwittingly joined the Beast Pirates. This was not entirely unwelcome, as Kaido had been one of the few male characters he had admired in his previous life. Though the Wano arc had ended tragically for him, he had felt a sense of helplessness, akin to being unable to reach Eiichiro Oda. After the Wano arc, he had ceased to follow the story, which had become increasingly absurd. The transformation of decades-old gum-gum fruit into the mythical Nika fruit. And the subsequent exploits of Luffy defeating the four emperors after merely 2.5 years at sea were simply beyond reason. It was baffling that Luffy could owe his success to the Nika fruit, while Law and Kid and Appos' feats were equally ludicrous. Law had recently been nearly defeated by Doflamingo, and Kid had been captured and forced into labor by Kaido, only to awaken his powers and vanquish Big Mom. Was this the narrative one could conceive? Oda was merely a manga artist. What did he know about pirates? Carl was now a member of the Beast Pirates, and the crew regarded him with curiosity, wondering how Kaido had taken such a young boy under his wing. Ha ha ha, little one, are you also of the Oni tribe? While wandering the ship, a towering figure suddenly blocked Carl's path. Looking up, Carl saw a man at least 6 meters tall, slightly shorter than Kaido, with a pair of horns symbolizing the Oni tribe atop his head. Weskier looked down at the child, who was a year older than his daughter. Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. Carl glared defiantly at the imposing figure, embodying the fearless spirit of a young Oni child. To those around, Carl's fierce expression resembled that of an unweaned cub, lacking any intimidation and instead appearing somewhat endearing. Ha ha ha, Captain Weskier has been underestimated by a 3-year-old. Teach that little one a lesson. The nearby crew members jeered, amused by the sight of their battle-hardened captain being challenged by a child. Ha ha, I want an Appos. T stooped to the level of a little one. Weskier chuckled, crouching down to ruffle Carl and Appos' hair before departing. Humph. Just wait a few years and see who gets to ruffle whose hair. Just then, a voice as innocent as a baby and Appos' echoed across the deck. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Carl, perplexed, wondered how a baby could be aboard a pirate ship. Who would be so reckless as to bring an infant onto a vessel of pirates? Following the sound, Carl approached, and upon seeing the source of the voice, his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 5. Kaido with a big heart observing the white-haired little girl with horns on her head, desperately crawling on the deck in search of food while constantly declaring her hunger. Carl couldn't and Appos' help but twitch his lips. Wasn't he this Yamato? She was only 1 year old. Can you imagine Carl's feelings at this moment? Witnessing a 1-year-old child crawling around on a pirate ship, a place where death could strike at any moment, was profoundly unsettling. Carl couldn't and Appos' hold back his disdain for Kaido any longer. How could he allow a child who could barely walk to roam freely on a pirate ship, completely unattended? The crew members seemed oblivious to Yamato's presence, engrossed in their own affairs. Ultimately, Carl and Appos' compassion prevailed, and he approached to lift Yamato into his arms, though Yamato could barely articulate her needs. Upon being picked up by someone unfamiliar, she instinctively waved her chubby little hands and sweetly exclaimed, "Hungry, eat," observing her plump, well-nourished form. It was evident that Yamato was receiving ample care. It seemed that whenever she felt hungry, someone would feed her, but today, with the impending battle, there was no one to attend to her. Carrying Yamato to the bow of the ship, Carl immediately spotted Kaido standing alone with his kanabo, gazing out into the distance. Kaido. Hearing his name called, Kaido looked down at Carl and the hungry Yamato in his arms. What do you want, kid? Without uttering a word, Carl merely raised Yamato to show her. A smirk crept onto Kaido's face. What are you doing holding my daughter? Have you taken a liking to her? From now on, the responsibility for her will fall to you. Carl was struck dumb, his forehead lined with sweat. This Kaido was not the one he knew. Unable to contain himself, Carl shouted, "She is just a 1-year-old child, Kaido." Silence engulfed the scene, as the previously raucous pirates gaped in disbelief at the audacity of this newcomer who dared to shout at Kaido, addressing him by name. They couldn't fathom how this rookie would escape the wrath of their captain. Kaido's expression remained unreadable as he looked down, and Carl, realizing the gravity of his outburst, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Surely, Kaido would go easy on him, right? Only Yamato continued to cry out in hunger. Jean and Queen had now positioned themselves beside Kaido, their expressions dark as they regarded Carl. Just as the tension reached its peak, Kaido and Appos' reaction took everyone by surprise. Werararo. You're killing me, kid. You're just a 3-year-old yourself. Oh. Yet here you're calling someone else a child. It's downright hilarious. Take a look at what you're holding. Upon hearing Kaido and Appos' hearty laughter, Carl felt a wave of relief wash over him. He genuinely feared that Kaido might unleash his fury upon him. Just as he was about to respond, Kaido interjected again. What's wrong with what you're holding? Carl glanced down to see Yamato trembling in his arms, chilled by the aura he unconsciously radiated, and too frightened to utter a sound. Alarmed, Carl quickly set her down, feeling utterly flustered, unsure whether to embrace her or let her go. Realizing that their captain wasn't angry, the crew erupted into laughter once more at Carl's flustered demeanor. Kaido scoffed, "A kid is just a kid. It seems I need to reign in this chilly aura of mine." As time passed, amidst the vast ocean, a pirate ship adorned with a colossal skull, flanked by tusk-like flags, rapidly approached another pirate vessel. "Kaido, it's the Vito pirates. Their captain, Vito Gallia, has a bounty exceeding 400 million. He has consumed the cat fruit, enabling him to transform into a lightning leopard, and is also a skilled swordsman," Jean reported, seeking Kaido and Appo's input. Kaido grinned widely, raising his kanabo towards the enemy ship. "Men, attack." Upon receiving their captain and Appo's command, the crew mobilized. "Kill. Loot everything." Jean soared through the air, leading the charge towards the enemy ship, with other members possessing flight capabilities following closely behind. Meanwhile, on the Vito pirate ship, Captain Vito Gallia lounged leisurely on the deck, sipping wine and basking in the sun. Suddenly, a crew member rushed over, panic-stricken. "Captain, trouble. We're under attack." Vito, without opening his eyes, waved dismissively. "Then kill them and toss them overboard to feed the fish." With that, he stretched lazily and shifted his position. "Captain, it's the Beast Pirates." The Beast Pirates? Initially indifferent, Vito jumped up in shock upon hearing the name, his expression exaggeratedly alarmed. He then glared angrily at his dim-witted subordinate, growing increasingly irate. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" With a gunshot, the hapless crew member collapsed in a pool of blood. However, just as Vito silenced his underling, a shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, he was met with the sight of Jean, one of the Beast Pirates and Appo's officers. "Beast Pirates? I don't recall provoking you. Why are you attacking me?" Vito said darkly, addressing Jean, who was hovering in midair. Jean chose not to reply, deeming it unnecessary to converse with someone already marked for death. Instead, he drew his sword and charged straight at Vito. Seeing that communication had failed, Vito unsheathed his long sword to retaliate. The other crew members began their skirmishes. They were all airborne, primarily aiming to stall the enemy ship rather than to achieve victory. So they were in no rush. The only one in a hurry was Vito, perplexed as to why the Beast Pirates had suddenly targeted him. On the other side, witnessing Jean land on the enemy ship, Kaido ordered his crew to accelerate their approach. Before long, the bulk of the Beast Pirates had arrived. Kaido remained steadfast at the bow, gripping his kanabo, regarding the 400 million bounty pirate as unworthy of his direct involvement. His eager crew, filled with the thirst for battle, could no longer contain themselves. "Werararo. Onward, my little ones." With Kaido and Appo's command, the pirates surged forward, with the robust young man sporting braids leading the charge, wielding a high-tech cannon. "Muhatha. Jean, have you yet to subdue the opposing captain? Are you struggling?" This was Queen, who, in the future, would become known for his bulk, but now was merely a muscular man. As his words echoed, the high-tech cannon in his grasp had already taken down several pirates. The other members of the Beast Pirates were equally resolute, each seeking their adversary. Carl, watching the battle unfold, felt an itch to join in and, after a moment's hesitation, charged into the fray. Kaido observed the young boy searching for foes amidst the chaos, reminiscent of his own youthful self. Carl scanned the area and soon spotted his opponents, two individuals surrounding a beast pirate. Without hesitation, he rushed over, picking up a knife from the ground to assist in fending off one of the attackers. Seeing a mere child before him, the assailant sneered, "Hey kid, go home and drink your milk." Fury ignited within Carl as he recognized this man as one of those who had attacked his parents. "Die!" Carl shouted in rage, charging forward without a moment and Appo's hesitation. The individual across from Carl dismissed him as merely a child, yet in the next moment, he would pay the price for his arrogance. Although Carl was not particularly skilled with a knife, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of slashing techniques. With great determination, he swung his blade at the man. The man attempted to casually parry the attack, but was met with a shocking realization. Upon the collision of their weapons, he felt an overwhelming force, as if 1,000 pounds bore down upon him, leaving his arm numb. In an instant, his knife was effortlessly disarmed from his grasp. And before he could comprehend the situation, Carl and Appo's blade had already pierced through his chest. Chapter 6. The Ice Dragon Call remained vigilant. despite the presence of Kaido providing a sense of security amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Though his life was not in imminent danger, the fear of a treacherous strike from behind lingered. As he searched for his next adversary, having just vanquished an opponent, Call found himself invigorated rather than disheartened by the bloodshed. His long blade was now enveloped in a layer of crystalline ice, resembling a magnificent, frost-forged sword that shimmered under the sun and Appo's rays. With determination, Call raised his weapon and charged toward a nearby foe, who was too preoccupied with battling members of the Beast Pirates to react in time. Call struck him down with a single, powerful blow to the back, blood gushing forth as the grotesque wound began to freeze over with ice crystals. Without hesitation, a beast pirate nearby dispatched the wounded enemy, severing his head and bellowing in Call and Appo's direction, "You little rascal, Don and Appo's, steal my prey." He then resumed his hunt for another target. Call, unfazed by the taunt, continued his search for the next enemy. Along the way, he engaged and defeated several more foes, moving through the tumultuous battlefield like a specter. Suddenly, a burly man armed with a massive axe positioned himself directly in Call's path. "You little brat, so young yet trying to be a pirate? This is no child's game." The giant roared, raising his axe to strike. "Don and Appo's, underestimate me, you brute," Call shouted in defiance. His small stature had often led others to dismiss him, a fact that irked him deeply. This outburst seemed to trigger something within him as a surge of frigid energy erupted, enveloping the surrounding area in a thick layer of frost. Within moments, the chill rendered those nearby shivering uncontrollably, as if trapped in an endless ice cavern, halting all combat. Kaido, observing the battlefield from the ship and Appo's bow, had been monitoring the situation closely, particularly the young Call, whom he recognized as a promising member of the Oni clan. Upon witnessing the sudden frost enveloping Call, Kaido speculated about the potential of this development. "Well done, young one." Just then, a primal roar echoed through the icy mist. Though it carried an unmistakable innocence, the sound bore an inherent authority that imposed dominance over the weaker beings present. Almost immediately, a 10-meter-long dragon emerged from the frost, its body glistening like ice, each scale resembling a meticulously carved crystal. In the sunlight, it radiated an aura of both majesty and power, while its sizable head, adorned with ice-blue horns and smaller white ones, stood in stark contrast to its slender form. All present were rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of the magnificent beast, except for the members of the Beast Pirates, who were familiar with their captain's dragon form. They merely speculated about the identity of this new creature. Wororaro. A booming laughter resonated from a distance, followed by an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from Kaido, intimidating all within its reach. Those of lesser strength succumbed to unconsciousness, while even Victoria, who was engaged in combat with Jin, felt the oppressive weight of Kaido and Appo's conqueror and Appo's haki, causing his movements to falter. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, Jin lunged forward, aiming directly for Victoria and Appo's heart. Although Victoria instinctively reacted to the imminent danger, he was only partially successful. The blade penetrated his body, inflicting severe injury but narrowly missing his heart. Kaido, in high spirits, reveled in Call and Appo's transformation into a dragon. His fondness for powerful Zoan-type devil fruits, especially those resembling dragons, stemmed from his own identity as a colossal dragon. "Little ones, it is time to end this battle." With Kaido's entrance, the morale of the Beast Pirates surged, invigorating them with newfound energy. Most of their adversaries had already succumbed to Kaido and Appo's overwhelming presence, and those who remained were stripped of their will to fight. "Please, spare me. I surrender, I will submit." The frightened pirates dropped their weapons, kneeling in desperation. Victoria, witnessing this spectacle and realizing his own grievous wounds, understood that surrender was his only option for survival. "Captain Kaido, I surrender. I will serve you. All my treasures are yours," he shouted, suppressing his pain. Upon hearing this, Jin ceased his assault and restrained Victoria, awaiting Kaido and Appo's orders. The remaining crew members, seeing their captain capitulate, followed suit, casting down their weapons in surrender. "Worororo. Come here, little rascal." Kaido beckoned Call, ignoring Victoria entirely. Though Call, now in dragon form, was uncertain of Kaido and Appo's intentions, he obliged and approached. As Call drew nearer, the intense chill surrounding him dissipated, leaving behind only a few pirates encased in ice. "Captain Kaido," Call said as he approached, now capable of flight in his dragon form. Kaido gazed at Call with paternal pride, his satisfaction growing as he observed his transformed state. Call felt a bit uneasy under Kaido's scrutinizing gaze. Where now? What should we do with these captives? Kaido wasted no time in getting to the point. Call paused momentarily, realizing Kaido had summoned him specifically for this matter. A warmth spread through him at the implication that Kaido was entrusting him with a decision. While he would not object to Kaido incorporating these pirates into his crew, the thought of revenge for his parents' deaths lingered in his mind. Perhaps one day, when he had amassed enough strength to surpass their worth in Kaido's eyes, he would exact vengeance. But for now, Kaido had presented him with an opportunity, one that he found deeply moving. Call took action without hesitation. He soared toward Victoria, his dragon eyes fixated on him. Victoria felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of this formidable beast, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Call transformed back into his human form, and with subtle changes, a slight increase in height and a shift from black to ice blue hair, he stood before Victoria, who was now struck with recognition. This was the child from the family they had hunted just a week prior, the very one who had managed to escape. Who could have imagined that the very child they had failed to capture would return, commanding the might of the beast pirates? Without uttering a word, Call seized a nearby pirate's sword, his cold gaze betraying his murderous intent. The influence of his original form fueled his animosity toward those who had harmed his family. Without granting Victoria a moment to plead for mercy, Call unleashed a torrent of chilling energy, severing his head in one swift motion. In an instant, a layer of ice enveloped the wound, sealing it forever. Chapter 7. The Ancient Ice Dragon in the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar. During the latter half of the Great Voyage, a massacre unfolded in a certain maritime region of the New World. One pirate crew mercilessly slaughtered another. Yet, this brutal clash appeared trivial amidst the vastness of the ocean, where death and destruction played out daily. The annihilation of a pirate crew was hardly noteworthy in this world. With each decisive strike of Carl's blade, his sentiments were echoed. Worororo. Well done, lad. Dispose of the bodies in the sea to feed the fish. Then distribute the spoils. Kaido expressed his satisfaction with Carl and Appo's actions before commanding the cleanup of the battlefield. The members of the Beast Pirates were jubilant. As the most exhilarating part of the adventure, treasure hunting, was about to commence. No pirate is indifferent to treasure. Even those adventurous crews like the Roger Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates are no exception. All the other members of the Beast Pirates wore smiles as they scoured the ship for places to stash their newfound riches. Among them, Quinn was particularly eager, knowing that his scientific endeavors required substantial funding. After this venture, he hoped to upgrade his equipment further. Jean, however, showed no interest in the treasures, standing quietly beside Kaido like a loyal bodyguard. Victoria, a formidable swordsman, wielded a fine swift blade, which had caught Carl's eye, as he harbored aspirations of becoming a great swordsman himself. Thus, Victoria's blade became a prize for Carl. For now, the swift blade sufficed, and he could always seek a finer weapon later. Carl refrained from competing for the other spoils. After all, the battle erupted due to his own grievances, and having avenged himself while acquiring a fine blade was more than enough. Only now could Carl truly reflect on his transformation. Upon recently transforming into an ice dragon, he experienced a sensation of superiority, perceiving those around him as mere ants, beings of a lower realm, beyond their comprehension. Upon examining his own form, he recognized a striking resemblance to the ancient beast, the ice dragon, he had studied in his previous life. The ice dragon was once one of the 4 great divine dragons, birthed atop the snowy peaks of Kunlun Mountain, a creature endowed with ancient powers. With a significantly larger head than ordinary dragons, 5-fingered claws, and a body akin to glistening ice, it radiated brilliance. When soaring through the night sky, it reflected the moonlight, illuminating entire mountains. Legend spoke of the ice dragon's epic battle with the Yinglong, a creature revered as the progenitor of all dragons, possessing unparalleled magical prowess capable of rivaling the supreme beings. It commanded the elements, devoured the sun and moon, and in its wrath, could extinguish the sun itself, plunging the world into oblivion. The Yinglong was typically depicted with yellow scales, multicolored wings, and 5 claws. The ice dragon's ability to contend with the Yinglong and imprison it in ice, despite its ultimate disappearance, hinted at its formidable strength. Though Carl inherited none of the legendary ice dragon's essence, should he fully harness his powers, he could traverse this pirate world with ease. Aspirations for a higher dimension were not beyond reach. Yet those were matters for another time. Contemplating the terrifying potential of his fruit, Carl envisioned a future where he roamed the seas, aspiring to become the strongest in the world, ultimately confronting "I'm on the red line," declaring, "I do not consume beef." Would the sun god Nika himself be frozen by his icy might? Would that not lead to chaos? Kaido, observing Carl and Appo's blissful grin, playfully flicked his forehead. Wororaro. What with the silly smile, kid? Jean watched their exchange with a perplexed expression. Kaido's tolerance for Carl seemed excessive, but he had his reasons for such behavior. Currently, Jean's greatest desire was to grow stronger, to alleviate some of Kaido's burdens, especially after his recent battle with Victoria. Defeating a pirate with a bounty of 400 million was no small feat, and Jean felt he owed Kaido more than he had delivered. He pondered Carl's recent transformation into a dragon, realizing that only by consuming a devil fruit could one quickly attain greater power to assist Kaido. At merely 20 years of age, Jean was already proud of his strength in a world where many reached their peak in their 40s or 50s. In this era, bounties remained valuable, and Victoria's 400 million bounty marked him as a noteworthy pirate. Suddenly, a shout interrupted Jean's musings. Kaido! Kaido! An abstract-looking pirate rushed toward Kaido from the ship's cabin. What shall we do with the slaves aboard this ship? Upon hearing this, Kaido replied, Wororaro. Everything on this ship is our loot. Do as you see fit. Choose what you desire, and dispose of the rest at the next island. The pirate and Appo's eyes lit up with excitement. Understood, Kaido, he exclaimed, rushing off to relay Kaido and Appo's orders to the captives. Carl frowned slightly. To be honest, he felt a deep-seated aversion to the trafficking of human lives. Setting aside his own past as one of the victims, he had been appalled by the news of kidnapped women and children in his previous life. Why did such scum exist in the world? However, this world differed fundamentally from his former one. Organizations engaged in human trafficking proliferated, and even with the Navy and Appo's efforts to eradicate them, such groups were akin to weeds that could not be entirely uprooted. The primary reason was that the foremost consumers of these trafficked individuals were the celestial dragons, the very elite of the Navy. Carl had no interest in power. He did not wish to shout for liberation only to become a new tyrant of the world. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, it mattered little whether he became a ruler. He was not inclined to assist those who bore no significance to him without any form of reciprocation. In his previous life, he had fantasized about what he would do if he ever traveled to another world. Now that he had indeed crossed over, his desires were simple: to marry several wives, father children, and become the strongest in the world, ensuring eternal life with those he cherished. Compared to other time travelers who sought to liberate worlds or ascend to thrones, his ambitions were modest, yet they represented Carl's truest thoughts. Seemingly sensing Carl's inner turmoil, Kaido laughed heartily. Worororo. What's the matter, kid? Can't accept it? But we are pirates. If you disapprove, then grow stronger and change it. As he spoke, Kaido's own dream surfaced, and his conqueror and Appo's haki erupted uncontrollably. This overwhelming aura was indiscriminate, and Jean, standing silently nearby, was forced to take several steps back from the sudden pressure. Carl, closest to Kaido, felt the brunt of it. Nearly collapsing to his knees, yet he fought to maintain his stance, desperately resisting the urge to submit. With a fierce roar, Carl summoned his own conqueror's haki to counter Kaido's, standing firm against the oppressive force. Jean stared in astonishment at the scene before him, utterly surprised to discover that this little imp possessed the potential of a king. Chapter 8. The Demon Fruit of Jean, year 1495 of the Sea Circle. After the Beast Pirates overwhelmingly defeated the Vito Pirates, particularly Jean and Appo's triumph over the renowned pirate Vito Gallia, the world government subsequently raised Jean and Appo's bounty, originally set at 410 million. Jean and Appo's bounty has now soared to an impressive 500 million berries, a rarity in this era. At the mere age of 20, Jean possesses ample room for growth. If this trajectory continues, coupled with a formidable devil fruit, he is destined to attain the level of an admiral. In the original narrative, Jean and Appo's prowess was also formidable, earning him the title of the strongest subordinate of the four emperors. However, he was constrained by his current fruit, and should he acquire a different one, his strength could ascend to new heights. The opportunity now lay before him. While scavenging for spoils, they discovered a box containing a devil fruit in Vito Gallia's quarters. Such a precious commodity naturally warranted the decision of their captain, Kaido, especially as they were unfamiliar with the fruit's nature. What if it proved to be detrimental? Upon seeing the fruit, Kaido was initially taken aback, followed by sheer delight, for it was perfectly suited for Jean. Jean had yet to consume a devil fruit by his own volition, although he had obtained the ancient type, the toothless wyvern form 2 years prior. At that time, Jean had shown interest in consuming this fruit but was dissuaded. The ancient type was already exceedingly rare, yet Kaido desired something even more exceptional. Given Jean and Amp, Appo's status as his first mate. The very name Jean signifies king in English, a moniker befitting a ruler, suggesting that an ancient type was beneath his stature. However, the search for 2 long years yielded no fruits of comparable quality. Jean frequently expressed his desire to consume that fruit, but Kaido always urged him to wait, believing it to be lost to time until today, when this devil fruit appeared before him. The mythical Zoan, flame dragon form. Kaido harbored an inexplicable obsession with Zoan-type devil fruits, particularly those resembling dragons. When he was captured and sent to Vegapunk for experimentation, discussions with Vegapunk were unavoidable. He had requested Vegapunk to procure a catalog of devil fruits, especially those of the Zoan dragon variety, as Vegapunk had the backing of the world government, making his catalog far more comprehensive than those of other factions. Upon acquiring the catalog, Kaido and Appo's eyes were immediately drawn to several fruits, including the mythical Zoan, flame dragon form. Initially, Kaido had assumed that Carl had consumed the mythical Zoan, frost dragon form. However, upon reading the description, he discovered that the transformations from both fruits were akin to that of a Western dragon, while Carl's form resembled that of an Eastern dragon, which was not documented in the catalog. Perhaps it was an undocumented fruit. Setting aside his thoughts, Kaido presented the devil fruit to Jean without further ado. Jean, consume it. Jean gazed at the fruit before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Although he was unaware of the fruit and Appo's nature, he had faith that whatever Kaido provided would be exceptional. Without hesitation, Jean accepted the fruit and took a decisive bite. At that moment, he felt that any further discourse paled in comparison to the desire to grow stronger and assist Kaido. Braving the unpleasant taste, he consumed the entire fruit, and his typically aloof expression began to shift. After finishing the fruit, Jean felt a sudden surge of power within him, and soon he began to transform uncontrollably. In mere moments, a dark red dragon emerged in the sky. At its arrival, the surrounding temperature seemed to rise slightly, except for Carl's vicinity. The dark red scales adorned him like armor, safeguarding his flesh within. His robust limbs displayed perfect muscular definition, and his massive head bore menacing spikes that, rather than appearing grotesque, exuded an aura of dominance. His vast wings unfurled majestically as he roared with uncontainable joy. Not long after, Jean acclimated to this newfound strength and reverted to his human form. Waroraro. Kaido was in high spirits. He had never anticipated such joy on this day. First, he had discovered a young demon with the qualities of a king, and then he had found the perfect fruit for his most promising subordinate, truly a double blessing. Jean, familiarize yourself with this power, and from now on, Carl will be under your tutelage. Train him well. Kaido clapped Jean on the shoulder. Yes, brother Kaido. Jean accepted the task of training Carl with enthusiasm. To be honest, he found great interest in teaching. However, upon learning that it would be Jean training him, Carl felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing instead for the personal guidance of Kaido, thinking perhaps a few blows from him could help him master Haki. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, as Jean was a swordsman, and he harbored aspirations of becoming one himself. Young one, I will show no mercy. Be prepared. Jean maintained his usual distant demeanor, showing such to everyone except Kaido. Bring it on. The word fear does not exist in my lexicon. Carl snorted, slightly offended by Jin's dismissive attitude. The following day aboard the Beast pirate ship, Carl commenced Jean and Appo's rigorous training regimen. Although Carl wished to practice swordsmanship, Jean adamantly refused to teach him, insisting, first, you must strengthen your body. Thus began Carl and Appo's brutal ordeal. Infuriated, Carl contemplated removing the black-feathered wings from his back to see what they tasted like. Each day, he endured relentless training, performing thousands of push-ups and running laps around the Beast Pirate's ship, all while relying on his demon lineage and ice fruit. Otherwise, he would have perished from exhaustion long ago. Most infuriating of all was that Kaido had the audacity to assign him the duty of looking after Yamato. If not for the fear of being overpowered, Carl would have loved to pry open Kaido and Appo's skull to uncover his thoughts. Let us not forget he was still a mere 3-year-old child, being tormented daily by Jean, with no desire to move, all while being responsible for Yamato. Before his arrival, Yamato had been allowed to roam freely. Now that he was here, he had to find her a caretaker. Little Yamato was undeniably adorable, and Carl cherished her. But with Jin's relentless training, he had no energy left to manage a hyperactive Yamato. Yamato, too, had never had anyone to play with before. She was used to entertaining herself on the deck. Now, with someone willing to accompany her, she naturally gravitated towards Carl. All right, Kaido, since you refuse to uphold martial ethics, do not regret this in the future. This way of life continued for an entire year. One day, the Beast Pirates were hosting a banquet on a deserted island when an old woman suddenly appeared on the shore. Chapter 9. Departure to Wano. Year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar. Last year, Kaido received an invitation from the Black Charcoal Mushi, requesting him to establish a presence in Wano. At that time, Kaido agreed, but having just arrived in the new world, he wished to explore further with his subordinates before proceeding. This delay stretched on for a year, causing the Black Charcoal siblings to grow increasingly anxious, fearing the sudden return of Kazuki Oden. After all, Black Charcoal, Orochi, and Amp, Appo's current position as Wano and Amp, Appo's shogun was secured by their prior scheme to imprison Kazuki Sukiyaki, followed by Black Charcoal Mushi, a user of the mimic fruit, impersonating Sukiyaki to bequeath the title to Orochi. Lacking formidable military strength and with Kazuki Oden being the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, many of Wano's daimyos harbored doubts. Should Kazuki Oden return with the Whitebeard Pirates and unite with these daimyos, the three of them would be utterly doomed. Thus, they urgently required a powerful pirate crew to intimidate the daimyos and to fend off the potential arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido, observing this once member of the Rocks Pirates with a mocking tone, remarked, "Did you ever think you would venture out to sea, you old hag? What time do you intend to delay my request further, Kaido?" Black Charcoal Mushi ignored Kaido and Amp, Appo's derision, too fearful to retaliate. After all, provoking Kaido might very well lead to her demise. Though once part of the same pirate crew, their relationship had never been particularly close. They merely shared a casual acquaintance. Moreover, the events of the Rocks crew were many years past, and she had no power or connections to speak of. Were it not for her slight utility, Kaido would hardly bother with her. Worororo, are you that impatient, you decrepit woman? Kaido sat upon a large stone, his weapon, the kanabo, casually leaning beside him. Jin and Queen flanked him, their expressions serious, resembling two loyal guardians. A few key subordinates stood nearby, ready to execute Kaido and Appo's commands. The only one unabashedly speaking was Carl, though he did not wish to. "Carl, I'm hungry. Once we're full, let us go play." A remarkably childish voice rang out. Hey, Yamato, don't move around. Hey, Carl, that old hag is so ugly. Carl, will I look like that when I grow up? I don't want to be that ugly. Black Charcoal Mushi and Amp, Appo's face darkened further at the incessant chatter of the two children. Kaido, is this truly your Beast Pirates? Such an important occasion. And you allow two children to create chaos. Kaido laughed heartily at her words. Wororaro, you old hag, those are my most promising crew members and my daughter. If you say another word, I won't hesitate to bring your corpse to Wano. Black Charcoal Mushi cast a discreet glance at the white-haired girl, held by another with ice-blue hair. Was this Kaido's daughter? Thoughts raced in her mind as she contemplated some devious plan. All right, Weevee said all that needs to be said. You may leave now, old hag. Kaido, fully aware of her subtle maneuvers, chose not to intervene but issued her an ultimatum. Kaido, you still haven't told me when we are going to Wano. Black Charcoal Mushi felt a surge of urgency. Why was she being dismissed so abruptly? 3 months from now. With that, Kaido hoisted his kanabo and strode away, with Jin and Queen following closely behind. Particularly, Jin cast a lingering gaze at Black Charcoal Mushi, making her spine chill as if she were being scrutinized by some great terror. Carl, having trained with him for a year, had to commend Carl's tenacity while also holding high hopes for this future powerhouse. Being criticized by Black Charcoal Mushi left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. We're leaving, Yamato. Let's go eat something delicious. Let us go. Just before departing, Carl, like Jin, cast a fleeting glance at Black Charcoal Mushi. This glance further chilled her already tense demeanor, causing her teeth to chatter. Carl's earlier reticence was not due to a lack of response, but rather because the rambunctious Yamato was making it difficult for him to maintain composure. Kaido, is it really all right to expose Yamato to that old hag? Carl hurried to catch up with Kaido, perplexed by Kaido and Amp, Appo's decision to reveal Yamato and Amp, Appo's identity as his daughter. If she is killed by that old hag, it merely proves she is unworthy of being my daughter. Besides, I entrusted her safety to you. It is part of your responsibility. Worororo. Hearing this, Carl and Appo's forehead broke into a cold sweat, realizing this educational method would likely make Yamato a devoted child, even without reading Odin's journal. However, it wouldn't be as extraordinary as the original plot. One could only say that Odin had caused much suffering. Furthermore, judging by black charcoal mushy and Amp, Appo's demeanor, she likely harbored ill intentions, necessitating caution upon arrival in Wano. Carl, when are we eating? I'm so hungry. Yamato's childish voice jolted Carl back to reality. Observing Yamato clinging to him like a sloth, he could not help but ruffle her white hair. Indeed, young Yamato was undeniably adorable. Soon, we'll have barbecued meat. Upon hearing this, Yamato could not contain her excitement. Yay, barbecued meat. Noticing the interaction between Yamato and Carl, Kaido and Amp, Appo's lips curled into a slight smile. After a brief respite on the island, the beast pirates set sail once more. According to Kaido and Amp, Appo's original plan, they intended to roam the New World for several years before contemplating territory, but due to black charcoal mushy and Amp, Appo's influence, this timeline was shortened to 2 years. Kaido mentioned 3 months to Wano primarily to avoid being in the company of that old hag. After exploring several islands, the beast's pirates leisurely made their way toward Wano. Naturally, Carl and Appo's training was indispensable during the journey. The maritime routes were inherently dull, and guiding Carl and Amp, Appo's training served as an excellent form of entertainment, or so Kaido and Jin believed. Carl's training had evolved from mere physical conditioning to engaging in combat with the other members of the beast pirates, which essentially meant enduring beatings. Aside from the minor crew members, Carl could not best any of the officers, primarily due to his young age. Occasionally, Kaido, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, would personally join in on the training, which simply translated to him beating people up. Carl protested more than once, but Kaido brushed him off with the excuse that he had trained in the same manner. This infuriated Carl, who silently vowed to deliver a severe beating to Kaido once his strength surpassed his. Nonetheless, there was one aspect that brought Carl some comfort. Each time he was beaten, Yamato, the fearless child, would rush to his defense, shouting that he must not be bullied, and would even strike Kaido with her fists and feet. Even Kaido was not spared. Yamato would exclaim, calling him a jerk father, and relentlessly attack Kaido and Amp, Appo's shins, causing Kaido and Amp, Appo's expression to darken and his strikes against Carl to intensify. Though ultimately futile, this sentiment was commendable. In the cold realm of the beast pirates, Yamato was the only one who stood by him. Chapter 10. The Three Dragons Soaring in the Skies in the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, after a leisurely 3-month voyage. The beast pirates finally arrived in the waters of Wano country. Towering waterfalls loomed above the sea, a sight that would leave most pirate crews in awe. However, for the beast pirates, this was merely a trifling challenge. Worororo. Kaido laughed heartily, then leaped into the air. The tremendous force of his jump caused the entire pirate ship to sway violently. As Kaido ascended, his form began to transform, and in mere moments, a massive azure dragon, several hundred meters long, manifested in the sky. Flames of clouds began to emerge beneath the ship, lifting it skyward. Soon, the vessel had crossed the waterfall and entered the inland sea of Wano. Yet, Kaido did not revert to his human form. Instead, he continued to soar above. His gaze descended towards his comrades, Ash and Carl. Worororo. Ash, Carl, come join me. Let us announce our arrival to Wano. Without hesitation, Ash transformed into a dark red western dragon, stretching over 50 meters in length, and flew alongside Kaido. Carl understood Kaido's intent and followed suit, morphing into a majestic dragon seemingly carved from ice. Just as Carl was about to take flight, a white figure suddenly intervened. Yamato, unwilling to be left behind, leaped onto Carl's dragon head just as he took off. By the time he realized what had happened, they were already soaring through the air. Knowing Yamato's determination, Carl understood there was no way to persuade her to come down now. Wow, Carl, look at that one. It looks like a chicken, Yamato exclaimed, clutching a dragon horn, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. This was her first experience of riding a dragon. She felt like a dragon knight. Carl simply allowed her to accompany them, knowing that he would eventually return the favor. With the two massive dragons beside him, Carl and Amp, Appo's form appeared diminutive at a mere 20 meters. However, to ordinary people, dragons were still dragons, and even the smallest of them exuded an aura of intimidation that mere mortals could scarcely endure. Thus, the two eastern dragons and one western dragon soared through the skies of Wano, heading towards the flower capital, where the general resided. Before long, the trio of colossal dragons hovered above the bustling city. Peering through the clouds, they beheld the flower capital, which appeared more prosperous than other locations. Despite their lack of appreciation for Wano and Apos' unique culture, one could not deny the city and Apos' beauty. Surrounded by cherry blossom trees and pines, the gentle breeze sent petals cascading through the air, enhancing the already picturesque scene. Today, however, the flower capital felt different. Countless citizens noticed the ominous shadows within the clouds. Suddenly, the clouds churned, as if something was about to emerge. This sight filled the townsfolk with dread. At that moment, 3 dragon heads burst forth from the clouds, one azure, one crimson, and one icy. Although the ice dragon and Apos' head was slightly smaller, it was still a dragon. The sight sent waves of terror through the already frightened populace. The legend of Frostmoon Ryuma, the Dragon Slayer, echoed in their minds, and witnessing dragons in reality evoked a primal fear that overpowered their reason. Run, dragons. Colossal dragons. With Frostmoon Ryuma gone, who can slay a dragon now? Visions of Ryuma's legendary battles flashed through their minds. Prince Yuta should be able to handle this, right? But Prince Yuta is not in Wano. Panic-stricken, the citizens hurriedly locked their doors, seeking solace in their homes. Not everyone, however, feared the dragons. A few deluded warriors, believing themselves to be mighty, remained in the streets, envisioning their own dragon-slaying glory, dreaming of becoming the next Frostmoon Ryuma and marrying a wealthy beauty. Hey, evil dragon, this is Wano, not a place for your recklessness. Get out, one warrior shouted defiantly. Yet, as his words faded, a torrent of icy blue surged toward him. Since you have chosen to attack, let me introduce you to your demise. The warrior swung his sword at the approaching cold wave. In an instant, his blade was frozen, and before he could release his grip, the icy blast struck him, encasing him in ice. The chill radiated outward, freezing the surrounding streets and buildings in a glistening layer of frost that sparkled in the sunlight. TCH, what a weakling, Carl scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the frozen figure. To him, it was as inconsequential as spitting. Oh, Carl, you and Apos, re-amazing, Yamato exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Kaido and Apos' merely glanced at the scene before turning away, finding nothing amiss with Carl and Apos' actions. Even though they had come at the invitation of Korazumi Semimaru, they held the upper hand and naturally carried an air of arrogance. After all, they were pirates. Yet, within them lingered a thought. This young one's freezing powers were growing ever stronger. At this rate, his abilities would rival that of the Navy's ice fruit user. What fruit had this boy consumed? How had no one ever heard of a mythical beast fruit with freezing capabilities surpassing that of the ice fruit? At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the tallest building in the flower capital, the very residence of Wano's general. One was a short, unsightly young man, flanked by 2 elderly men, none other than the current Wano general, Kurazumi Orochi, and Kurazumi Semimaru, along with Kurazumi Shamaru. Kaido, Kurazumi Semimaru exclaimed, gazing up at the 3 dragons with wide eyes. While he was aware that Kaido could transform into a dragon, the appearance of the other 2 was a mystery to him. Having reached his destination, Kaido descended before the Kurazumi trio, resuming his human form. Standing over 7 meters tall, he cast a shadow that enveloped them. Kurazumi Orochi, having never encountered such a sight, stumbled backward in fear, falling to the ground. Carl and Ash followed closely behind. As Carl transformed back into his human form, Yamato naturally perched on his shoulders. Noticing the seriousness on the faces of her father, Uncle Ash, and Carl, Yamato puffed up her cheeks, attempting to adopt a serious expression herself. However, rather than appearing stern, her demeanor only added to her cuteness. But the Kurazumi trio had little time to appreciate her charm. The mere presence of Kaido, brandishing his kanabo, exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Carl quickly noted the terrified Orochi sitting on the ground. With just one glance, he lost interest in him. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was the fruit Orochi possessed, an exceptionally powerful mythical beast fruit that was being squandered. Once Kurazumi Orochi regained his composure, he caught sight of the disdain in Carl's eyes and recalled how he had just fallen in fright. Feeling humiliated, he rose to his feet and glared fiercely at Kaido. As the newly appointed general of Wano, he was unaware of the true strength of Kaido and his companions. All he knew was that as a general, he could not allow anyone to offend him. Kaido, having sensed Orochi's gaze, cast a casual glance back. Just that single look caused Orochi to stagger back in shock. And had it not been for Kurazumi Shamaru steadying him, he would have fallen once more. Kurazumi Semimaru observed his inept descendant with disappointment. Yet he understood that Orochi was the hope for the Kurazumi clan and Appo's resurgence. Thus he felt compelled to clean up after him. Kaido, I apologize for any offense caused by the younger generation. I kindly ask for your understanding. However, it is time for us to fulfill the transaction between us. Chapter 11. The Pursuit of Strength. Wano Country, Onigashima. This shall serve as the future stronghold of the beasts. Kaido has forged an alliance with the 3 members of the Kurazumi clan. He offers them protection in exchange for resources. Paramount among them the establishment of weapon factories and seastone mines. The reserves of seastone in Wano are undeniably vast. In this era, seastone is a notably rare strategic resource abroad, primarily controlled by the world government. After Kaido and Appo's arrival in Wano, he established a seastone factory and subsequently sold these resources extensively overseas, which explains the frequent appearances of seastone in the future. It is evident that Kaido possesses a keen intellect. Otherwise, the beast would not have ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors, lacking in business acumen. Speaking of business, this brings to mind an individual, one who will amass the greatest wealth in the world yet remain devoid of joy. The Golden Emperor, Tesoro. Currently, Tesoro is likely just around 15 years old, still a youth, though it remains uncertain when he encounters Stella in the original narrative. This prodigious merchant will undoubtedly attract opportunities in the future. However, for now, it is imperative to enhance one's strength. Based on Carl's extensive knowledge from his previous life, he recalls that in 1496, which is this year, Kazuki Oden joined the Roger Pirates. The following year, the Roger Pirates successfully reached the final island, Laugh-Tale, and Oden became the Pirate King. In Carl's previous life, upon first encountering One Piece, he was filled with intense curiosity. Yet, as time progressed and the narrative evolved, his enthusiasm for One Piece waned. Although Carl did not continue to follow the Wano arc closely after finishing it, he still came across various videos. According to speculations from some fanfiction creators, the so-called Great Treasure is merely the history of the blank century and Joy Boy's contingency against Imu. Imu feels far too distant for Carl at present. What he must focus on now is to quickly bolster his strength. Before Roger became the Pirate King, Kazuki Oden had returned to Wano once, merely to take a copy of the historical text while leaving behind his wife and children. Carl wonders if Oden, upon learning of Orochi and Appo's actions, might impulsively lead the Roger Pirates back to confront him. After all, this is Kazuki Oden. His thoughts are inscrutable, and those connected to him seem bewitched. Thus, one must remain vigilant. After the beast settled in Onigashima and after sending Yamato away, Carl sought out Ashura. Brother Ashura, please teach me the way of the sword. Carl earnestly implored Ashura for instruction. Although Carl possessed a fine saber, Feng Xian, his understanding of swordsmanship was virtually non-existent. He relied solely on brute strength to swing it recklessly. Over the past year, Carl had either been engaged in physical training or enduring beatings. Not to mention, his resilience to punishment was now among the top ranks in the Beast Pirates. Upon hearing Carl's request to learn swordsmanship, Ashura, unusually, did not refuse and readily agreed. Very well, follow me. Carl trailed Ashura to an open area. At this moment, Onigashima was still in its rudimentary state. The two faced each other, and Ashura spoke. Draw your sword and attack me. Without hesitation, Carl unsheathed Feng Xian and rushed towards Ashura. As he approached, Carl leaped high, swinging his saber down towards Ashura. Just as Carl and Appo's strike was about to land, Ashura remained motionless, and Carl showed no intention of holding back. He believed that if he could hit Ashura, he would have to endure the consequences. Ding! As anticipated, in an instant, Ashura swiftly drew his own blade to parry Carl and Appo's attack. Then with a powerful flick of his wrist, sent Carl flying. Your strength is your advantage, yet you do not know how to wield it. Your power is too dispersed. Concentrated into a single strike, Ashura and Appo's calm voice resonated. After being sent flying for dozens of meters, Carl steadied himself and shouted, charging at Ashura once more. Again! He was sent flying yet again, and this cycle repeated countless times, with Ashura occasionally offering guidance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, after enduring two more of Ashura's attacks, Carl was launched back once more. This time, he did not rise as quickly as before. After a day of being thrown about by Ashura's attacks, although his body bore no significant injuries, his stamina was undeniably depleted. Karl leaned on his blade, panting heavily. Yet his eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Again, even Ashura had to marvel at Karl's unwavering resolve. His talent was indeed rare. "Karl, why do you seek strength?" Ashura posed this question. Gasping for breath, Karl momentarily paused at the inquiry. Why pursue strength? Power? Wealth? Beauty? Cough. That could work. In that instant, Karl recalled the helplessness he felt when first arriving in this world, trapped within a cage. As long as I wish to live, no one can take my life. I desire to seize my fate in my own hands, not to be a mere pawn. Karl did not know where the strength came from. But that last statement burst forth almost as a roar. Had he not traversed into this new existence, Karl would have remained an inconsequential speck of dust on the chessboard. As he shouted these words, an icy aura emanated from his body, enveloping him in a layer of frost in mere moments. Karl closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Lifting Feng Xian high, the cold air he exhaled intertwined with the chilling aura surrounding him, as if drawn towards his blade, gradually cloaking it. In the next instant, Karl opened his eyes, which seemed transformed into gems sculpted from ice, instilling a sense of dread in anyone who dared gaze upon them. Ashura was momentarily taken aback. Had this boy truly awakened a new technique from a single phrase? Frost, ice slash. At this moment, Karl was oblivious to Ashura and Appo's mental state. His sole focus was on executing this strike. With Feng Xian in hand, Karl charged at Ashura, leaving a trail of frost in his wake. As he neared Ashura, he summoned every ounce of his remaining strength into the blade. The force of this strike compelled Ashura to take it seriously, though it appeared simple. Ashura was now fully attentive. The clash of Karl and Appo's blade against Ashura and Appo's resonated sharply in the air. Though Ashura parried Karl and Appo's attack, the gathered cold energy surged forth, immediately freezing Ashura and Appo's weapon and arm, with a tendency to spread further. Ashura and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Had this strike been launched against someone less cautious, it could have resulted in severe injury or even death, leaving them immobile and vulnerable. Good lad. This was the only time Ashura offered praise in a long while. Yet, despite his words, Ashura and Appo's actions were swift. His arm ignited with dark red flames, melting the ice on his hand and blade, and then he executed a fiery slash. Though Ashura and Appo's strike appeared formidable, it lacked true force, merely pushing Karl back. Today concludes our training. In addition to building your physique, you must also refine your swordsmanship. Return and rest well, Ashura remarked, unconsciously rubbing his recently frozen arm. Chapter 12. The Hanya Mask. Exhausted, Karl stumbled back into his room and collapsed onto the bed. He felt utterly drained, far too fatigued to care about the sparse furnishings. A table, 2 chairs, a cabinet, and a bed. All he craved was sleep. He lay down and succumbed to slumber, oblivious to anything, even if him were to come knocking. Karl. A youthful voice approached, accompanied by footsteps. Yamato, without a hint of hesitation, kicked open the door to Karl's room. Clutching a mask, she beheld Karl sprawled across the bed in deep sleep, and an idea sparked within her. On tiptoe, she crept toward Karl's bedside. As she crouched down, Karl unexpectedly turned, his face suddenly appearing inches from hers, startling her into a quick retreat. Seeing him still lost in sleep, she breathed a sigh of relief and decided to take her revenge by brandishing the mask. The mask resembled a ghastly visage, its furrowed brow and monochrome design evoking an eerie presence, further accentuated by the horns atop Yamato's head. With utmost care, she approached Karl, bringing the mask closer to his face. She poked at his features while softly calling his name, transforming into a spectral figure. However, her efforts proved futile. Karl remained in a deep slumber. Undeterred, Yamato increased her volume and the force of her poking. It was as if Karl's face were made of rubber. Yet he continued to sleep soundly, leaving Yamato frustrated. Just then, an irresistible force lifted her, depositing her into an embrace. Assuming Karl had awakened, she was surprised to hear his rhythmic breathing. Glancing up, she saw he was still asleep and thus ceased her struggles. Embraced like a pillow, she felt the comforting chill of Karl's body, her senses indulged. Gradually, lulled by the warmth, Yamato succumbed to sleep. The following day, Karl awoke, sensing an unusual weight upon him and a dampness at his chest, accompanied by a slight ache in his face. Didn't I get hit yesterday? Confused, he glanced down to find a white-haired girl sprawled atop him, resembling a small cat. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something resting upon Yamato's face. Pulling it away, he revealed a ghastly mask. Suddenly, the pain in his face and Yamato's earlier antics made sense. So, this is how you wish to play, Yamato? Don't say I didn't warn you. With that thought, Carl carefully set Yamato aside and sprang from the bed. The dampness on his chest solidified his resolve. Yawning, Yamato stirred, her eyes fluttering open to find Carl before her. Good morning, Carl, she chirped, unaware of her predicament or Carl's stoic demeanor. Yamato, why can't I move? She exclaimed, bewildered. Carl, someone has tied me up. Help me. The creaking of the chair accompanied her frantic cries. Carl's serious tone cut through her panic. Yamato, what happened to my face yesterday? At that, Yamato visibly tensed, her body rigid with anxiety as she turned her head away. I don't know, she stammered, her feeble eye transparent. Is that so? Carl pondered, observing her reaction. Seeing her nod vigorously, her eyes wide with innocence, he smiled, a glint of mischief in his gaze. Then let us see, he said, leaning closer. Yamato's heart raced, sensing a foreboding as Carl's smile took on a sinister quality. Since that's the case, I shall teach the lying Yamato a lesson, he declared, kneeling to grasp her delicate feet. A sudden urge to bite them surged within him, but he shook his head, casting aside that unsettling thought. Instead, he produced a feather from seemingly nowhere. Yamato's heart sank at his wicked laughter, a side of Carl she had never witnessed before. Ha, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Carl. Ha. Yamato cried, yet Carl feigned ignorance, continuing to tickle her feet mercilessly. Where did you go wrong? You did nothing wrong, she gasped, tears of laughter streaming down her cheeks as she wriggled helplessly in her chair. Stop, Carl. I can't take it anymore. Ha. I'll show you something fun. Curious. Carl paused, intrigued by her proposition. All right, but first, release me. After a moment, Yamato finally relented. Freed, she began rummaging through the room, searching for something. Carl, have you seen my mask? She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. As expected, the fun thing she mentioned was the mask. Carl retrieved it from behind him, presenting it to her. Here it is. Isn't it beautiful? I'll buy you one later, she beamed, her face alight with joy. Yet, Carl's mind wandered back to the mask, reminiscent of the cultural artifacts from his past life. While it was indeed a mask, it lacked the sinister aura of the Hanya mask. What was it called again? The Nuwa mask. Chapter 13. The Mask of the Xia. The Xia mask is an ancient folk tradition from Carl's ancestral homeland, dating back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. It was originally used in rituals to dispel evil spirits. When a person faces adversity, the Xia emerges. As the dance commences, all ailments dissipate. Ancient people believed that the Xia served as a vessel for the divine, a medium for communication between humanity and the gods. Donning the Xia mask allowed one to gaze directly at the deities. The Xia, through benevolent acts and performances, dances with the divine to exorcise malevolence. The mask, when removed, reveals a human, but when worn, it embodies the divine. This tradition later evolved into the Banruo mask in the small town. Noticing that Carl had been silent for quite a while, Yaota grew anxious, for she had painstakingly selected this mask. Carl, do you not think this mask is exquisite? Hearing this, Carl snapped back to reality, glancing at the Banruo mask Yaota held, and casually tossed it aside. Yaota, this is unattractive. It is far too ugly. I will craft a more beautiful one for you. Initially disheartened by Carl's dismissal of her mask, Yaota instantly perked up at the prospect of receiving a superior creation. You must keep your word. I shall be quite displeased if it does not surpass this one, she declared, playfully shaking her tiny fist, exuding an endearing charm. It must be said, the untainted Yaota, free from the corruption of Kogetsu, Odin, and Appo's diary, is indeed delightful. Carl Kuden and Appo's resist ruffling Yaota and Appo's hair affectionately, akin to petting a cat. I will have it ready for you tonight. I still have training to attend to today. Why must you train every day, Carl? Can't you play with me instead? Yaota, still just a child, spent her days indulging in food and play. For her, training at this stage felt premature, and being alone could indeed be quite dull. I need to grow stronger. Only then can I protect you, Carl explained. At present, the 100 Beasts kindergarten had yet to be established, leaving just Carl and Yaota as the only children. Training alone left Yaota solitary, yet this was unavoidable. Without strength, there would be no foundation to navigate the vast ocean. Suddenly, Carl recalled a particular individual. It was the year 1496, the same year Kogetsu Odin was born. The Roger pirates arrived at Raftel in 1497, implying that Kogetsu Yasu would return here briefly, leaving his wife and child behind. Hee, perhaps I shall bring Nika over to keep Yada company. As for Momonosuke, an insidious thought crossed Carl and Appo's mind. Carl sought someone skilled in crafting Banruo masks, presenting the design of the CM mask from her memories for him to replicate. The craftsman readily agreed. How could he refuse when he had witnessed a frost dragon descend before him, transforming into a human? Coupled with the rumors of great dragons in Wano from the flower capital, Carl was in high spirits. Wano indeed harbored good people. Not only did the mask maker charge no fee, he willingly offered his services for free. How wonderful it would be if all the people of Wano were like him. Once all was completed, Carl resumed her training the next day, which included essential physical conditioning and swordsmanship practice. Jean could not be there constantly to guide her, as he had his own affairs to attend to. Thus, after imparting some fundamental sword techniques, he departed, leaving Carl to rely on her own diligence. Before long, the day slipped away quietly, and Carl, weary, went to collect the masks. Upon her arrival, the craftsman greeted her with utmost reverence, nearly kneeling. "My lady, the masks you requested have been completed." He trembled with fear, apprehensive that the dragon capable of transforming might unleash its wrath upon him. Receiving the 2 masks, Carl inspected them. "Not bad. You mentioned there would be no charge this morning. May I take my leave now?" Carl confirmed once more. "No charge, no charge. These masks are a humble offering to you. Should you wish for more, I have plenty. Choose whichever you desire." He dared not ask for payment, only wishing to see this divine being depart swiftly. "Very well," Carl replied, transforming into a dragon and soaring away, for she deemed the other masks unworthy. As the deity finally departed, the craftsman released a sigh of relief, simultaneously harboring a profound resentment towards the current shogun, Orochi. The news of Kaido being named the Guardian King by Orochi had spread throughout Wano in recent days, accompanied by accounts of the 3 dragons soaring above the flower capital. This caused widespread unease among the populace, who struggled to comprehend why Kogetsu Sukiyaki would relinquish the shogunate to Orochi. The daimyos in other regions sensed something amiss but, constrained by their status, could only accept the situation. Their only recourse was to wait for Kogetsu Oden and Appo's return to assume the shogunate. At that point, even if Orochi were reluctant, Oden would ultimately be the legitimate heir. The only information they possessed was that Kogetsu Sukiyaki had abdicated due to health reasons, temporarily entrusting the shogunate to Orochi until Kogetsu Oden's return. Should Orochi refuse to yield then, they would have grounds to join Kogetsu Oden in opposing him. As for Kaido, the infamous dragon who had been appointed the Guardian King, they firmly believed that Kogetsu Oden and Appo's strength could replicate the legendary feat of Shirohige Ryuma slaying the dragon. It was not that the Kaido siblings wished for Kogetsu Sukiyaki to directly pass the title to Orochi. Such an action would primarily face opposition from the daimyos, as the Kogetsu clan had long been the leaders of Wano. For 8 centuries, countless individuals had attempted to overthrow the Kogetsu clan and ascend to power. Yet all had failed. Each member of the Kogetsu family seemed to possess an otherworldly charm that drew followers, regardless of their actions. Even the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, had been assimilated. During the Alabasta arc, he had remarked that in war, sacrifices are inevitable, yet after learning of Oden and Appo's deeds, he came to regard Oden as a true man. Returning to Carl's side, she entered her chamber after obtaining the masks. Upon entering, she found Yada, the white-haired girl, eagerly awaiting her return. "Yada, do you not think this mask is more stunning than the one you had yesterday?" Carl presented the mask, which, in contrast to the simplistic Banruo mask, was intricately detailed with a diverse palette. "Wow, it and Appo's beautiful. Can I have this mask, Carl?" Yada was instantly captivated by the mask Carl held. Upon receiving it, Carl was pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a remarkable creation. The craftsman had devoted an entire day to sculpting, fearing for his life if he had faltered in any detail. Thus, how could it not be splendid? Unlike the eerie Banruo mask, the CM mask exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. Observing Yada and Appo's fascination with the CM mask, Carl mused whether the cultural depth accumulated over millennia could ever be rivaled by the small town. Yada, enchanted, played with the mask, inspecting it from various angles, growing more enamored by the moment, and ultimately decided to wear it. "Yada, I did not deceive you. I have brought the mask, so may I now rest?" Carl, rubbing her slightly sore arms, began to usher her out. "We can sleep together." Yada protested, clearly reluctant to leave, clinging to the idea of sharing a bed with Carl. But you must promise not to drool in your sleep. If you do, you might recall this morning's unpleasantness, Carl teased, recalling Yada's earlier ordeal. At the mention of the morning incident, Yada shuddered involuntarily. It had truly been a frightful experience. Covering her mouth, she nodded fervently, vowing never to endure such a situation again. Chapter 14. The Great Filial Son and the First Appearance of Yamato in the 6th month of the year 1497 in the Kaido calendar. It had been a year and a half since the Beast Pirates had established their presence in Wano. At this time, Onigashima had undergone significant transformation, adorned with numerous buildings, no longer resembling the rudimentary state it had been in upon their arrival. During this period, Kaido had not remained idle. He had been continuously recruiting crew members, albeit on a small scale. It was not yet the time for expansive development, primarily due to one individual, Kazuki Oden. If it were solely Oden, Kaido would not have been concerned. However, Oden was linked to two formidable pirate crews, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates. Neither of these crews was something Kaido could contend with at present. While Kaido was indeed belligerent, he was not foolish. If he only knew how to brawl, he would not have secured his position as one of the four emperors. Over the course of this year, Karoo had also experienced substantial change. Most notably, his height had increased to 1.50 meters, making him appear almost giant-like compared to his peers. His strength had improved significantly. He was now able to exchange dozens of blows with Jin. Karoo was quite content with his current prowess, knowing he was still young and had not yet hit his growth spurt. Among the veteran members brought back by Kaido from the first half of the Grand Line, no one would address Karoo as anything less than Lord. Initially, many of the newly recruited members looked down upon Karoo, viewing him merely as a child. However, after witnessing him defeat a pirate with a bounty of 35 million berries, they finally recognized his strength. Karoo was elated when he learned they referred to him as Lord. Although Karoo and Appo's strength had surpassed that of most of the original 300 beast pirates, commanding them was still a challenge. Now, however, he was finally able to direct others, which brought him immense joy, alleviating him from the burden of having to do everything himself. Furthermore, with the intervention of the beast pirates over the past year, many of the daimyos had become considerably more compliant, much to Orochi and Appo's delight. He had taken it upon himself to send numerous young maidens as attendants to Kaido. Kaido was indifferent to these offerings, but since Orochi had sent them, he allowed his subordinates to select from among them. Jin, on the other hand, showed no interest in maidens. He would prefer to receive a few prisoners to interrogate. Quinn, the notorious lecher, selected several maidens, while Karoo felt that the daily training was exhausting enough and sent a few back to serve him and Yamato. "My lords, breakfast is ready," came the familiar voice. Karoo had grown accustomed to this routine. He lifted the still sleeping Yamato, giving her a gentle shake. Let me sleep a bit longer, Karoo. I was so tired yesterday." Yamato mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes, reluctant to rise. "It and Appo's, as the first time. Just endure a few more days, and you and Appo's, get used to it," Karoo replied, disregarding Yamato's drowsiness as he continued to hold her, accepting the maiden's service. With the maiden's assistance, Karoo and the unwilling Yamato washed up and had breakfast. Upon arriving at the training ground from the previous day, Karoo shed his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Though still young, he had developed a physique he had long desired in his previous life, achieving it in just 2 years in this world. If fitness enthusiasts were to learn of this, they would surely be envious. Karoo began his warm-up exercises, ready to commence another round of intense training. Meanwhile, Yamato remained unresponsive. "Karoo, I really feel so tired," Yamato complained, her expression reflecting her reluctance to train. This was understandable. She had no clear objective, having only whimsically decided to train with Karoo the previous day. "Yamato, have you forgotten the stories I told you about the sea? Without strength, you won't be able to sail the oceans," Karoo coaxed, resembling a mischievous uncle persuading a child. Initially inspired merely by the tales of adventure from Kazuki Oden's journal, Yamato's eagerness to explore the seas was reignited upon realizing she needed strength to embark on such adventures. "No, I want to go to sea. I want to have adventures," she exclaimed. But how strong did Karoo need to become to set sail on the ocean? Yamato had no real understanding of what it meant to be strong, having been surrounded solely by members of the beast pirates since birth, with no one to enlighten her about the true powerhouses of this world. With a sly smile, Karoo announced, "To set sail, you must first be able to defeat Kaido." "Defeat that bastard father? All right, Karoo, let's go defeat that bastard father and then set sail for adventures." Yamato declared. Her spirit ignited as she prepared to drag Karu to challenge Kaido. Karu was taken aback. Was she truly considering confronting Kaido now? The odds were 1 in 10 Kaido could easily defeat him in a single blow. Wait, Yamato. Now is not the time. Kaido is extremely powerful. To defeat him, we must train diligently, Karu warned, fearing that this impulsive child might act rashly. If Kaido learned that his own child was challenging him, he would surely deliver a thorough lesson. All right, Karu. Starting today, I will train hard too, and together we will defeat that bastard father and set sail for adventures. With that, Yamato began training with renewed vigor, as if fueled by a surge of energy. Observing her, Karu smiled slightly, thinking that he had her figured out. Seeing Yamato and Appo's dedication to training, he knew he could not fall behind. Just as he was about to begin his own training, a newly recruited member of the Beast Pirates rushed over. Lord Karu, we spotted something while monitoring the seaside. The individual gasped, clearly having run all the way. What happened? Karu inquired. Lord Karu, according to the brothers from Jiuli, a pirate ship suddenly appeared in that sea area. The member quickly relayed the news to Karu. What? Which pirate crew? Are we certain? Karu furrowed his brow, aware that there were indeed reckless pirate crews attempting to target Kaido, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Many had either been subdued or met their end at the hands of Sea Kings. Therefore, he could not ascertain whether this ship belonged to the Roger Pirates. It seems to be the Roger Pirates, the member stammered, clearly anxious. Roger was known to be as formidable as Whitebeard, the legendary Newgate. Presently, Whitebeard had begun to be recognized as the strongest in the world, his strength still at its peak. Kaido was wary of Whitebeard, which was why he had avoided causing chaos in Wano. Who would have thought that Kazuki Oden would once again be entangled with the Roger Pirates? Upon learning this news, Kaido hesitated to proceed to Wano, but ultimately he steeled himself and entered the land. Chapter 15. The Roger Pirates. Upon hearing the name of the Roger Pirates, Carl exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. It was already June of 1497, and if they did not arrive soon, he would have doubted his own memory. Have you informed Kaido? Carl inquired. Considering the possibility that Kazuki Oden might have whimsically decided to bring the Roger Pirates to confront Kaido. After all, it was Kazuki Oden. Anything he did seemed entirely plausible. Without much contemplation, Carl made his decision. You must notify Kaido immediately. I will go and take a look. With that, Carl transformed into his dragon form and soared toward 9 miles. Hey, Carl, where are you going? Take me with you, Yamato called out, curiously chasing after him on the ground. Yamato, you should return. I will be back shortly. With that, Carl began to accelerate. Yamato, watching the ice dragon ascend into the sky, stomped her feet in frustration. What is this? You find something fun and don't bring me along? She muttered, right? Yamato is angry now, the kind that can end Appo's be easily appeased. Meanwhile, a luxurious pirate ship, adorned in gold and black, was making its way toward 9 miles. Oden, is this truly your homeland? I long to see it, remarked a man wearing a captain and Appo's hat, his protruding nasal hairs resembling a beard, as he curiously gazed at the distant island. Roger, aren't you aware of what condition your body is in? A gold-haired man with a scar over his right eye shouted angrily. These two were none other than the future pirate king and his first mate, Roger and Rayleigh. Ha. It shouldn't Appo's take long to have a look. Roger laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to Rayleigh and Appo's fury, as if he were unconcerned about his own health. Kuroka's Rayleigh, feeling helpless, pondered how he had ever let a man like this become captain. Roger, your time is running out. If you wish to reach the final island, you must heed my words. Kuroka's, still in his prime and with a fiery temper, asserted his authority. Kuroka's, we have you, so it shouldn't take too long, right? Roger, facing Kuroka's, felt compelled to consider his advice. After all, dying on the way to the final island would be disastrous. Damn it, Roger. Each day you linger could be your last. What if you miss it by just 1 day? Kuroka's, in a fit of rage, grasped Roger's collar, his spittle landing on Roger and Appo's face. Ha, I want to go after all. Ultimately, Roger relented, deciding to stay aboard and wait for Kazuki Oden to settle his family before bringing the historical text. Rayleigh, witnessing this scene, was filled with mixed emotions. He was the first to join the Roger Pirates and had witnessed Roger's arduous journey. When the crew learned of Roger's terminal illness, they struggled to accept the reality. Yet Roger remained his usual carefree self. Eventually, it was Kuroka's who managed to keep Roger alive. now that Roger's life was measured in dwindling moments. Their voyages no longer revolved around adventures on islands, but rather aimed directly at those rumored to hold the historical text, departing in haste after obtaining the imprint. Rayleigh sighed deeply, staring vacantly at the sea. Meanwhile, Kazuki Oden felt an overwhelming weight in his heart as he secretly left Wano, burdened with guilt toward his retainers. He sensed an ominous foreboding, as if something catastrophic had occurred in Wano. The Oro Jackson was drawing ever closer to Wano's 9 miles, intensifying Oden's heavy heart. Soon, the ship docked at the seaside of 9 miles. "Kurokas, may I go to the shore for a moment?" Roger asked, but Kurokas ignored him, grunting as he turned to Rayleigh. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape." Rayleigh nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on him." "Rayleigh, I will accompany you. I fear you won't be able to manage Roger on your own." A robust man with 2 axes at his waist approached, wrapping an arm around Rayleigh and Apos' neck. "Jabba, mind yourself. I hope you won't run off with Roger in the end," Rayleigh replied. Not far away, amid the dense forest, a figure about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a peculiar mask, observed the scene. "Is this the Roger pirates?" Carl wondered, intrigued by the man who would become the pirate king and usher in an era with his demise. He simply wished to see some characters from the original story. At that moment, he noticed a man dressed in a kimono, adorned with a circular headpiece, holding 2 children in one arm and supporting a woman with the other. Carl immediately recognized this as Kazuki Oden, the foolish prince, and the children, one of whom must be dead, and the other being Kazuki Hiyori. The shore was already filled with a line of kneeling people, accompanied by a cat and a dog following Kazuki Oden, his loyal retainers, the Akazaya 9. As Roger and his crew disembarked, Roger scanned the surroundings, curious about Oden and Apos' homeland. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned to glance in Carl and Apos' direction, breaking into a wide grin. This unexpected action startled Carl. Could he have noticed me? At that moment, Carl contemplated whether to leave immediately, having revealed himself. He could not linger any longer. Just as he took a few steps away, he felt a prickling sensation, as if sensing something, and instinctively darted aside. A figure stood precisely where he had just been. Carl looked over and thought, "Oh no, it's Roger." The Pirate King stood with his hands on his hips, wearing that signature smile. "Hey kid, want to join my ship and sail with us to the final island?" Caught off guard by this unexpected invitation, Carl's mind raced with questions. Why is he inviting me now, at such a crucial moment? What could he be after? Despite a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Carl maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Not interested. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way." He turned to leave calmly. "Are you sure? We are the Roger Pirates, one of the most renowned pirate crews on the seas. Come along with us for an adventure." Roger persisted, attempting to convince him once more. Not interested, Carl reiterated, grateful for the mask that concealed his true feelings, allowing him to remain composed in front of the legendary pirate. Chapter 16. The Terror of the Great Serpent. As Roger watched the figure gradually fade into the distance, he ceased to impede his departure. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from behind him, standing to his left and right, his trusted aides, Rayleigh and Jabba. "Roger, why did you invite him aboard?" Rayleigh questioned, perplexed by Roger's actions. They were not far from the final island. What prompted the invitation of another? "Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, the captain has his reasons. There and Apos. There's no need for you to fret unnecessarily." Jabba teased, grinning at Rayleigh. "Idiot Jabba, I'm merely curious." "I never said I disagreed," Rayleigh retorted, raising his voice at Jabba. "I have a peculiar feeling about that lad," Roger remarked. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh and Jabba ceased their quarrel, taking a couple of steps back to embrace themselves, casting Roger strange glances. Even someone as imposing as Roger felt uneasy under their peculiar scrutiny. "Hey, Rayleigh, Jabba, it's not what you think." Roger stepped forward, hastily clarifying, fearing that these rumors might soon render him incapable of remaining aboard the ship. Seeing Roger advance, the 2 quickly retreated another step. "Roger, I didn't end Apos. Expect you to have such a peculiar taste. On our ship, Rayleigh is the most handsome. Kurokas is fine too. But don't you dare set your sights on me," Rayleigh and Jabba exclaimed in unison. Afterward, Rayleigh cast an incredulous look at Jabba, pondering the absurdity of it all. If Roger didn't fancy handsome men, then what? "Jabba, do you want to fight?" "Let us go. I'm not afraid." The 2 squared off, their foreheads touching, their eyes ablaze with defiance. Neither paid any heed to Roger as they continued their heated exchange while making their way toward the beach. Seeing this, Roger grew anxious and hurried after them, calling out, Rayleigh, Jabba, it's not what you think. Upon noticing Roger pursuing them, Rayleigh and Jabba immediately separated, the tension dissipating as they slipped into evasive mode. Roger, we shall not yield. Meanwhile, Carl, in his haste to leave, no longer pondered the reasons behind Roger's invitation. His interest in the great treasure had waned. He made his way directly to Onigashima, sensing that Roger and his crew would not linger in Wano for long. This meant they still had ample time to develop their plans. Upon arriving at Onigashima, Carl headed straight for Kaido's location. The interior of Onigashima had been lavishly renovated, courtesy of the great serpent's emissaries. At that moment, Kaido sat atop his throne, with the 8 precepts of death leaning beside him, already exuding an air of dominance. Yet, the atmosphere was decidedly oppressive. Shin, Queen, and all the officers of the beast were present, each wearing grave expressions. The pressure exerted by Roger and Amp, Appo's pirate crew was immense, 3 wielders of Conqueror and Amp, Appo's haki aboard one ship, 2 of whom had mastered the advanced technique of Conqueror and Amp, Appo's haki infusion. Furthermore, with Jabba and numerous formidable crew members, they were not a force the beast could reckon with at present. Currently, Kaido was the sole wielder of Conqueror and Amp, Appo's haki among the beasts, and had yet to master the infusion technique. Carl, while technically a wielder, could not even release it independently at this point. The other officers were far from being a match for Roger's crew. In truth, upon learning of Roger's arrival, Kaido had hoped to confront him, buying Shin and the others some time to escape. He recognized that he was not yet a match for Roger and Appo's crew, but he was confident that they could not stop him from departing. Where are Aro? Carl, have you found anything? Kaido inquired. Noticing Carl's presence and understanding his purpose for gathering intelligence, Kaido appeared remarkably composed, as if the arrival of Roger's pirate crew posed no significant threat. After speaking, he took a hearty swig from a flask. Anyone else might panic, but he could not, for he was the captain of the beast pirates. He was Kaido, Boss Kaido. According to the intelligence I and Amp, Appo's gathered, Roger and his crew are merely docked in Wano and will not be here long. Kazuki Oden has also returned. His purpose appears to be escorting his wife back to Wano. Carl relayed the information he had obtained. Worororo. Roger. The last time we met was over a decade ago. I wish to face him in battle, but now is not the time. Reflecting on their last encounter during the Battle of God Valley, Kaido recalled that aside from a select few, the majority of the world remained unaware that it was Roger who, alongside the naval hero Garb, had defeated Rocks. Years had passed, and undoubtedly, Roger and Appo's strength had grown. Yet, Kaido too had become stronger during this time. He yearned to gauge the gap between himself and Roger. After all, he was Kaido of the Beasts. He firmly believed that one day he would reach or even surpass Roger. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that this might be a singular chance to challenge Roger. Once Roger departed Wano, he would issue a directive to stand down from battle preparations. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido gave his orders. Despite the news brought by Carl, he was not yet willing to lower his guard before Roger and Appo's departure. All the officers nodded in agreement, preparing for the impending conflict that loomed on the horizon. In the flower capital, the residence of the general, Kurizumi Orochi, was in a state of utter panic. Just moments ago, news had reached him from the samurai monitoring Oden's retainers in Kuri. Kazuki Oden had returned, accompanied by a woman and 2 children, and a massive pirate ship was docked by the shore. Upon receiving this news, Orochi felt as though he were an ant on a hot skillet, frantically pacing. Oden has returned. What do I do? What do I do? I'm doomed. He knows what I've done. He will surely kill me. Orochi paced anxiously within his chambers, his voice rising in desperation. His fear of Kazuki Oden was deeply ingrained. In his eyes, Oden was far more terrifying than even Kaido. This fear stemmed from his childhood, having been oppressed by the Kazuki clan, which explained his current trepidation upon learning of Oden and Amp, Appo's former retainers and Amp, Appo's return after 20 years. The Kurizumi siblings knelt nearby, their hearts equally tumultuous. Yet, witnessing their brother's incompetence only added to their frustration. Had it not been for the Kurizumi family's dwindling numbers, they would not have placed their faith in Orochi. He was merely the tallest among the short. Orochi, what good is your panic? We have Kaido as our ally. He is one of the most formidable pirates on the seas. Immediately send word to Kaido, instructing him to deal with Kazuki Oden. Upon hearing this, Orochi and Amp, Appo's eyes lit up. In his fear of Odin, he had forgotten about his ally. Yes, yes. Fukurokuju, you must send a message to Kaido at once, urging him to confront Kazuki Odin. Tell him that once Odin is dealt with, we can establish factories throughout Wano. Chapter 17. Implementation of the plan. Kazuki Odin, while acquiring the historical texts, became aware of the events transpiring in Wano country. Nevertheless, he resolutely embarked on his final voyage alongside Roger. Following a visit to Zou to retrieve the history of the Mink tribe, they would officially set sail for the final island. Upon learning that Kazuki Odin had departed with the Roger pirates, the one rejoicing the most, apart from Kaido, was Call. Although Kazuki Odin had left, Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hayori remained. Thus, his nefarious plan could be set into motion, though perhaps it would be more apt to describe it as intriguing. This scheme could not be executed solely by him. Kazuki Odin's retainers, the Akazaya Nine, were still present, and their combined strength was beyond Call's capacity to contend with. Hence, he resorted to cunning, and before proceeding, he needed to seek out a certain individual, one who was pivotal to this opportunity. Call, relying on his memory, located a research facility. Bang! Queen, I need to speak with you. Shortly thereafter, the door to the facility swung open, revealing Queen, who was tall and had begun to show signs of excess weight. Wanahafa, Call, what brings you here? I'm currently at a critical juncture in my research. Queen, upon recognizing Call, dispensed with any airs. He held a favorable view of this young lad and was willing to invest in this future powerhouse. Hey, Queen. I came to inquire if you possess any kind of hypnotic gas, preferably one potent enough to affect even sea kings. Call wasted no time with pleasantries. Diving right into the matter. Queen regarded Call with a peculiar expression. I do have that, but what do you intend to use it for? After scanning the surroundings and confirming their solitude, Call gestured for Queen to lower his head. Leaning in close, Call whispered, Kazuki Odin has returned. And he even brought his wife. We should abduct Kazuki Odin's wife. If the Roger pirates come back, we'll have leverage for negotiation. With each word, Queen's eyes brightened. Of course. Why didn't Indapos, I think of that? They Indapos, pirates, they have their methods. Excellent. I concur with this plan. Wait here. I Indapos. LL fetch the hypnotic gas. Queen and Apos, satisfaction with Call grew. Indeed, fresh minds were often the most ingenious. Before long, the two solidified their plans, both wearing wicked grins. After finalizing these arrangements, Call suddenly realized he had forgotten something. After much contemplation, he could not recall, but feeling elated, he decided to dismiss it and return to rest. Upon entering his chamber, Call suddenly remembered what he had overlooked. Yamato. However, there was no need to search. Yamato was already in his room, arms crossed. Her resentment almost palpable. Several maidservants stood nearby, heads bowed, oblivious to the unfolding drama, merely fulfilling their roles as humble attendants. Call was now sweating profusely. Ahaha, Yamato. When did you arrive? He had intended to train with Yamato, only to have his plans derailed by his encounter with Roger, completely neglecting her. Humph. Yamato turned her head away, ignoring Call. Hey, Yamato, my apologies. Next time, I and Apos. I'll take you to Flower Capital for some delicious treats. Call quickly sought to appease her. Upon hearing the mention of food, Yamato and Apos' eyes sparkled, yet she still refrained from acknowledging Call. Call, recognizing her interest, pressed on. There are so many fun things in Flower Capital, and there and Apos. Also Hayori. It's perpetually blanketed in snow. Under Call and Apos' relentless charm offensive. Even the currently youthful Yamato yielded easily. After soothing Yamato, another night of slumbering with the little Yamato commenced. Soon, the day arrived when Call was to meet with Queen. He specifically reminded Queen to bring a sea stone collar. Call's objective was Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hayori. Should Momonosuke act recklessly and use his devil fruit powers to transport himself to 20 years in the future, it would be a grave miscalculation. As night fell, once Yamato was soundly asleep, Call stealthily extricated himself, unaware that after this night, she would gain a little sister. Call arrived at the designated meeting point with Queen, who had been waiting impatiently. Call, why did you take so long? Call wore a knowing smile. I had no choice. Yamato insisted on sleeping beside me, and I could only come once she was asleep. It was quite the ordeal. Call feigned exasperation. Queen, observing Call and Apos' demeanor, seethed with envy. This boy was brazenly flaunting his closeness with Yamato. It was an open secret among the beast pirates that Call and Yamato were practically inseparable. While Kaido allowed them to roam freely, it was a foregone conclusion that Call and Yamato would end up together, and Queen, feeling the pressure. Vowed to find a partner of his own. No, several partners. Humph. Let us go, we shan't and Oppos, to waste any more time. With that, Queen took the lead. Eager to distance himself from Call and Oppos' smug expression, the two opted not to take a ship. Call transformed into his dragon form, carrying Queen directly to Curry. With Call and Oppos' impressive 30-meter-long frame, accommodating Queen was a trivial matter. As it was the dead of night, no one noticed the ice dragon soaring through the skies. Upon reaching Curry, they descended near the residence of the former daimyo. Kazuki Oden had once been the lord of Curry, living in relative comfort. But having lent all his wealth to Kaido, coupled with Kaido's oppression of Curry, the current state of the daimyo's estate was scarcely better than that of ordinary peasants. The only distinction lay in the larger rooms, yet it was hardly any different from a commoner's abode, perhaps even less so. Given the pressing need to support a multitude of retainers, Kazuki Oden's loyal vassals, the Akazaya Nine, and Kazuki Momonosuke were the sole occupants of the dilapidated estate. Call and Queen stealthily infiltrated the daimyo's residence. "Queen, it's time to release the hypnotic gas," Call whispered. "All right, put this on first. This hypnotic gas is quite potent. Even sea kings would be incapacitated for a day. For ordinary people, it would last at least half a month." Queen boasted proudly about his creation, handing Call a gas mask while donning one himself. Noticing that Call had yet to put on his mask, Queen produced a lengthy canister filled with purple mist. Without hesitation, he opened the lid, and the gas poured out like liquid. It would take some time before the effects became apparent. The loyal retainers of Kazuki Oden were formidable, so they maintained a cautious distance to avoid drawing attention. Chapter 18. Quin's affection for Xiao Nanliang. After waiting for over an hour, Carl finally entered the estate with Quin. Quin had been eager to rush in, but each time Carl had blocked him, necessitating a cautious approach to avoid exposure. Together, they ventured into a room, deliberately making some noise to ascertain whether they were under hypnosis. Upon receiving no response, Carl and Quin grew bolder, feeling as though they were at home within the grand estate. As they entered the bedroom, they discovered a dog and a cat sleeping within. Two fur tribes? Quin was somewhat familiar with them, having previously conducted experiments alongside Vegapunk. They were also vassals of Kazuki Oden, but this time their focus was Oden and Oppos' wife. The two creatures were not their targets, Carl remarked. However, Quin deemed it unnecessary to eliminate the two fur tribes, believing that provoking Kazuki Oden could lead to dire consequences. They decided to bypass them and move on. Navigating through several rooms, they encountered members of the Akazaya Nine. Eventually, they arrived at a modest yet exceptionally tidy room, imbued with a faint fragrance. It was evident that it belonged to a beautiful young girl, immediately igniting Quin and Oppos' lecherous tendencies. Eagerly, he approached the bedroom, with Carl trailing closely behind, only to find Quin standing dumbstruck before the bed. Upon inspection, Carl discovered a charming and Oppos, beauty and Oppos, lying there. Observing Quin and Oppos' infatuated demeanor, Carl and Oppos' expression morphed into one of peculiar amusement, for this and Oppos' beauty and Oppos was none other than one of the Akazaya Nine, Akinu. "Carl, let us disregard the others, aside from Oden's family. We should take her with us," Quin suddenly declared, further confusing Carl. A moment later, he appeared to have conjured an amusing thought. Grinning widely, "Quin, you aren't actually smitten, are you? Planning to abduct her and make her your wife? Don't be ridiculous. I merely feel pity for her living in such squalor." Quin retorted immediately. All right, you're a great guy, Quin." Carl replied with a condescending smirk. "Think what you will, I just feel sorry for her," Quin huffed. Dismissing the banter as he hoisted Akinu and walked away, his back straightened. Fortunately, Akinu was still clad in her attire. Carl's face twitched, struggling to suppress his laughter. If not for Quin and Oppos' presence, he would have burst into laughter. "Quin, this one is yours. I'll take Oden and Oppos' wife," Carl said, forcing his attention elsewhere to stave off his amusement. "Oh, you little rascal. Can it be used?" Quin mischievously eyed Carl's possessions. Carl's forehead bore a line of distress. Being scrutinized by another man was an uncomfortable sensation. "Humph, handing her over to you. I suspect she'll be threatening suicide within 2 days," he remarked dryly. "Go ahead and laugh. You'll find it amusing in a couple of days." Carl thought to himself. "Ah, right, fine. You can have her, but you're still young, so don't entertain any inappropriate thoughts," Quin advised sagely, adopting the demeanor of an experienced individual. Carl, uninterested in further banter, mused silently about Quinn's impending misfortunes. Sensing that Carl no longer wished to argue, Quinn wore a triumphant smile. He hummed a tune while bouncing away with Akinu, clearly in high spirits. Stop dawdling. Let us finish this and head home, Carl thought. Eager to distance himself from the heavy-set Quinn and return to the comforting embrace of Yamato. Soon, they arrived at the final chamber of the estate, which resembled the others, albeit slightly larger without any lavish decor. Kazuki Toki, cradling her two children in slumber, could never have anticipated waking in an entirely foreign place. Carl, I'm feeling generous today. What I said goes. Quinn exclaimed, reminding Carl of a brash nouveau riche, lavishly offering gifts as if they were his to bestow. Any lingering irritation within Carl dissipated upon seeing Akinu in Quinn's arms. All right, Quinn, where are the sea stone handcuffs I asked you to bring? Carl inquired. Recognizing the necessity of restraining Kazuki Toki, for her devil fruit abilities were exceptionally potent, and they could not afford to wait another 20 years if she escaped. Don't worry, I won't forget. Do you really not trust me? Quinn retorted, producing the sea stone handcuffs and affixing them to Kazuki Toki. These cuffs would suppress her devil fruit powers while allowing her some freedom of movement. Not bad. Do you have more? Carl suddenly contemplated an effective training method involving lower purity sea stone, reminiscent of Barrett from the original story. What are you talking about? This is Wano. The circulation of sea stone here is less than 1/10 of what is found in Wano itself. Indeed, Wano was abundant in sea stone. Very well, I'll retrieve 2 sets tomorrow. But for now, let us get to business, Carl declared, lifting the covers. Despite her clothing, Kazuki Toki's graceful figure was unmistakable. With a gentle yet firm motion, Carl lifted Kazuki Toki, leaving only the 2 children on the bed. As he cradled the still sleeping Kazuki Toki, he savored her delicate fragrance. Transitioning to hold Kazuki Toki with one arm, he scooped up the infant in the other, disregarding Momonosuke entirely. Carl, aren't you taking this one? Quinn asked, puzzled. As Momonosuke was clearly Kazuki Oden's son, making him a valuable asset. Quinn, how did you become a scientist without grasping this simple logic? Carl retorted disdainfully. Quinn's curiosity piqued as he contemplated the implications. What is your reasoning? Consider this. If Kazuki Oden returns to find his wife and daughter missing while only his vassals and son remain, how do you think he'll react? Carl posed a question. He would surely fight us. Quinn answered without hesitation. Now, what if he arrives to find both his vassals and son present, but his wife and daughter gone? Carl posed again. I understand. This way, Kazuki Oden will be restrained and hesitant to fight, Quinn acknowledged. Your new brain is quite functional. Perhaps you should join me in the lab as my assistant, Carl suggested, realizing that Quinn possessed both strength and intellect, destined for greatness at sea if he survived. I have no interest in your experiments. Oh, and thanks for the reminder. I nearly forgot. Carl returned to the bedside, observing Momonosuke still fast asleep. He set Hiyori down to free a hand and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Momonosuke's face, visibly swelling his left cheek. Following up with another slap to the right side, Carl wiped his hands as if removing some filth. Now that's more like it. Carl nodded in satisfaction, admiring his handiwork. Carl, why are you hitting a child? Quinn was utterly bewildered by the display. It's nothing. I just felt an inexplicable anger at that brat's face, Carl replied. Quinn scrutinized Kazuki Oden's son, pondering the validity of Carl's sentiment. Indeed. After a prolonged gaze, an unfamiliar ire began to stir within him. Wait, I'll join you. Alas, take it easy. Do not strike too hard. Chapter 19. The tale of Quinn and little Nami in the pitch-black sky. A lone moon hung high, casting a silvery glow that sprinkled the night with shimmering light. Suddenly, an ice dragon swooped past, its massive form reflecting the moonlight as if it were a multitude of mirrors, illuminating the entire expanse of the sky. Before long, Carl returned to Ghost Island with Quinn. Come on, Quinn, be mindful tonight. You wouldn't want to find yourself unable to get out of bed tomorrow, Carl said, cradling Kazuki Hiyori in one arm while carrying Yamato in the other, leaving without glancing back. Humph, that little brat underestimates me, Quinn. If anyone is going to be unable to get out of bed, it will surely be her. But sleeping is rather dull. I shall wait until she awakens. Wahahaha. Quinn laughed heartily, confident that a mere 2 or 3 days were nothing to him. A person who does not resist is akin to a puppet. And that is far too uninteresting. Quinn relished defiance. The more one resisted, the more he enjoyed it. Carl, who had not strayed far, could hardly contain his laughter at Quinn's monologue, his mouth stretching from ear to ear, his body convulsing with mirth. He stifled the urge to make a sound. Quickening his pace, He needed to escape to a secluded corner to release his pin-up laughter. Unaware of Carl's unusual behavior, Quinn merrily bounced towards his room, carrying Akiyuki. Finally, in a deserted corner, Carl let out a roaring laugh, the tension of restraint finally lifting. Ha! Oh my goodness, that cracked me up. If Quinn truly did go through with that, it would be quite the spectacle. Carl laughed until his sides ached. Once he had laughed enough, Carl carried Kazuki Hiyori and her mother back to his room. Upon returning, he commanded a maid stationed at the door, find a room to settle her, and bind her hands and feet. Handing Kazuki Hiyori over to the maid, he kept Hiyori for himself, a vital bargaining chip in his negotiations with Kazuki. Yes, my lord. The maid replied timidly, accepting Kazuki Hiyori. Though she did not understand why her lord gave such orders, she was merely a humble servant and would follow his instructions. After issuing his commands, Carl felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, rubbing his eyes. The delightful and soft little Hiyori is coming with me. The next morning, Carl, we had a baby. Carl, who had been busy throughout the night, was still asleep when Yamato awoke. A baby? Yamato had a baby? Startled awake, Carl could hardly believe his ears. Had he and Yamato truly had a child? As he opened his eyes, he saw Yamato joyfully holding Hiyori, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon realizing this, Carl let out a long sigh of relief. You scared me half to death. We're both still children. Where would a baby come from? Thinking it over, he concluded it was typical of Yamato to say such things, and he had only frightened himself. Yamato? That is someone else and Appo's child, not ours. Is that so? But when I woke up, she was right here on our bed. Yamato blinked her large, innocent eyes in confusion. That's because I brought her back last night, Carl said, face palming in exasperation. You went out last night? Why didn't you take me with you? In mere moments, Yamato's attention shifted from Hiyori to Carl's late-night escapade. Carl hoisted Yamato up, and at around 5 meters tall, she appeared more akin to a child in his presence. Carl playfully squished Yamato's cheeks. You were sleeping like a dead pig. How could I wake you? Yamato's face suffered under Carl's relentless teasing. She struggled in vain, for in her current state, she had no chance to retaliate against Carl's playful onslaught. After thoroughly teasing Yamato, Carl felt invigorated and decided to head to Quinn to procure the sea prism stone handcuffs. As for Hiyori, she had inhaled the sleeping gas last night and remained in a deep slumber. Initially, Carl had worried that such a small infant could be harmed, but according to Quinn, the gas only induced sleep, and as long as she was periodically fed, she would instinctively drink, alleviating his concerns. Quinn, who was known for his research prowess, had assured Carl that Hiyori would awaken in 3 to 4 days. Kazuki would likely wake after 2 days, and a brief period without food would not pose a significant issue. Upon reaching Quinn's laboratory, Carl knocked on the door and called out, Quinn, I'm here for the sea prism stone. Inside, a cacophony of clinking noises ensued before the door swung open. Quinn stood at the threshold, holding 2 pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs, already prepared. I had it ready for you. Don't forget me next time. Quinn grinned slyly as he handed the handcuffs to Carl. How was last night? Carl accepted the handcuffs, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Why would you ask about that little brat? But let me tell you, the woman is indeed beautiful, though Quinn gestured with his hands, mimicking a lack of attributes. After returning, Quinn had refrained from any mischief, waiting for Akiyuki to awaken. Yet, he couldn't do nothing, so he took matters into his own hands. However, when he touched Akiyuki's chest, he was taken aback to find nothing there, completely flat. This disappointed Quinn, but then he thought, I can always modify her. With a bit of alteration, he could make her whatever size he desired. Thus, Quinn had done nothing last night, planning to test the original form before proceeding with modifications. Listening to Quinn's recounting and seeing his gestures, Carl struggled to contain his laughter, nearly bursting out loud. He realized if he stayed any longer, he would surely give himself away, so he hastily took his leave. Before departing, he uttered a cryptic remark that left Quinn perplexed. Finding the little Nami of this world is no easy feat. Make sure to cherish it. With that, Carl dashed away, leaving Quinn bewildered. What little Nami? What is Nami? Unable to fathom it, Quinn decided to set aside the thought and continue his journey of transformation. On his way, Carl could no longer restrain his laughter. Haha, Quinn. You rascal. This is too much fun. As long as Quinn doesn't regret it later, but what if he actually falls for little Nami? That's not impossible. Once he composed himself, Carl arrived at the familiar training grounds. Yamato had already begun her training, striving to reach her goal of setting sail with Kaido for adventures. Carl approached, prepared to touch the sea prism stone handcuffs, ready to render his devil fruit abilities inert. However, just as his fingers brushed against the sea prism stone, his pupils dilated as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 20. Fearless of the Sea and Sea Prism Stone. The devil fruits are born from human desires. When a person and Apos' wish becomes overwhelmingly intense, a new devil fruit materializes. For instance, if an individual yearns to wield the power of lightning, the thunder fruit will manifest. Similarly, if someone wishes to transform into the mythical azure dragon, the mythical Zoan azure dragon fruit will come into existence. However, such powers defy the natural laws, drawing the disdain of Mother Sea, thus incurring a curse. This results in those who consume devil fruits harboring a profound fear of the sea. The Sea Prism Stone, being a crystallization of the ocean, possesses the same properties as the sea, which explains why those with abilities also fear it. Carl was astonished as he gripped the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. He felt no sense of constraint. The icy power within him remained unimpeded. There were two possibilities. Either the Sea Prism Stone was a counterfeit, or he was inherently immune to it. The first scenario seemed implausible. Quinn would never provide him with a false Sea Prism Stone, leaving only the latter possibility. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and Carl dashed toward the shoreline. Yamato, I have matters to attend to. I'll be back shortly. If the Sea Prism Stone had no effect on him, could the sea itself also be harmless? With that thought, Carl quickened his pace. He raced to the seaside, gazing at the vast, azure expanse of water, occasionally caressed by a salty breeze. His heart raced with exhilaration as he cautiously approached the waves. 1 step, 2 steps, he drew closer to the water. The sea lapped at his ankles. Yet he felt no discomfort. As the water reached his knees, he remained unfazed. Gradually, he grew bolder and plunged into the ocean, swimming with abandon. It became clear that he was indeed unaffected by the sea or the Sea Prism Stone. After the initial excitement subsided, Carl contemplated the implications of his immunity to the ocean and the Sea Prism Stone. First, it was imperative that this secret remain undisclosed for as long as possible, especially from the Navy and the world government. Such an eventuality would inevitably lead to conflicts with the two major powers during his future maritime endeavors. Encountering the foolish celestial dragons of the world government would be a gamble. If provoked, Carl and Apos' temper would surely lead to dire consequences. Should his immunity to the sea be discovered before he matured, his life would be anything but peaceful. Should conflict arise, he could always dive into the water, taunting, "Come at me," or "If you dare, come down here." If they dared to follow, he would plunge into the depths, confident that no human could outswim a dragon underwater. Once his strength was formidable, any challengers would merely become fodder for experience. With his spirits lifted, Carl returned to train alongside Yamato. The corners of his mouth betrayed his elation. After such rigorous training and enduring countless blows, he finally sensed a burgeoning power within him, an essence not derived from any fruit, but from the core of his being. In high spirits, Carl arrived at their training ground, where Yamato lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat from their arduous exercises. It was undeniable that Yamato possessed remarkable physical resilience. What child could withstand such intense training? "Carl, you're back," Yamato gasped, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, strands of white hair clinging damply to his brow. "Indeed, I have returned." 2 nights later, in the estate of Korizumi, the formidable Ashura Doji stirred from a deep slumber. Feeling as though he had been asleep for an eternity, stretching lazily, he rose, rubbing his stomach, which growled in hunger. Upon gazing out the window, he was taken aback. It was nighttime, prompting a frown as he sensed that something was amiss. Oh no, the lady and the young master. Ashura Doji suddenly realized that considerable time had passed. If he had fallen victim, others surely had as well. He sprang into action, donning only his blade as he rushed toward the quarters of Kazuki Odin and Momonosuke. Activating his observation haki, he confirmed his suspicions. His comrades were still asleep. Bursting into Odin's room without regard for decorum, he was met with a scene that filled him with dread. The room was empty. The lady, the young master, and the miss were all gone, leaving only their light coverings behind. After the initial shock subsided, fury took its place. How dare anyone abduct the lady, the young master, and the miss right beneath their noses? This was not merely a slight against them. It was a profound insult to the Korizumi name and a direct affront to those who served them. Ashura Doji's anger surged, radiating an aura of murderous intent that roused his sleeping companions. Shortly thereafter, Kinemon, clad in his night attire, hurried in. "Ashura Doji, what has transpired?" Kinemon was bewildered by Ashuradoji's fury, particularly in front of the Lady's chamber. Without uttering a word, Ashuradoji gestured toward the scene within. Kinemon's expression shifted from fear to rage upon realizing the gravity of the situation. "Where are the lady and the young master?" he exclaimed. Unable to fathom how anyone could dare to seize them so brazenly, disregarding the Korizumi family entirely. Soon, the rest of the 9 red scabbards arrived, excluding Kikunajo. "What has happened, Kinemon?" Denjiro voiced the collective concern, knowing that Kinemon, as the leader, would guide them. "The lady and the young master have vanished." Kinemon's face darkened as he delivered the grim news. "What?" echoed 6 voices in disbelief. Shocked that anyone would dare to openly abduct the lady and the young master from their estate. "Wait, the lady and the young master are missing. What on earth is happening?" The group erupted into a chaotic murmur, with Kanjuro and Reizo particularly distressed, having witnessed the union of Odin and the lady, as well as Momonosuke's birth. They had only just arrived in Wano, and now they were being told that the lady, the young master, and the miss had all disappeared. Odin had entrusted them with the lady's safety upon disembarking. "Enough. This is not the time for idle chatter. Our priority is to locate the lady and the others." Ashuradoji's thunderous voice silenced them. "Where is Kikunajo? Why has T arrived?" Kinemon finally noticed the absence of one among them. "Wait, where is Kikunajo? I just passed by his room and didn't see him," someone remarked. A heavy silence fell over the group as a troubling realization dawned upon them. "Let us check." Ultimately, it was Kinemon, the de facto leader of the 9 red scabbards, who took the initiative. With grave hearts, they opened Kikunajo's door, discovering that while his belongings remained, he was nowhere to be found, not even his sword. Seeing this, Kinemon let out a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps their fears were unfounded. But if Kikunajo was missing as well, they could hardly bear to contemplate the implications if such a calamity had indeed occurred. They would bear the weight of unimaginable guilt. Chapter 21. The awakening of Kazuki Toki. The first person that Kinemon and the others could think of was Orochi. Over the past 2 years, Orochi's overt and covert oppression of the people of Wano had been evident to all. However, he was the shogun, the supreme ruler of Wano. This time, though, Orochi had crossed their bottom line. If he did not surrender the lady and her companions, they would risk the scorn of the masses and kill him. It is known that disrespecting the shogun in Wano is a grave sin, let alone taking his life. Even a tyrant like Orochi was still a shogun, having inherited his position through ostensibly legitimate means. To prepare for any eventuality, Kin and Amp, Appos, even sent Ashuradoji, Kawamatsu, and Inu Arashur to search towards the flower capital. They were an unstoppable force, with no one in Wano capable of defeating their combined might. Meanwhile, Reizo, Kanjuro, and Denjiro meticulously combed through any remaining clues. Kinemon anxiously sought out Kazuki Toki and her party, while Carl, though unaware of the circumstances, had his suspicions after a few days, not knowing that someone had kidnapped Momonosuke. Had Carl known, he might have praised himself for his keen insight. If Kin and Appos, Eamon and the others were to find Momonosuke alone, claiming he was the sole captive, who would believe them? Back to Carl and Appos' side, Kazuki Toki awoke early in the morning, having been ill, bound for 2 to 3 days, and wearing sea prism stone handcuffs. She had gone without food or water for the same duration, leaving her in a state of utter weakness. Her complexion was pale, her lips colorless, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Were it not for her faint breathing, one might mistake her for a corpse. The maid assigned by Carl checked on Toki daily, and Carl had instructed her to notify him the moment she regained consciousness. Upon receiving the news, Carl promptly arrived, without a hint of pretense. As he entered the room, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Bound to the bed, Kazuki Toki looked at the young man who entered, his youthful features betraying his age. Feeling the frigid air, she trembled involuntarily. "Awake?" Carl and Appos' voice was as cold as ancient ice, making Toki feel the temperature drop even further. "Who are you?" Toki and Appos' voice was weak and hoarse. Without Carl and Appos' extraordinary hearing, his ears might have missed her words. Carl waved his hand, and a maid entered with a bowl of kanji. "Release her," he commanded, simultaneously retracting the chilling aura. "Yes," the maid replied, moving to untie Toki. However, the sea prism stone remained on her wrists. As the temperature gradually warmed and the bindings were loosened, Toki felt a modicum of comfort. Yet she remained exceedingly frail, so weak that even a child could overpower her. The maid propped Toki against the headboard and offered her the bowl of kanji. She did not refuse. Her body's weakness forbade her from doing so, and she was still unaware of her child's fate. Carl, arms crossed and legs crossed, sat in a chair, observing her with an impassive expression. He held a certain interest in this woman who had traversed from 800 years ago solely to bear 2 children for Kazuki Oden. To be honest, Carl was somewhat perplexed by Toki and Appo's role in this narrative, especially considering her time-traveling aspect. What was her purpose? Was it merely to give birth to 2 children for Kazuki Oden? Silently waiting for the maid to finish feeding Toki, he noted that after consuming a bowl of kanji, she appeared significantly better than her previous near-death state, gaining enough strength to inquire. Who are you? Where is this place? What has happened to my children? Having regained some strength, Toki urgently sought answers to her pressing questions. Carl waved his hand again, and the maid discreetly exited the room. Closing the door behind her, some information was best kept limited. You seem to have many questions, Toki. No, you should be called Kazuki Toki. As he uttered her original name, a sliver of amusement flickered across Carl's otherwise icy visage. Initially, Toki was not particularly anxious, but upon hearing the name Kazuki Toki, she became flustered. Who are you? Since marrying Oden, she had adopted the name Kazuki Toki. Very few, aside from Whitebeard and Appo's crew, knew her original name. And even those in Roger's crew were scarce. Yet here, this youthful boy had pronounced it effortlessly. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is who you are. From 800 years ago, Kazuki Toki. With each word he spoke, Toki's heart quaked, and by the time he finished the last syllable, she could no longer contain herself. How did he know? Why did he know? Toki's mind was racing, overwhelmed by the cascade of revelations. She felt as though her brain might implode. You. How do you know this? Under normal circumstances, she would have defended herself if exposed, but her current frail condition dulled her wits. Bring her here, Carl commanded. And shortly after, a maid entered, cradling a sleeping infant. Upon seeing the baby, Toki's excitement surged, and she attempted to rise to embrace her child. Yasu, give me back my child. Ignoring Toki and Appo's emotional outburst, Carl took the child, gently stroking the infant and Appo's face as if petting a small animal. Though Toki was no ordinary woman, she soon regained her composure, striving to appear calm, though her gaze remained fixated on the child in Carl and Appo's arms. What do you want in exchange for our freedom? And what of my other child? It was clear that Carl had taken her and her child for a specific purpose. She only saw Yasu. And the fate of Momonosuke remained a mystery. Carl chuckled lightly. I and Appo's. Only taken you too. As for the other, Ikuden and Appo's. Care less. However, it has been 3 days. I cannot say what has become of your other child. Toki clearly doubted Carl and Appo's words, having captured both mother and daughter. The abduction of a son, particularly one belonging to Kazuki Oden, would undoubtedly hold greater significance. Yet, the truth remained, and Carl had no intention of elaborating. You have 2 choices. First, you may leave and return to Curry with your other child. No one will stop you, but this child will remain here. Second, you can stay here and sever all ties with the Kazuki clan. Carl presented Toki with both options, leaving her fate in her own hands. Why should I trust you? Toki glared at Carl, her eyes filled with fury. If looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. You have no choice but to trust me. As he rose, an aura of cold radiated from him, plunging the room and Appo's temperature to sub-zero. Toki, already ill and feverish, trembled uncontrollably in the frigid air. Carl grew weary of idle chatter. The choices were laid out before her, and it was now up to her to decide. He held Yasu in his arms and left, leaving Toki in a state of despair. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her perish. Chapter 22. The teaching of the top teacher Kazuki Toki and Appo's choices did not significantly affect her intriguing plan. Her primary role was to facilitate Momonosuke and Appo's journey to the future, with her decisions merely altering a few details. However, her choices bore immense consequences for herself. Had she chosen to return to Curry to accompany Momonosuke, her demise would have been inevitable. Conversely, should she opt to remain here, her life would be spared. As for Kazuki Hiyori, she was still an infant, incapable of speech, and under the personal tutelage of Carl. The Hiyori portrayed in the original narrative would never return. After Carl and Appo's departure, the temperature in the room gradually returned to its original state. Yet, Kazuki Toki felt no warmth at all. She curled up on the bed, clutching her legs tightly, as if this posture could provide her with a shred of security. It was only when she was alone that she dared to shed tears. not wanting her vulnerable side to be exposed to others. Why had everything changed upon waking from slumber? How she wished it were all just a dream. Yet, the reality around her confirmed its authenticity. Yamato, where are you? At that moment, Kazuki Toki thought of Kazuki Yamato, longing for his presence to rescue her and Hiyori from this confinement. However, she understood deep down that it was merely a fantasy. Yamato had only just departed a few days prior, and it was impossible for him to appear now. Suddenly, she recalled the two choices Carl had presented her. It was clearly a dilemma, requiring her to choose between the two children, each precious as the flesh of her own hands. Moreover, she was uncertain if Momonosuke was truly safe. Under the weight of near desperation, Kazuki Toki could no longer hold back her tears. If her children were safe, she would unhesitatingly end her own life to prevent herself from becoming leverage against Yamato. But now, with their fates unknown, she could not afford to perish. Perhaps I could initially acquiesce to his demands, Toki contemplated. She could agree to let him stay, while awaiting Yamato's return to rescue them. With no other option available, she chose to trust Carl's assertion that Momonosuke remained in Kuri. This would ensure Momonosuke's safety while she stayed behind to protect Hiyori from any potential harm. In the Kuri daimyo and Appo's estate, Kin and Appo's, Iman and his companions scoured the entire premises, finally uncovering some clues. As a ninja, Reizo immediately recognized that this was the handiwork of another ninja, and it had occurred not long ago. Aside from Orochi, the entire Wano country bore animosity towards them, and no other ninjas were involved. Upon confirming the identity of the assailant, Kin and Appo's, Iman and the others could no longer contain their fury. Grabbing their weapons, Kin and Appo's, Iman led the remaining red scabbards, prepared to confront Orochi. For the lady, the young master, and the miss, let us vanquish Orochi. Kin and Appo's, Iman raised his arm in rallying cry, and the others responded in unison. Among them, Kanjuro and Amp. Appo's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, yet he still feigned anger towards Orochi. The group exited the daimyo's estate with a palpable sense of determination, as if they were prepared to fight to the death. Just then, the returning Ashura Doji and his companions arrived. However, that was not the most significant aspect. Ashura Doji was cradling a figure, specifically a child. Young master. Kineman's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Momonosuke's swollen face, resembling that of a pig. The previously aggressive red scabbards were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. While the young master had returned, the lady and miss were still missing. They were at a loss as to whether to continue their pursuit of Orochi or await the young master and Appo's awakening. Kin and Appo's, Iman, what should we do? Finally, Kanjuro posed the crucial question. The rest of the red scabbards turned their gazes towards Kin and Appo's, Iman, seeking his decision. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Kin and Appo's, Iman was overwhelmed. If the lady and young master had indeed been captured by Orochi, he would not hesitate to declare war on him. Now, with the young master found yet no news of the lady and miss, he considered Momonosuke, the legitimate heir, to be of greater significance than Kazuki Toki and Hiyori. This did not imply a lack of respect for Toki. On the contrary, he held her in high regard. Yet, relative to Momonosuke, Yamato's designated successor, her priority was somewhat diminished. Let us return. We shall discuss matters once the young master awakens. Kin and Appo's, Iman gritted his teeth and made his decision. Kin and Appo's, Iman. What about the lady? Enough. When Lord Yamato returns, I shall atone for my actions. Kin and Appo's, Iman bellowed as he cradled Momonosuke, retreating back to the daimyo and Appo's estate, leaving his companions with a resolute silhouette. The sight left all the red scabbards feeling deeply frustrated. If only Lord Yamato were here, things would not have unfolded in this manner. Carl remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in Kuri. Even if he were informed, he would undoubtedly applaud and commend Orochi for his actions. He had never considered placing blame on anyone. Instead, someone had stepped forward to take the fall, inciting resentment. A truly noble person indeed. Carl's situation was far from favorable. Who could have anticipated that Kaido would suddenly decide to personally teach him a lesson? In essence, it was merely a case of him itching to unleash some punishment, with the educational aspect being secondary. Worororo. Little Carl, let me see how much you have progressed. Kaido grinned menacingly, brandishing his kanabo as he faced Carl. Aware that confronting Kaido only resulted in punishment, Carl realized there was no point in being timid at this stage, lest he be looked down upon. Kaido, do not underestimate me, Carl exclaimed, lunging forward like a swift blade. propelled by a powerful kick against the ground. Against an opponent like Kaido, any schemes or tricks would yield little effect. Thus, a direct assault was preferable. Kaido would not strike with full force, at most delivering a few painful blows. As Karl reached Kaido, he swung his long blade, imbued with a chilling aura, towards him. Kaido effortlessly deflected the strike with a casual sweep of his kanabo. Worororo. Not bad in terms of strength, but you were still far from sufficient. Kaido exerted force, knocking Karl's blade aside before swinging his kanabo towards Karl's face. Should this blow land, it would likely leave Karl bruised and battered. Rather than retreating, Karl advanced, encasing his long blade in a layer of ice crystals. When their weapons collided, a resonating hum echoed through the air. Karl gritted his teeth in determination, while Kaido wore a smile of amusement, exuding an air of ease. Worororo. Little Karl. Quite impressive. Now, let me show you this technique. Kaido swiftly retracted his kanabo, spinning in midair as arcs of lightning inexplicably coiled around his weapon. Thunder Bagua. Chapter 23. Comprehending Haki as Kaido and Appo's massive club drew ever closer to Karl. Every fiber of his being screamed in alarm. A direct hit would be excruciating. Yet, in this moment of imminent peril, Karl's mind inexplicably found tranquility, as if the entire world had fallen silent. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, sensing that even without sight, he could perceive the trajectory of the impending strike. Just as Kaido and Appo's spiked club was mere inches away, Karl executed a hair-raising sidestep, narrowly evading the blow. The gust from the swing ruffling his icy blue hair. Haki of observation activated. Kaido, slightly taken aback by Karl's evasion, let out a hearty laugh. Worororo. Indeed. But not quite enough. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Karl, a warning that something was amiss. With a powerful swing, Kaido reversed the momentum of his club, accelerating its speed as it hurtled towards Karl once more. Frustration bubbled within Karl. Was it truly necessary for him to be struck? Despite his heightened vigilance and a premonition of the incoming assault, his body reacted too slowly. He braced himself, absorbing the impact of the club with his flesh. Though Karl and Appo's newly awakened observation Haki allowed him to sense Kaido and Appo's attack, his physical form failed to respond adequately. The force of the blow sent him soaring like a comet, blood erupting from his mouth, until he collided with a boulder, coming to a halt only after traveling several hundred meters. Sliding down the rock, Karl struggled to rise, his sword propping him up as he coughed up more blood, his appearance grim and battered. Worororo. Is this all you can do, little brat? I expected more progress from you, Kaido taunted, approaching with a mocking tone. Karl and Appo's desire to silence Kaido and Appo's incessant jibes grew ever stronger. With a fierce glare, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his fury palpable. Worororo. Yes, that's the fire I wanted to see in your eyes. Kaido's enthusiasm surged, reveling in the thrill of tormenting the young warrior. Karl suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous intuition creeping in. Meanwhile, Yamato sneezed unexpectedly, dismissing it as she rubbed her nose and resumed her tasks. Kaido struck first, swinging his club down towards Karl's head. Reacting swiftly, Karl raised his sword to block. Gritting his teeth, he held firm, but Kaido, relishing the encounter, swung again, sending Karl flying. In midair, Karl adjusted his posture, landing with his sword embedded in the ground. Sliding to a stop, with a powerful push from the earth, he charged at Kaido, their weapons clashing in a cacophony of sound. Though he managed to defend against Kaido and Appo's blows, the spikes of the club left numerous cuts upon his body. While they were not debilitating, the sensation of his skin being torn was far from pleasant. In this tumultuous state, Karl sensed a latent power awakening within him. It was a force born of his essence, emerging after reaching a certain threshold through sheer will and technique. With Kaido overwhelming him, Karl's pin-up fury erupted. Ha! He roared, deflecting Kaido and Appo's incoming strike. In a moment of surprise, Kaido watched as Karl and Appo's blade was enveloped in a dark aura, a hum resonating from it. Then, with a powerful leap, Karl unleashed a flurry of ice crystals, which sprouted like mushrooms after a rainstorm, aimed at Kaido's abdomen. Frost. Ice explosion. The blade sliced through Kaido's midsection, causing ice crystals to sprout forth and explode like a bomb. Upon landing, Karl gasped for breath, the exertion nearly depleting 2/3 of his stamina. Kaido, momentarily stunned, bellowed as if he had sustained a grievous wound. Karl, astonished, found himself wide-eyed. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. If he could breach Kaido's defenses, he would truly be a force to reckon with on the seas. Yet, after his outburst, Kaido turned, still wearing that dismissive smile. Ice crystals lingered at the site of impact, but with a casual swipe, he brushed them away, leaving only a faint white mark. Wororaro. Little Carl. You seem unfazed. Carl rolled his eyes, exclaiming, how dull. Wororaro. You're impressive, young one. I acknowledge you. Kaido, far from angered by Carl's retort, appeared genuinely amused. The fact that Carl had awakened all 3 types of haki at such a young age was extraordinary, surpassing even that old hag, Charlotte Linlin, who squandered her talent on motherhood. As memories washed over him, Kaido's demeanor softened, and he sank down, taking a swig from his flask before turning to Carl. Let us converse, young one. Carl, bewildered by the sudden shift in Kaido's attitude, complied and sat beside him. At just 5 meters tall, Carl appeared diminutive next to the imposing figure of Kaido. In the ensuing silence, Kaido broke the stillness. What is your dream, little Carl? A dream? I wish to become the strongest in the world, feared by all. And perhaps, to find a few wives along the way, Carl replied earnestly after a moment of contemplation. To grow stronger, to seize control of his fate in this perilous world. This was his sole ambition. The mention of wives was not a secretive aspiration. It was merely an honest admission. Kaido erupted in hearty laughter, taken aback by the humor in Carl's dreams. Worororo. Is my daughter not enough for you? You little rascal? Hey, Kaido, what are you laughing at? I and Appos am contributing to the revival of the Oni clan. Chapter 24. Kaido and Appos. Past regarding Carl and Appos. Notion, Kaido found no fault. As long as one possesses formidable strength, one may claim any woman in the world without fear of reproach. Kaido merely thought it amusing that a mere boy, still in his youth, would entertain thoughts of having multiple wives. After a hearty laugh, Kaido's tone shifted, and with a hint of nostalgia, he said, Hey, Carl. Do you wish to know my dream? He took a hearty swig of alcohol, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, yet his face retained that elusive, arrogant grin. Carl was already aware of Kaido's dream, but in this moment, he could not divulge how he knew. Do tell. I find the captain's dreams rather intriguing, Carl replied, reclining back onto the ground, treating it as a story session while recuperating his energy. Kaido bore no discontent with Carl and Appos' casual demeanor. He began to recount. When I was your age, I was already on the battlefield. At the age of 10, I was the strongest warrior in my nation. I thought my life would pass in such a manner. At this, Kaido erupted into laughter. Carl internally scoffed, thinking Kaido was merely boasting. Kaido continued, Back then, my only desire was to serve my country. I did not comprehend why I should appease the nobles or pay heavenly gold to the celestial dragons. From that moment, I aspired to change this world. When I was 15, that despicable king attempted to sell me to the Navy in exchange for a seat in the world government. As he spoke, a rare expression of anger filled Kaido and Appos' face. After serving his country for so long, such a fate was utterly infuriating. Worororo. Kaido sneered. But that vile king has met his end at my hands. He then escaped from the Navy and became a pirate. By that time, he had already gained some renown in the New World. Wororaro. After a brief pause, Kaido continued, At that time, the overlord of the New World, Rox, took notice of me, and that white-bearded fellow invited me aboard his ship. For my dream, to possess the power to change the world, I accepted. Once aboard, Rox led us through numerous wars, and I grew stronger with each battle until a great war years ago claimed Rox's life, leading to the downfall of the Rox pirates. The once mighty Rox pirates crumbled, revealing the true strength of the world government. Kaido reminisced about that legendary battle, marveling at the power of the world government, which was beyond the capacity of any pirate crew to contend with. Even in the face of such might, he felt no fear. He still yearned to change the world, to bring commoners, nobles, and celestial dragons to the same starting line. Thus, at the age of 31, he founded the Beast Pirates, believing it would serve as the foundation for realizing his dream. However, since arriving in Wano, he felt inexplicably different, as if he had lost some of his earlier purity. At the end of his tale, Kaido gazed at his palm, a tone of bewilderment saturating his voice. Throughout, Carl remained silent, as if he were merely an audience to Kaido's narrative, in both his previous life and this one. It was the first time Carl had witnessed such a perplexed expression on Kaido's face. In Carl's memory, Kaido was a brash, domineering, and confident figure. He had never imagined that Kaido could experience such confusion. Yet, this vulnerability made Kaido all the more captivating. Truthfully, At that moment of Kaido and Appo's uncertainty, Carl nearly exclaimed, "Kaido, allow me to help you realize your dream." However, the thought seemed too absurd, and he knew that uttering such a statement would likely invite Kaido and Appo's ridicule. "I must be muddled to share so much with a mere child like you," Kaido chuckled self-deprecatingly, rising to restore his usual arrogant demeanor. At that moment, Carl burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Kaido, I never expected you to possess such a sentimental side. How could someone unable to confront their own heart ever become a true strength? Even I, a mere child, understand this truth. When I surpass you, the captain of the Beast's pirates, you may entrust that position to me." Kaido, momentarily taken aback, suddenly roared with laughter. "Worororo, a mere child like you speaks such words. I underestimated you. You are still far from challenging me. I await the day you defeat me." With that, Kaido transformed into a azure dragon and soared away. Watching the distant azure dragon, Carl sighed, surprised that Kaido felt such uncertainty about his future so early on. He recalled how Kaido once questioned the purpose of fighting and killing. Yet in a world where not killing would lead to being killed, Kaido had grown up in such an environment. The Kaido who once vowed to change the world and elevate the commoners and nobles to an equal footing would, 20 years later, transform into a figure feared by all, a monstrous dragon. The slayer of dragons had become the dragon itself. Carl brushed off the dust from his clothes, sheathing his sword as he prepared to depart, seeking a location to further explore his recently awakened observation and armament hockey. Should Kaido come to terms with his heart and reaffirm his convictions, he might surpass even the original narrative and Appo's strength. In the original tale, Kaido was already unmatched in one-on-one combat, wielding a top-tier devil fruit, unparalleled hockey, and formidable defenses and attacks, truly a hexagonal warrior. The only shortcoming was that his devil fruit had never awakened, though it was already in a semi-awakened state. Whether Kaido could confront his inner self and advance further remained uncertain to Carl. He only knew that if Kaido continued on his original path, the Beast's pirates would gladly welcome him. Beneath the dim yellow light lay intricate instruments, their value immediately apparent to any observer. A slightly plump man with braided hair and glasses was engrossed in his work. Success. After spending an entire day in the lab, Quinn finally concluded his research. Recently, Jin's rapid power growth had placed considerable pressure on him. Strength was inconsequential. Enduring Jin's derisive taunts would be unbearable. Finally done. This has exhausted me. Quinn wiped the sweat from his forehead, then recalled the beautiful girl waiting for him, his fatigue vanishing in an instant. According to the timeline, she should awaken today. I shall grant myself a day off tomorrow. Yes, that's settled. Humming a tune, Quinn tidied up his workspace, bouncing with excitement as he exited the lab. His spirits were high. Mwahaha, my little beauty, here I come. Chapter 25, a nighttime tale of Quinn and Shaun. And as Quinn bounced back into the room, he noticed the young girl on the bed struggling incessantly. Mwahaha, you are awake. It seems we will have a delightful game tonight. Quinn wore a lecherous grin, resembling a nefarious uncle tempting a young girl. Upon awakening, Aju found himself in a state of panic, for he was no longer in the residence of the esteemed Jioli. His hands and feet bound by iron chains. Lying on an unfamiliar bed, disheveled and with an odd taste lingering in his mouth, his fear intensified. Despite his desperate attempts, he could not break free from the chains, as his current strength was insufficient to tear them apart. At that moment, the door swung open, and a portly man with a lascivious expression entered, muttering strange phrases. Who are you? Why am I here? Aju tried to appear menacing. Yet he was merely a newly matured and Appo's who had never encountered such a situation. His predicament was perilous, with his hands and feet restrained. He was utterly powerless against the whims of the grotesque man. Little did he know, his fierce expression only excited Quinn further. Mwahaha, my dear. Tonight you will serve me well. Quinn cackled as he approached the window, beginning to undress. Realizing the intent of this repulsive man, Aju's fear escalated. In a frantic voice, he protested, you can and Appo's, do this. I am. But before he could finish, Quinn swiftly covered his mouth, stifling his words. Mwahaha, after tonight, you will be grateful to me. Quinn grasped the iron chains binding Aju and, with a forceful grip, broke them, though remnants still restrained his hands and feet. With the chains loosened, Aju contemplated a desperate struggle, but Quinn's strong arm encircled him, a hand creeping beneath his garments. Aju trembled in despair, feeling the overwhelming power of Quinn. Faced with the prospect of death, he would embrace it without hesitation. But the thought of being ravaged by another man was far more unbearable. After all, he was a man. Though he occasionally enjoyed dressing as a girl, he was undeniably male. Aju fought valiantly, but it was futile. With every struggle, Quin's grin widened. As Quin's hand inched downward, Aju's mind was torn. If Quin touched him, he would know his true nature, yet the thought of being violated by another man was excruciatingly disturbing. In the midst of Aju and Apos' turmoil, the candles in the room inexplicably extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. Mwahaha, this creates an even more atmospheric setting, Quin mused, relishing the enveloping blackness. With a low utterance, he initiated the encounter, and Aju felt his strength drain away, tears of despair streaming down his cheeks. This night was destined to be sleepless. Meanwhile, Carl awoke as usual, cradling Yamato, while Hiyori, still an infant, spent her days eating and sleeping, occasionally babbling and giggling. Though infants are undeniably adorable, Carl found himself unable to manage Hiyori, opting to pass her to a maid, planning to deal with her when she was older and could walk and talk. He recalled when he first met Yamato. She would cry when hungry and sleep when tired, her physique perfectly inheriting Kaido's resilience. Carl pondered why such a formidable figure as Kazuki Oden would produce these two seemingly inept children. Though he deemed Momonosuke irrelevant, his fate was sealed. He found Hiyori. Oden and Apos, own flesh and blood, lacking in all but intellect. It was possible she was unaware of her latent potential, gradually exhausting it through her life as a courtesan. However, things were different now. He was eager to discover whether Hiyori possessed any talent. Suddenly, Carl recalled an amusing thought. If Kazuki Toki had awakened, what about Quin? He wondered if Quin had consummated anything. Without hesitation, he removed Yamato from his grasp and swiftly dressed, setting off to find Quin. Upon reaching Quin and Apos' laboratory, he knocked on the door, but received no response. Strange, Quin is usually here at this hour, he mused, continuing his search with an Onigashima. At last, fortune smiled upon him. He discovered Quin perched alone on a cliff by the sea. Quin appeared solitary and desolate, looking thinner than usual. Enveloped in an aura of confusion and helplessness that was palpable, he seemed like someone who had lost all hope in the world. Poised to leap from the cliff in despair. Hey, Quin, what are you doing? Why the long face? Carl approached, nearly drawing his blade in shock at Quin and Apos' ghastly appearance. His complexion was pallid, lips cracked, eyes devoid of life, and his face gaunt, resembling a wraith. Ah, Carl, what brings you here? Quin and Apos' voice was feeble, a stark contrast to his usual exuberance. Quin, what happened to you? What virus are you researching now? Carl questioned, bewildered by Quin's current state after only a few days apart. With a long sigh, Quin's breath seemed to carry the weight of the world. The more he observed Quin and Apos' condition, the more intrigued Carl became. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Quin had? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, though he couldn't fathom how it could have transpired. Surely Aju wouldn't have turned the tables and drained Quin of his strength. That would be truly terrifying. Chapter 26, The Madness of Quin, you wouldn't. Carl hesitated, fearing the outcome might align with his darkest thoughts. The once-dazed Quin erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No, don't talk nonsense. I don't even know him, Quin hastily explained, only to regret his outburst. Carl, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. It was that he couldn't contain himself. It was simply too amusing. Quin was truly incensed. You little brat, Carl thought, observing the once listless Quin now consumed by fury. This infernal brat must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mocked him before he finished speaking. He must die. Carl must perish, or his illustrious reputation would be tarnished. Die, you little brat. Quin surged towards Carl, abandoning his previous lethargy, resembling a ferocious beast unleashed. Carl, still laughing, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A palpable sense of danger enveloping him. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, he dodged. Where he had just stood now a gaping pit. Goodness, Quin is truly ruthless, Carl thought, astonished that Quin would strike so suddenly. Had he reacted just a moment slower, the consequences would have been dire. Do you know something, little brat? Quin glared at Carl, his expression fierce. I don't know anything. Carl couldn't suppress a grin at the thought that flitted through his mind. But he was resolute not to let Quin trap him. He was prepared to flee. You little brat, it's either you or me today. That is what Quin says. Though somewhat portly, Quin was surprisingly swift, closing the distance to Carl in the blink of an eye, intent on binding him without further ado. Goodness, Quin, you're so unprincipled. Carl narrowly evaded the strike, realizing he was no match for Quin, this modified individual. Kaido, you're here. At the mention of Kaido, Quinn turned, only to find nothing but stones behind him. In that moment of distraction, Carl transformed and soared into the sky. Realizing he had been tricked, Quinn attempted to seize Carl. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him caved in, sending debris flying. Quinn leapt into the air, drawing closer to Carl. But just as his enormous hand reached for Carl and Appo's dragon tail, Carl accelerated, causing Quinn to grasp at nothing. Quinn's substantial form plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding boom, sending dust and debris swirling. You accursed brat, don't run. If you have the guts, come down. Carl smirked, thinking, why would I stay to be beaten? Flying high above, Carl observed Quinn, who remained eerily still below, but his sense of safety was short-lived. Before he could react, a cannonball struck him squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Carl grimaced in pain, glancing at his belly where the dragon's scales had been blown apart, blood oozing from the charred flesh. Damn it, Quinn, just you wait. Carl muttered, resolved that if Quinn wouldn't let him live in peace, then neither would anyone else. The explosive news of Quinn's antics in the South Liang could not be kept secret. As he dodged Quinn's cannon fire, Carl made his way into the depths of the Skull Island. He doubted Quinn would dare to act so brazenly within. Thus unfolded a farcical scene. Quinn, darting across the ground, constantly switching weapons, while Carl evaded in the sky. Despite awakening his observation haki, Carl struggled to evade Quinn's broad range of attacks, leaving him in a state of disarray, his once crystalline blue dragon form now marred with injuries. Meanwhile, inside the Skull Island, a group of pirates were reveling. For entertainment in the pirate world was scarce. Gathering with friends to drink and boast was a common pastime during moments of boredom. At that moment, Kaido sat imperiously on his throne, exuding a commanding presence. He paused mid-drink, sensing chaos erupting within Skull Island, the destruction of several structures. His brow furrowed. With his mood already foul, the disturbance only heightened his irritation. He decided to personally apprehend these brazen troublemakers and execute them before the entire Beast Pirates crew. Without even grabbing his club, he strode directly to the scene of the chaos. Outside, the pirates who had been feasting and enjoying roasted meat had vanished, leaving only wreckage in their wake. Quinn, you'd better think this through. This is Skull Island. If you destroy everything here, Kaido will hold you accountable. As those words left his lips, another laser beam shot forth, which Carl narrowly avoided. Wow, I didn't expect Quinn to be so deranged, disregarding even Kaido's authority. It seems I've truly driven Quinn to madness. Carl regretted not informing Quinn about Aju's situation. He had never imagined Quinn would take it so seriously. Was it possible that Aju's modesty had gone unnoticed by Quinn? But now was not the time for such thoughts. His priority was to save his own skin. Just then, an overwhelming aura, suffocating and laced with black-red lightning, emerged as Kaido stepped through the wall previously pierced by Quinn's laser. Each step he took radiated an oppressive weight, as if a mountain bore down upon them, causing both Quinn and Carl to break into a cold sweat. Quinn, who had appeared frenzied, now recoiled, trembling. Werararo. Good. Very good. You two dared to brawl in my castle. Kaido's expression darkened, his voice a low growl, thick with menace. Kaido, it's that lunatic Quinn. He wants to kill me to keep his secret. Carl seized the opportunity to tattle on Quinn. You little brat. You want to die? I'll gladly oblige. Quinn, momentarily shaken, roared back at Carl, his fury rekindled. Kaido paused, momentarily taken aback, then swiftly regained his composure. It was rare for Quinn, a man of his size, to be so enraged. Carl must have done something truly provoking. Yet Kaido maintained his brooding facade. Chapter 27, The Gradual Unease of Quinn Werararo. Quinn, looking for a fight? I shall oblige, for I am in a foul mood. Kaido's sinister smile sent a chill down the enraged Quinn's spine. In his fury, Quinn had failed to consider the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder he was so incensed. Just last night he had been enjoying a delightful evening with a lovely lady. Although he sensed something amiss, he thought it best to indulge in pleasure before contemplating the consequences. After a night of frenzied escapades, Quinn eventually succumbed to fatigue, embracing Aju as he drifted into slumber. Aju had long since succumbed to Quinn's relentless advances, rendered as pliable as a mere puppet. Upon awakening the next morning, Quinn felt invigorated, while Aju remained blissfully unaware in her deep slumber. As is well known, men often awaken with vigor, and Quinn was no exception, eager for a morning encounter. However, upon gazing down, he was struck with disbelief. The world seemed to collapse around him. Quinn was petrified, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in utter disbelief. For there, beneath him, lay the very woman he had spent the night with. But there was a shocking revelation. What he had believed to be a woman was, in fact, a reflection of his own earlier actions. The only difference lay in size, and it was not surprising that Quinn had failed to notice. Aju was simply too petite. The surreal nature of the situation compelled Quinn to rub his eyes and even slap his own face. This must be a dream. It cannot be real. Yet, the fiery sting on his cheeks confirmed the harsh reality. At that moment, Aju stirred, her eyes fluttering open in confusion and despair, glistening with tears yet to dry. Her disheveled appearance and vulnerable demeanor evoked pity, resembling a delicate maiden who had fallen prey to a lecherous old man. But rather than feeling compassion, Quinn was seized by a wave of revulsion, his stomach churning. Reminded that this was indeed his own bed, he suppressed his nausea and swiftly struck Aju, rendering her unconscious before hastily departing the suffocating scene. Soon after, Carl found Quinn, which only fueled Quinn's wrath. Who wouldn't lose their composure under such circumstances? Imagine, you have arranged a rendezvous with an attractive woman, her voice sweet as honey, only for her to request a dimly lit ambience. You comply, only to discover the next morning that the object of your affection was, in fact, a man. Who could endure such a betrayal? Returning to the present, Carl nimbly dodged behind Kaido, casting a taunting glance at Quinn. This sight only exacerbated Quinn's irritation, yet he felt utterly powerless against Carl. Just then, Carl felt an inexplicable lift, as if something was hoisting him upward by the nape of his neck. Kaido had seized Carl's collar, intrigued to discover what could provoke such a reaction from Quinn. Speak, Carl. What have you done to incite Quinn and Appo's fury? Kaido and Appo's menacing gaze bore down on the suspended Carl. Should the impudent boy fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, Kaido was more than willing to unleash a dual assault. Initially, Carl was taken aback by Kaido's grip, but he soon faltered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. How could he explain that Quinn had become enamored with the boy? That Quinn had been drained of his vigor? At this moment, Quinn's desperation was palpable. He cast imploring glances at Carl, a stark contrast to his earlier defiance. Quinn could only pray that Carl would remain silent. He lacked the audacity to create a scene under Kaido's watchful eye. Noticing Quinn's subtle gestures, Kaido emitted a low, disdainful chuckle, an overwhelming aura of authority descending upon Quinn, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Carl, silently lamenting his predicament, ultimately recounted the tale of how they had abducted Lady Yutian, with Quinn bringing along a flower girl, only to realize afterward that she was a man. Quinn's demeanor shifted from despondency to utter despair. It was over. Everything was ruined. His reputation within the 100 Beasts was in tatters. Initially, Kaido had dismissed the matter, thinking it merely a woman. What was the big deal? Even if Quinn sought to indulge in pleasures within Wano, he would merely advise him to take care of his health. However, upon hearing the final revelation that she was a man, Kaido was momentarily dumbfounded. A subordinate returning with a woman only to find out she was a man? The absurdity was staggering. And Kaido and Appo's incredulous laughter could be heard echoing throughout Onigashima. Werararo. Quinn, you truly are insatiable, willing to partake in anything. Quinn and Appo's face drained of color. How would Kaido regard him from this point forward? Kaido and Appo's earlier ire dissipated, replaced by a trace of sympathy for Quinn. Werararo. Quinn, fret not. Do you truly believe I would disclose this? After all, you are still my subordinate. Should you falter, I stand to lose as well. It is my duty to offer guidance. Carl, bewildered, exclaimed, What do you mean by taking out my anger on me? His eyes widened in disbelief at Kaido's words. How could you suggest such a thing? Quinn, resigned and devoid of hope, prepared to leave. Kaido, I seek solitude. Kaido did not hinder him. Is he truly all right? Carl pondered, feeling somewhat awkward. This predicament is a result of your own doing. I had no idea he would truly go through with it. Yet, the pressure must eventually be released. Pent-up emotions would inevitably lead to turmoil. At the core, this incident stemmed from Quinn's own lustful nature. Otherwise, it would never have transpired. No, this cannot be. I am not at fault. Desire is a natural human inclination. I am a pirate. What is wrong with taking a woman? The fault lies with him. Why must he be a man? Why could he not be a woman? Why must he don women and Appo's clothing? Yes, I am innocent. The blame rests solely on him. Quinn's demeanor shifted dramatically. The despondence that had clouded him moments ago transformed into a cold smile, followed by an uproarious laugh, enveloped by a palpable aura of menace. Mwaha! If you wish to be a woman, I shall ensure you become one. In the days that followed, Carl did not cross paths with Quinn. When he eventually encountered him again, Quinn appeared unchanged, as if the events concerning the boy had never transpired, continuing to interact with Carl as though nothing was amiss. Chapter 28. The Pirate King. Only after confirming that Queen was truly unharmed did Carl finally feel a sense of relief. Suddenly, he recalled the woman, Kazuki Toki, whom he had left unattended for several days. He hoped she would recognize the gravity of her situation. Carl approached the door to Toki's chamber, where a maid, arranged by him, stood guard daily. Her role was merely to observe. If Toki wished to leave, the maid could not prevent her. Carl maintained his stance. If she chose to depart, so be it. The moment of Odin's demise would also herald her own. Should she remain, he would allow her to stay, awaiting the time to send Momonosuke 20 years into the future. Toki and Appo's sole purpose was to facilitate Momonosuke and Appo's journey to that time. Should she act wisely, he would not mind altering her fate. Lord Carl, the maid greeted him with a respectful bow upon his arrival. Carl nodded, inquiring, "How is the woman faring?" "Lord Carl, her condition has nearly improved. However, her spirit seems somewhat diminished," the maid replied. "Understood," Carl remarked, pushing the door open. What met his gaze was Toki, seated in contemplation, staring out the window. The sound of the door creaking startled her from her reverie. Turning her head, she recognized the young man who had threatened her days prior. Observing her state, Carl noted that Toki had evidently endured a difficult few days. Although her illness was nearly resolved, the sorrow etched upon her features remained unyielding, her countenance weary and heart-wrenching, with dark circles around her eyes, an embodiment of fractured beauty. Yet, Carl appeared indifferent to her plight. "Have you made your decision?" he inquired directly. Recognizing the futility of further discussion, Toki sighed. "I have decided. I will stay." That sigh encapsulated her helplessness and sorrow. "Odin, please return swiftly." A flicker of hope and yearning flashed in her eyes. She felt utterly powerless, with her child still in his grasp. Carl understood her expectations. She longed for Kazuki Odin, the foolish prince. Odin was the greatest obstacle to the beast pirate's dominance over Wano. Once he was eliminated, the other daimyos would pose little threat. As long as Odin refrained from summoning the Whitebeard and Roger pirates, he posed no real danger to Kaido. A wise choice. You will thank me in the future. Now that you have made your choice, return to your former name, Kazuki Toki. Your daughter shall also be renamed Kazuki Hiyori. Upon hearing the name, Toki's heart quivered. She could not fathom how this young man possessed such knowledge. "Fear not. This information is known only to me. No one else is aware," Carl reassured her, sensing her unease. "May I see my daughter?" Toki implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Her weary appearance enough to evoke pity in any man. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Carl conceded, "Very well." Toki and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy that she could not conceal. Never had she been apart from her child for such a duration. As a new mother, her thoughts were perpetually consumed by her offspring. The prospect of reuniting with her child after so long brought her immense happiness. Shortly thereafter, Carl summoned the maid to bring Hiyori to him. He had even arranged for a wet nurse to care for the infant. Initially, upon encountering a stranger, little Hiyori cried out in distress, but soon, perhaps driven by hunger, she gravitated toward the nurse and Appo's breast, instinctively savoring the nourishment. From that moment on, she ceased to cry, mirroring the calm demeanor she exhibited when in Toki and Appo's embrace. Carl took the small Hiyori in his arms, playfully teasing her with his finger, a subtle smile gracing his face. It must be said that infants possess an undeniable charm. Carl found delight in amusing them, although he preferred to limit such interactions. While adorable, they were also quite troublesome. Seeing Hiyori in Carl's arms, Toki was eager to hold her. Just as she reached out, Carl deftly sidestepped. "Why? Was it not agreed that I could see my daughter?" Toki exclaimed, a mix of anger and grievance evident in her voice. "Indeed, I did say you could see her. You are now permitted to hold her," Carl replied, continuing to engage Hiyori, who, for reasons unknown, showed no fear of him, instead giggling at his antics. "Are you still concerned that I might flee with Hiyori? I am currently shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, and I do not believe I can escape under your watch," Toki acknowledged, recognizing the need for patience and revealing her current disadvantage. Carl considered her words and decided to relinquish Hiyori to Toki, but added, "One more stipulation. You cannot be alone with Hiyori when I am not present." Toki was taken aback by his caution, realizing it left her with no private moments with her daughter. As she contemplated protesting, she heard Carl and Appo's next words. "This is my final condition. However, when the time is right, You will naturally be able to interact normally. Reluctantly, Toki acquiesced. Time flew by, and soon the end of the year approached. On this day, a startling announcement reverberated across the seas, shaking the world from its long-held tranquility. GOLD. Roger had achieved an unprecedented feat. He had led his crew to the final island, which he named Laugh-Tale, a grand jest. And the world government bestowed upon him the title of Pirate King. This was an act of self-sabotage. The remnants of the Rock's pirates, who roamed the seas, were too proud to allow a king to reign over them. However, contrary to expectations, this did not trouble Roger. Instead, it afforded him considerable advantages in the future. Meanwhile, the world government frantically urged the Navy to pursue Roger and Apos' crew. While some rejoiced, others lamented. A colossal pirate ship resembling a whale bore the legendary Whitebeard, who glanced at the newspaper and smiled faintly. Gururara. Roger, you have truly fulfilled your dream. He raised a large bowl from the deck and took a hearty swig, then turned to his crew, a benevolent smile illuminating his face. Odin has followed Roger to the final island? Indeed. When he returns, we must hear tales of Laugh-Tale. Why wait for his stories? We will go ourselves. Roger has become Pirate King. Why should our father not achieve the same? Yes, father will surely surpass that scoundrel Roger. My dream too is on the verge of realization. Chapter 29, The Return of Odin Wano, Tato Land. This is the territory of one of the future emperors of the sea, Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom. At just over 40, she has not yet succumbed to gluttony and obesity, retaining a semblance of her former charm. Mama, the Pirate King, that detestable Roger, and that bunch from the world government had the audacity to bestow upon Roger the title of Pirate King. Charlotte Lin is currently in a foul mood. She aspires to be the queen of the seas, and Roger and Apos' ascension as Pirate King is a thorn in her side. After all, she is still pregnant and longs for a sweet treat to soothe her. Perispero, bring me some dessert. On Onigashima, dark clouds loom ominously over the island, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Suddenly, the clouds begin to churn violently, as if something monumental is stirring within. In the next moment, a massive azure dragon emerges partially from the tempest. The unmistakable laughter of Kaido echoes through the air. Wororo. Roger, the Pirate King. Below, some newly recruited members of the beast pirates tremble in fear, while others, who have witnessed Kaido and Apos' might, gaze upon him with admiration and excitement. What is that fool of a father doing? Yamato stares intensely at the azure dragon with her striking eyes. What madness is Kaido indulging in now? Is Roger and Apos' title as Pirate King truly that significant? Shouldn't the priority be to swiftly resolve the situation with Odin and assert complete control over Wano? Roger's title as Pirate King holds no absolute sway over the beast pirates. Toki, peering through a window at the colossal figure in the sky, feels a pang of doubt about whether Odin can defeat such a creature. Odin, I hope you return safely. Toki silently prays. Meanwhile, aboard the Oro Jackson, the protagonists of this commotion, the Roger pirates. At this moment, every member of the crew wears a faint smile, clearly reveling in the memories of their recent adventures at the final island, Raftel. The vast Oro Jackson is filled with the crew. Yet one person is notably absent, Captain GOLD, Roger. After returning from Raftel, Roger announced the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, being the first to disembark. Upon hearing this news, not a single crew member displayed sorrow. Instead, laughter filled the air. Roger has stepped down, ready to retreat into obscurity. The Oro Jackson is now en route to Wano for the second time. Need assistance? Rayleigh approaches the serious-looking Kazuki Odin at the bow of the ship. For reasons unknown, the closer Odin gets to Wano, the heavier his heart feels, as if foreboding a grave event. No need. I shall personally enact the reforms for Wano. Odin's expression is resolute, his tone firm. Seeing this, Rayleigh refrains from further comment, wishing him good fortune. Odin's previously grave demeanor suddenly shifts, and he breaks into an unrestrained laugh. Ha. After transforming Wano, I plan to continue my adventures aboard the ship of Whitebeard. Rayleigh can only smile helplessly, having grown accustomed to Odin's character. By the way, during our last visit to Wano, Roger encountered an intriguing child and intended to invite him aboard. You might want to keep an eye out for him. Rayleigh suddenly recalls the peculiar child with the odd mask that he and Roger had seen. Oh, a child who piqued Roger's interest. I shall certainly seek him out. In Wano, there is no one I cannot find. Ha. Once again, Odin returns to Curry, but this time it is different. This time he is coming home. Odin, I wish you luck. Odin, do not forget our adventures together. The other members of the Roger Pirates cheerfully bid farewell to Kazuki Oden, their parting devoid of sorrow, filled only with laughter. Oden waves goodbye, watching the Oro Jackson recede into the distance before setting out on his journey home. As he walks, Oden and Appo's heart grows heavier. Curry, once less prosperous than Flower Capital and other regions, has begun to take shape thanks to his efforts and those of his retainers. However, now the once thriving Curry has become riddled with factories. Moreover, other regions are similarly plagued by numerous factories. The smoke belching from them has polluted the air throughout Curry and even Wano. The indiscriminate discharge of wastewater has contaminated parts of the rivers, with some villages dependent on the water suffering from illness after consuming the tainted supply. If left untreated, death is but a matter of time. Yet the economy of Wano is firmly under Orochi's control. He can suppress any region with a mere word, rendering even the daimyos powerless. At this moment, Oden is filled with a simmering anger towards Orochi. He longs to see his retainers and wife. However, upon arriving at the Kazuki estate, he finds it in utter disrepair, tilted doors, shattered windows, a floor strewn with splinters and debris. There are no signs that anyone has lived here. Oden stands frozen, unable to fathom the transformation that has occurred since his departure. Suddenly, a wave of foreboding washes over him. His pupils tremble as he expands his observation haki to its limits, calling out repeatedly, Kin and Appos, Iman, Ashuradoji, Toki, Momonosuke. But no one responds, only his echo fills the silence. Just then, Oden senses something and turns abruptly. Lord Oden, is it truly you? You have finally returned. Kin and Appos, Iman. It is Kin and Appos, Iman, who has rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Oden, Kin and Appos, Iman can no longer contain his emotions. He drops to his knees, tears mingling with his snot, as if to cry out all the grievances and humiliations of the past months. Seeing Kin Iman in such a state alleviates Oden's anxiety slightly, but his heart sinks again at the sight. He hastens forward to help Kin Iman to his feet. Kin Iman, what has happened? Why is the estate in such disarray? Kin and Appos, Iman remains unresponsive, his knees seemingly glued to the ground. He bows his head, gripping the earth tightly. I have failed you, Lord Oden. I could not protect the lady, the young master, and the miss. I am unworthy. Kin Iman dares not meet Oden's gaze, fearing to see disappointment reflected in his eyes. What has happened to Toki and Momonosuke? Oden's urgency mounts. His family is in peril. The young master was safely rescued, but the lady and the miss are still in Orochi and Appos' hands. I have failed the lady, failed the miss, failed you, Lord Oden. As he speaks, Kin Iman draws his sword, preparing to commit seppuku. Just as he is about to plunge the blade into himself, a hand suddenly restrains him. Lord Oden, allow me to die. As a retainer, I have lost all face before you. Baka, if you die like this, I will truly hold you in contempt. You are not at fault. This is all Orochi and Appos' doing. Live to atone for your mistakes. Oden and Appos' roar reverberates in Kin and Appos, Iman and Appos' ears. Lord Oden Orochi. At this moment, Oden's fury towards Orochi reaches its zenith, a surge of conqueror's haki exploding forth from him. A tendril of black and red lightning swirled around him. At that moment, Kagaya Yuta resembled a ferocious beast, poised to devour anyone in its path, evoking a sense of suffocating dread. Chapter 30. The rampant serpent Yamato could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He stormed out of the dilapidated Lord and Appos' mansion, heading straight for the Flower Capital. Lord Yamato, Kin and Appos, Iman shouted from behind. However, it was as if Yamato had not heard him. He paid no heed to Kin and Appos, Iman and Appos' cries. He was overwhelmed with the urge to cleave the serpent in two. Yamato had never been this enraged before. The Curry domain, particularly the Lord's estate, was under Yamato's jurisdiction, and it was inconceivable that the serpent would not have sent spies to monitor it. The moment Yamato returned, someone had taken notice, and the news had already reached the shogun's residence. Now, seeing Yamato furiously barreling towards the Flower Capital, the watching samurai and ninjas were thrown into a state of panic. If the news had not yet reached the shogun and Yamato arrived first, not only would the shogun be doomed, but their own lives as servants of the serpent would also be in jeopardy. The leader of the samurai squad sent to surveil the Lord's estate, Nikawa Ogasaka, commanded 10 samurai under his charge. Originally a wandering samurai, He had gathered his men during his travels. Eventually, due to his modest prowess, he was recruited by the Serpent to monitor the Akazaya Nine. Witnessing Yamato and Appo's furious emergence, Ogasaka felt a twinge of fear. "You lot, go stop Yamato. There will be great rewards," he ordered, pointing at a few men to intercept Yamato. The chosen few looked bewildered. "Huh, me?" Their expressions seemed to question whether he was jesting. With the current intensity radiating from Yamato, who would not be frightened? To confront him was tantamount to courting death. Is there a problem? Are you afraid of Yamato or me? If you do not go, I will kill you myself," Ogasaka threatened. Faced with Ogasaka and Appo's intimidation, they could only comply. To go might mean survival, but to refuse was certain death. The selected samurai rushed forth, drawing their swords as they charged towards Yamato. "Yamato, today is your end," just as a few samurai dashed out. Their words were cut short by a sudden flash of crimson light, leaving them disoriented. They then saw their lower bodies and subsequently lost consciousness entirely. Yamato's rage had reached its zenith. He could not be bothered with the samurai charging at him. With swift, unyielding steps, he drew his sword. The Tengai, and with a single stroke, severed the few obstructing samurai in half. Only after he had gained some distance did the upper halves of those samurai fall to the ground. The remaining samurai nearby could not suppress their gulp of fear. How terrifying! These men could not even impede Yamato for a moment. They all turned their gazes towards their squad leader, Ogasaka, wondering if perhaps he alone could hold back Yamato. "What are you all staring at me for? Do you want me to stop Yamato? What use are you to me then?" Ogasaka would never admit to his own fear. That would be too embarrassing. The news of Yamato's return had reached not only the Serpent but also other lords in various regions. However, they were still unaware that Yamato had ventured alone into the flower capital. Among them were the lords of the Raho region, Shimatsuki Ashimaru, the lord of the Shirao region, Shimatsuki Kyuka, the lord of the Kimi region, Kazunomiya Eiyu, and the lord of the Tubu region, Kazunomiya Toroshu. Each lord had summoned all their remaining forces. Over the years, they had been suppressed overtly and covertly by the Serpent, especially after Kaido and Appo's arrival, which had emboldened the Serpent even further. The military strength of the Shirao Reiho domain had dwindled to less than a third of its former size, while the other two regions fared even worse, having been crushed more severely as vassals of the Kazuki clan, with their original forces of tens of thousands reduced to just over 1,000. Were it not for Yamato's sudden return, the lords of these two regions would soon find themselves bereft of legitimacy. This was a heavy blow for every region. A lack of military strength implied an inability to efficiently and promptly suppress the bandits and wandering samurai, particularly after learning of the drastic reduction in forces among these lords. Banditry and lawlessness surged. The Serpent intended to gradually extinguish these domains like a frog boiled in water. Now, with Yamato and Appo's return, they finally glimpsed the prospect of restoring prosperity to Wano country. They had assembled their forces and dispatched emissaries to Kuri, informing Yamato that at his command, they would rise to overthrow the Serpent's tyranny and the threat of the beast pirates. They regarded Yamato as their beacon of hope, who was presently charging into the flower capital alone. Swiftly traversing the streets, clouds of dust swirled around him, causing the surrounding civilians to cough uncontrollably. "Is that? It seems to be Lord Yamato. He is heading towards the Shogun and Appo's mansion." The townsfolk were unaware of the turmoil engulfing Wano. They only knew that Shogun Kaido had been managing the realm on behalf of the former shogun, Kazuki Sukiyaki, and with the rightful heir and Appo's return, a transfer of power was imminent. The news of Yamato and Appo's arrival in the flower capital had reached the Serpent, who was now in a state of utter disarray. This was not like the last time when Yamato returned only to depart swiftly. This time, he was heading directly for the flower capital. The Serpent had no time to inform Kaido. Aside from the Serpent and Appo's panic, the Kin and Appo's Eamon siblings, Kurazumi Semimaru and Kurazumi Mitsuki, appeared remarkably calm, as if they did not regard Yamato as a threat at all. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed, growing louder as it approached. "Serpent!" The suppressed rage surged like an invisible hand gripping the Serpent's throat, rendering him breathless for a moment. Kurazumi Oda and Appo's eyes widened in terror. At that moment, Yamato stood before the Serpent, his eyes ablaze, electric arcs crackling around him, resembling a monster devoid of mercy. This sight caused the Serpent and Appo's heart to seize in fear, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Yamato had no inclination to concern himself with the Serpent's state. He was singularly focused on delivering justice. Raising Enma, he swung down without restraint. Clang. Suddenly, an invisible barrier intercepted Yamato's strike. The serpent could only watch in horror as the blade hovered above him, a glimmer of cold light flashing past. Trembling, the serpent felt warmth spreading down his legs, a pungent odor wafting through the confined space. The Korizumi siblings exchanged glances, realizing the serpent had lost control of his bowels beneath him. But there was no time to dwell on such matters. First, they had to deal with the troublesome Yamato. Momentarily stunned by the failure of his attack, Yamato quickly resumed his terrifying assault, yet the transparent barrier showed no signs of yielding. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yamato searched for a flaw in the barrier, attacking frantically around its perimeter. Serpent. Korizumi Oda, realizing that no matter how fiercely Yamato attacked, he could not shatter the barrier, began to boast. Ha ha ha, Yamato, if you have the ability, come and kill me. Ha ha. Provoked by the serpent and Appo's taunts, Yamato and Appo's fury intensified, his assault becoming even more relentless. Serpent. Return Wano, the position of Shogun, Ashi, and Hiyori to us. Chapter 31. The Compromise of Oden Orochi. Return the Wano country and the position of Shogun to Ashi and Hiyori. In response to Oden's furious roar, Orochi displayed no fear. Instead, he grew increasingly arrogant. Ashi? Hiyori? Suddenly, Orochi recalled the information gathered before sending someone to abduct Oden and Appo's family. Kazuki Oden and Appo's wife, Kazuki Hiyori, and his son, Kazuki Momonosuke, were all mentioned. When he dispatched his men, he had only encountered a boy, Kazuki Momonosuke, while the other two were nowhere to be found. Moreover, shortly after they had taken Oden's son, they were rescued, leaving Orochi frustrated for quite some time. Although he was unaware of the whereabouts of Oden and Appo's wife and daughter, that did not deter Orochi from mocking Kazuki Oden. However, Korizumi Semimaru furrowed her brow, preparing to retort. Yet, before she could speak, Orochi interjected, ha ha ha. Lady Hiyori is quite alluring. Orochi sought to inflict the greatest humiliation on the most terrifying figure embedded in his heart, disregarding all else. Korizumi Semimaru's discontent with Orochi grew. How had she chosen such a dim-witted fool? Now, all of Oden and Appo's hatred was directed at them. While she had intended to shift the blame for the abduction of Lady Hiyori and her daughter onto the Beast Pirates, thereby diverting some of Oden's wrath and dragging the Beast Pirates into the fray. Yet, all of this was now foiled by Orochi's foolishness. Orochi, you shall pay for this. Orochi and Appo's taunts further escalated Oden and Appo's fury. The thought of his beloved woman being toyed with by this grotesque dwarf ignited Oden's resolve to cease the meaningless slashing. Oden's sudden halt only emboldened Orochi, who unleashed a torrent of foul language. Semimaru and her brother were not as foolish as Orochi. They understood that Oden was preparing to strike in earnest. Suddenly, Oden and Appo's aura surged, releasing an overwhelming and oppressive conqueror and Appo's haki. The interior of the shogunate trembled under the weight of his presence, with cracks spreading across the floors and ceilings, as if they might collapse at any moment. Curious onlookers outside the shogunate marveled at the commotion. With a resonant sound, Oden wrapped his sword in hands and armament haki. Dark red lightning encircled his twin blades as his aura reached its zenith. Oden's two-sword style, gun, imitation demon. He swung his blades, ready to deliver a devastating strike. Semimaru and her brother panicked, uncertain if they could withstand such an attack, knowing that the shogunate would surely be destroyed. Oden, if you do not wish for the people of Wano to perish, you must cease this, they cried. If we die, the ninja warriors we have stationed in Flower Capital will slaughter all the citizens. It was unclear what thoughts filled Kazuki Oden's mind, but ultimately, he relented. With a look of deep resentment, he withdrew his poised attack. The forced retraction caused him to spit a mouthful of blood, but his robust constitution rendered it a mere inconvenience. At this moment, the dim-witted Orochi finally displayed a hint of cunning. Ha ha ha, Oden. Hear us the deal. Dance naked for 5 years on the busiest street of Flower Capital, and I will return Wano to you, along with your wife and daughter. Furthermore, I will persuade the beasts to leave Wano, and during this time, I shall not slaughter the citizens. Faced with this utterly humiliating demand that seemed to grind the reputation of the Kazuki clan into the dirt, Oden struggled for a long time, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Orochi, I agree, but you must keep your word. Otherwise, I will personally sever your head. Oden gritted his teeth in agreement. With a complex expression, Odin exited the shogunate and made his way to the most bustling street of Flower Capital. Taking a deep breath, he stripped off all his clothing, leaving only a modest cloth to cover himself. His expression transformed into one of absurdity, resembling a fool. Thus began the foolish dance of the foolish prince. Radishes, fried tofu, fish cakes, and eggs, devoured in mere moments, showcasing the exquisite flavors of Odin. Odin and Amp, Appo's ridiculous dance quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers, all recognizing the son of the former shogun, Kazuki Odin. They wondered why he was performing such a foolish dance. Among them, Orochi and Amp, Appo's subordinates mingled within the crowd, laughing heartily. And soon many civilians were swept up in laughter as well. From a distance, Orochi and the Kurazumi siblings watched Odin, astonished that he truly believed he would dance like a fool. He believes it. He actually believes it. Yet, not everyone found the scene amusing. Some bore expressions of humiliation, most notably a voluptuous female ninja hiding in the shadows. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed in disbelief at Odin dancing foolishly in the middle of the street. Lord Odin, how could it come to this? At that moment, two colossal dragons circled above the clouds, a 100-meter-long azure dragon and a slightly smaller ice-blue dragon. These were Kaido and Karl, having come to witness Odin and Appo's return. Kaido looked down at the naked samurai dancing foolishly, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. Is this the strongest samurai of this nation? A crew member of Roger and Whitebeard? Hardly impressive, just a fool. Let an Appo's leave. Kaido felt deeply disappointed in Kazuki Odin, who he had anticipated would be a formidable opponent but turned out to be a mere fool. Karl found the sight unbearable. Had Odin been a woman, he might have appreciated the view, but as a man, it was simply cringeworthy. Thankfully, he hadn't brought Yamato along. He did not wish for the young girl's eyes to be tainted by Odin and Appo's nakedness. Odin's foolish behavior appeared genuine, not staged. After a few glances, Karl lost interest, curious only to see if Odin would choose to act as before after learning of his wife and daughter's disappearance. Kazuki Odin had 100 ways to win, yet he chose the singular path to defeat. It baffled Karl why so many continued to follow him. A familiar figure caught Karl and Appo's a voluptuous female ninja dressed lightly. After some thought, he finally recalled her identity. Anon, a paramecia-type user of the ripe fruit, capable of ripening anything she touched irreversibly. She remained the most beautiful ninja in Wano, and Karl pondered the potential of this devil fruit. However, capturing Anon, who had always been loyal to the Kazuki clan, would not be an easy feat yet. Encountering her presented an opportunity too good to pass up. Chapter 32, The Execution of the Pirate King. Faced with the formidable ninja Karl, who possesses the powers of the mushy fruit, failure to capture him would be tantamount to embracing death itself. The sole concern is whether Odin will intervene. To preempt any interference from Odin, Karl resolves to conclude matters swiftly, denying her any opportunity for resistance. Maintaining a prudent distance, he descends and navigates towards the location where Arun is situated. Guided by his recollections, he halts at a corner near Arun, allowing him to observe her while also catching a glimpse of Odin's foolish dance. The sooner this is resolved, the sooner he can return. Stopping a mere dozen meters from Arun, Karl recognizes that getting any closer poses a risk of exposure. After all, he is a ninja, and certain counter-surveillance measures must be in place. Exhaling a breath of frosty air, he conjures a swirling mass of ice-blue energy in his hand. With a casual flick, he releases it. Unbeknownst to Arun, danger is imminent. She gazes at the foolishly dancing heir of the Kazuki clan, the former shogun, her expression tinged with melancholy. Suddenly, the temperature plummets, and a chilling wave engulfs her from behind, a cold that seems capable of freezing all that it touches. This unexpected chill causes her agile body to stiffen momentarily. Though she would typically evade such an attack effortlessly, her fascination with Odin and Appo's dance and the sudden onset of cold leave her with no time to react. In an instant, she finds herself enveloped in a torrent of ice-blue energy, and within the blink of an eye, she is encased in a block of ice. A look of disbelief fills her eyes. Her body is completely immobilized, yet her consciousness remains. She still possesses the ability to think and desperately attempts to use her fruit and Appo's powers to escape her icy prison. However, to her horror, she discovers that she cannot activate her abilities, not due to the suppression of sea stone, but because it feels as if her powers have been frozen in time. Karl, initially expecting a struggle, is pleasantly surprised by the ease of his victory. The ninjas of Wano, it seems, are not as formidable as he had anticipated, particularly when compared to their counterparts from neighboring lands. Stepping out from the corner, he hoists the block of ice and prepares to depart, knowing he cannot linger in this location. Odin, still oblivious to the unfolding events, continues his foolish dance, feeling a surge of energy emanating from a distance. However, the throngs of spectators obscure his view, leaving him only with a vague impression of scattered ice on the ground. Resolved not to dwell on it further, he resumes his dance. As for Arin, Karl has yet to devise a plan for her fate. To kill her would merely allow her fruit ability to resurrect elsewhere, which seems impractical. To sway her loyalty would be a monumental challenge, given her unwavering allegiance to the Kazuki clan and Wano. Unable to conceive a satisfactory solution, Karl decides to confine her within a seastone cell for the time being, postponing any further decisions until later. In the year 1498 of the sea calendar, a particularly momentous chapter unfolds. After a prolonged absence since becoming Pirate King, Roger unexpectedly surrenders to the Navy. In response, the Navy announces that Roger will face execution in a few days at Logetown in the East Blue. The echoes of Roger's reign as Pirate King have hardly faded before news of another impending execution reverberates across the seas. Countless pirates and ambitious souls flock to Logetown, eager to witness the twilight of an era. Above an ordinary stretch of sea in the New World, the skies are clear and the sun glimmers upon the waves. Suddenly, a colossal shadow, reminiscent of an island, obscures the sunlight entirely. Several such enormous shadows drift above, giving the illusion of islands floating in the air. As one gazes upon the scene, it indeed resembles a fleet of islands suspended in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Roger, how is this possible? How could the Navy capture you? You were meant to conquer the world alongside me. How can you face execution in the weakest sea of the East Blue? A man, with golden hair flowing like a fierce lion's mane and a steering wheel atop his head, stares in disbelief at the newspaper's contents. Suddenly, his manic expression freezes. Roger, how can you die? You were destined to rule the world with me. Wait, I'm coming to save you. With his declaration, the floating islands shift direction, heading straight for Marine headquarters at Marineford. Days pass, and the world is still reeling from the news of Roger's execution when another earth-shattering announcement reverberates. The legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, wreaks havoc at Marine headquarters. The battle rages for 3 days and nights, nearly bringing Marineford to ruin. Ultimately, the legendary pirate is defeated and imprisoned by the hero of the Navy, Garp, and Admiral Sengoku. The Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet, upon learning of Roger's capture, resumes his reign of terror. Roger had been the ultimate goal of his life. Roger, why? I haven't even challenged you yet, so why surrender? Devoid of purpose, Bullet launches relentless assaults on the allied nations of the world government. However, the Navy, still reeling from the Golden Lion's onslaught and the impending execution of Roger, finds itself ill-equipped to confront him. September 1498 of the sea calendar. Today marks the day of Roger's execution. Logetown. The square is teeming with people. A sea of faces as myriad future luminaries gather. Among them are the future Emperor Shanks, still a youth, and Buggy, the future owner of the Conqueror and Appos, Hockey, whose name he dares not reverse. Both were once crew members of Roger and now stand, tears mingling with their sorrow as they watch their captain face execution. Also present is Mihawk, the future greatest swordsman, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, who will become one of the future underground emperors. There is also the formidable Moonlight Moria and Crocodile, who has consumed the Sand fruit, alongside Monkey D, Dragon, whose youthful visage remains unblemished by the world. The Navy strives to maintain order, for they bear the weight of responsibility should chaos arise on this fateful day. With heavy footsteps echoing, the crowd holds its breath, eager to witness the man who conquered the Grand Line, the man hailed as Pirate King. Roger, undeterred by the impending execution, wears his signature grin. Calmly, he strides toward the execution platform, embodying the essence of the Pirate King even as his life hangs in the balance. Standing atop the platform, he exudes an air of defiance, unyielding in the face of death. Execution of Gold. Roger. At that moment, a voice from the crowd suddenly calls out, "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden your grand treasure?" Chapter 33. The Emergence of Beast Pirates Kindergarten. Do you desire my treasure? I have placed everything there. Go seek it. The two naval officers nearby appeared as if frozen in time, displaying no reaction while Roger spoke. However, as soon as his words faded, the officers finally came to their senses and plunged their blades into his back, piercing through to cross at his chest. Thus, the curtain fell on a formidable era, leaving the majority of the crowd still reeling from Roger and Appos' declaration. Some astute individuals had already begun to depart. The execution of the Pirate King was not merely the end for him, but also a grim fate for countless pirates who had traversed the Grand Line. Delaying their exit meant not witnessing the execution of the Pirate King, but rather joining him in death. Meanwhile, the youthful red-haired Shanks, stifling his sorrow, urged Buggy to retreat into an alley. Though grief-stricken over the captain's demise, Shanks possessed clarity regarding the events about to unfold. This was the captain's choice. And the absence of Rayleigh and Jabba signified that the captain had his reasons, that they remained obscure to him for now. Roger and Apos' final proclamation undoubtedly ignited further turmoil in an already restless world. It was predictable that, following this day, a multitude of pirates would venture into the seas in pursuit of Roger and Apos' treasure. His death heralded the dawn of a new era. On Onigashima, Carl unusually refrained from training that day. He sat alone by the sea, engrossed in a newspaper, his mind swirling with thoughts. The Pirate King Roger. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 3 years in this world, growing accustomed to its rhythms. Despite the relatively uneventful nature of these 3 years, dominated by training and enduring beatings, Carl's strength had progressed rapidly. His skills in swordsmanship, martial arts, hockey, and fruit abilities were all on the rise. Particularly, he felt that, even without extensive development, his fruit powers would not reach a low ceiling. Carl aspired for comprehensive growth. His mentor, Kaido, had once remarked that only hockey could surpass all else. Even without a devil fruit, one could become a formidable warrior solely through hockey, though the fruit remained immensely significant. Why was Kaido deemed the strongest in one-on-one combat? This stemmed from his formidable physique and remarkable regenerative abilities, amplified by the powers of the Azure Dragon fruit. In prolonged battles, few could match Kaido, while regarding Luffy and Nika, they were merely for observation. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, they would have perished countless times. As for Carl's current strength, he had yet to encounter a suitable benchmark, leaving him without a concrete understanding of his capabilities. His sparring partners were either Jean or Kaido, which offered little reference. Nevertheless, Carl estimated that his strength was roughly comparable to that of the beast pirates in the original tale. At merely 6 years old, he still had ample room for growth. Lord Carl. Lord Carl. A foreign voice jolted Carl from his reverie. He looked up to see a common pirate from the beast pirates rushing towards him. Lord Carl, I finally found you. Oh, what do you want with me? The pirate dared not underestimate the seemingly youthful child, as he had once been among those on the receiving end of Carl's might. A feeling akin to being exposed in a freezing wilderness that he never wished to experience again. Lord Carl, Boss Kaido is looking for you. What madness is Kaido up to now? Why is he searching for me? Carl questioned, puzzled by Kaido and Apos' sudden interest. Was he perhaps feeling restless again? It would be best if you want to see for yourself. The pirate appeared somewhat anxious. Only this esteemed individual and the demon princess dared to speak to Kaido in such a manner. Very well, I shall go see. With that, Carl disregarded the pirate and transformed into ice, soaring away. Within Onigashima, Kaido remained seated in his private chamber, clutching a wine gourd, his demeanor tinged with sorrow. Hey, Kaido. What brings you to seek me? Carl kicked open the door and strode into the room. Upon entering, he was met with a despondent Kaido, intensifying Carl and Apos' curiosity about why he had been summoned. Such a display from Kaido was a rare sight. Kaido paid no heed to Carl, pouring himself another drink, with some of the liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Kaido and Apos' eyes glistened with tears, his large hand covering his face, as liquid seeped through his fingers. His sobs grew louder, and in an instant, he began to wail like a child. Wah! Wix, how could you leave us? Why did you have to die? Wah! Carl stood in stunned silence, fully aware of Kaido's nature. When intoxicated, he was prone to fits of drunken revelry. But why had he called Carl here? To witness his drunken antics? As Carl mentally berated Kaido, he recalled the name Wix, which seemed familiar. In that moment, he remembered Wix as the demon uncle who had initially blocked his path upon boarding the ship. However, after arriving in Wano, Carl had seldom seen him, as Kaido was not in Wano for leisure. Since entering Wano, he had been dispatching individuals to steadily expand his territory, albeit at a slow pace. From Kaido's words, it appeared Wix had passed away. Carl reflected on this with a sense of resignation. He felt little sorrow, having had minimal interactions with him. Kaido continued to weep, and Carl refrained from interrupting. Tempting fate in this manner was unwise, as Kaido and Apos' drunken rage was infamous. Carl idly waited for Kaido to finish his lament. Suddenly, he noticed movement behind Kaido, a glimmer of golden hair flickering momentarily. What was that? perhaps having cried enough or shaken off the effects of the alcohol. Kaido wiped his face with a large hand, and the tears vanished without a trace. He returned to his usual imposing demeanor, showing no sign of the earlier outburst. One could only describe him as a master of disguise. Ahem. Come out. Kaido coughed lightly, showing no embarrassment about his earlier vulnerability. After all, he was someone who could still indulge in a playful demeanor. As Kaido and Appo's words fell, a small head peeked out from behind him. Golden hair adorned the girl. And like Carl and Kaido, she bore a pair of horns, clearly a member of the demon tribe. Kaido and Appo's horns were pure white, possibly due to his fruit powers, while Carl's were a gradient of white and blue, and this little girl had horns resembling Yamado's, transitioning from white to red. As the girl fully emerged, Carl felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Standing at approximately the same height as Carl, around 1.8 meters, her face was youthful, likely not much older than Carl and Yamato. Wororaro. I entrust her to you, Carl. Kaido laughed heartily. What? You scoundrel, Kaido. Do you think this is a kindergarten? Carl shouted at Kaido, who had just handed him a child without a second thought. While he had previously asked him to take care of Yamato, have you considered that I am merely a child myself? Worororo. You took the wife and daughter of the fool Kazuki Oden, Don and Appo's. Do you think I Don and Appo's? Do you know that his daughter now follows you around incessantly? Taking on one more is no different. It and Appo's settled then. Hurry and take her away. I wish to drink. Kaido dismissed any chance for Carl to refute his decision, waving his hand to finalize the matter. Fury bubbled within Carl. This scoundrel Kaido. Would he be expected to accept a new child every time Kaido decided to abduct another? Am I destined to become the elder brother of the Beast Kindergarten? With the addition of this girl, along with Naho and Yamato, we now have 3 members. And the Beast Kindergarten is beginning to take shape. Chapter 34. Black Maria. Carl, with a gloomy expression, trudged along with the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl trailing behind him, muttering curses under his breath. Damn Kaido. How can he drink without choking to death? It wasn't Appo's that he harbored any ill feelings towards the little girl. On the contrary, he found her adorably charming. His irritation stemmed from Kaido's presumptuous attitude, knowing that in the future, Jack, Runty, and Peggy would undoubtedly expect him to take care of them as well. Kaido merely collected children, dumping them all onto Carl while he acted like a hands-off manager, occasionally offering guidance when the mood struck him. Yes, all Carl had to do was look after the kids, while Kaido had far more to consider. The little girl appeared somewhat apprehensive in this unfamiliar environment, accompanied by a stranger. What is your name? Where are you from? He felt compelled to ask, even though her distinct features had already led him to form a guess. My name is Black Maria, the little girl replied timidly, and I was brought here by Lord Kaido. Indeed, Black Maria. He hadn't anticipated that she was the daughter of Captain Wicks, but she seemed to be around 5 years old now, a year younger than Carl. It was difficult for Carl to reconcile the enchanting, graceful woman from the original story, whose every movement exuded allure, with this seemingly fragile girl who looked like she could cry for ages from a single punch. However, upon reflection, Carl realized that she was merely a 5-year-old child, and the events of the original narrative took place over 20 years later. Over the years, everyone inevitably changes. Black Maria. Since Kaido has entrusted you to me, you must listen to me from now on. And the beast pirates, lacking sufficient strength, will make it impossible to stand your ground. Carl had already begun to formulate ideas regarding Black Maria. In the original tale, her strength was not particularly formidable, but not weak either. From this point forward, he intended to nurture her, seeking a powerful devil fruit for her, ensuring her strength would surpass that of her original counterpart. Yes, I understand. I will work hard to help Lord Kaido in the future. The little girl responded earnestly, her voice filled with determination. Carl and Appo's lips twitched slightly. You want to grow stronger to assist Kaido? Is that old man really that charming? His subordinates are all fervent admirers, and now you, a newcomer, hold him in such high regard? No, this misguided admiration needed to be corrected. He had painstakingly trained this little girl only for her to run off to Kaido. That was absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, he intended to beat Kaido in the future. Currently, it was just Black Maria, but soon there would be Runty, Peggy, and Jack, all holding Kaido in utmost respect. Surely, Kaido would eventually hand them over to him. And if he had trained them only for them to defend Kaido when he sought to punish him, that would be unbearable. The plan to raise a squad of loyal disciples must be prioritized. Aside from Yamato, everyone else would require ideological education. Imagining the day when his carefully nurtured group would gang up on Kaido, Carl could no longer suppress a grin. Black Maria looked at Carl, puzzled by his sudden smile. What was he laughing about? Realizing there was someone beside her, Carl quickly composed himself. Ahem. Maria, may I call you that? Black Maria nodded in agreement. Very well, Maria. Do you wish to become stronger? Carl asked with a serious expression. Yes, I want to grow stronger. Maria nodded vigorously, devoid of any hesitation. Why do you want to grow stronger? Do not say it's for Kaido. Share your most genuine thoughts. Carl pressed further. This time, Maria hesitated, since she could remember. Her mother had already passed away, and her father had gone to sea as a pirate, leaving her in the care of the village chief. Just recently, a band of pirates had invaded their village, turning it into a hell on earth, with familiar faces slaughtered by these marauders, who sought no treasure but found amusement in murder. The harrowing scenes had inflicted profound psychological trauma on the young Maria. When the pirates had found her, lifting their gleaming, sharp blades, she had felt a sense of despair. At that critical moment, a towering figure had descended from the heavens like a divine warrior. With merely a glance, the vicious pirates had all fallen to the ground. In that instant, the imposing figure seemed to shimmer with brilliance in Maria and Appo's eyes until he extended a large hand towards her. Hey, kid. Your father asked me to come and take you away. Come with me. Returning from her memories, Maria and Appo's expression fell. I Donna and Appo's, Tino. It was Lord Kaido who saved me from the abyss. Beyond repaying him, I cannot think of a reason to grow stronger. As she spoke, Maria lowered her head, seemingly recalling the horrors of that day, and tears began to trickle down her delicate, charming face. Why was she crying? He hadn't said anything particularly upsetting, yet here she was, shedding tears. At that moment, the reason for her tears became unimportant. What mattered most was offering comfort. Suddenly, Maria felt warmth enveloping her head, momentarily halting her cries. She looked up to see Carl's handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. Remember, you still have yourself. Do not live solely for others. You must first consider your own well-being. If you do not love yourself, how can you expect others to love you? At his words, Maria's eyes brimmed with tears, transforming her soft sobs into an anguished cry. She abruptly threw herself into Carl's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. This was the first time someone had uttered such words to her, and for reasons unknown, she felt compelled to cry. Carl, though capable of reacting to Maria's sudden outburst, found it impossible to refuse the embrace of such a charming little girl. He held her with one arm while gently stroking her head with the other. After a while, sensing that the moment of comfort was drawing to a close, Carl prepared to withdraw his hand resting on her head. Noticing the warmth beginning to fade, Maria instinctively pressed her hand against the departing warmth. Carl chuckled helplessly, allowing her to continue holding on. After some time, her sobs gradually subsided. And feeling the warmth against his chest, Carl felt a mix of exasperation and tenderness. Maria reluctantly released her grip, having momentarily lost herself in her emotions. Now, she felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, a touch of shyness washing over her. I apologize. I got a bit too emotional earlier. It's fine. Now that you've cried it all out, shall we move on? Let's find you a place to stay. Carl waved his hand dismissively. Who could remain angry at such a delightful little girl? Am I a Lilicon? He mused. So what? A true Lilicon deserves a lineup of 10 adorable little girls. Chapter 35. The daily life of Carl and the three little maidens. In the ensuing long period, there were no significant events occurring in the land of Wano. However, chaos reigned upon the seas, exacerbated by the impact of Roger and Appo's final words, which stirred the already tumultuous waters into further disarray. Yet, this was far from reaching its zenith. In the year when Luffy set sail, the number of pirate supernovas surged to an astonishing 11. Presently, the simultaneous emergence of 4 or 5 supernovas was already deemed considerable. Thus, Roger's influence had yet to attain its pinnacle. Daily skirmishes and bloodshed unfolded upon the seas, resulting in countless fatalities. Nonetheless, none of this bore any relevance to Carl in the present moment. Surely, his time to shine would come, but not just yet. Setting aside training, Carl's daily existence could be described as exceedingly pleasant. Each morning, he awoke to find himself embraced by 3 little maidens. As he opened his eyes amidst the fragrant and soft pile of young girls, Carl felt that life ought to be this way. Why, you may wonder. Are there 3 maidens? Well, Yamato requires no further introduction. Next comes Black Maria, who, upon her arrival, was somewhat reserved and unaccustomed. Yet, children are inherently adaptable. After a few days of interaction with Carl, Yamato, and Hiyori, she gradually warmed up and began to reveal her true self, initially living in her own space. She felt a twinge of envy upon observing Yamato and Hiyori sharing a bed with Carl, and her shyness prevented her from vocalizing her feelings. However, as familiarity grew, she unabashedly declared her desire to join Carl in his quarters. This. Yamato had no objections. She merely enjoyed the comfort of sleeping beside Carl at night. As long as her spot remained unclaimed, Hiyori did not partake in the discussion. Thus, Maria became a part of this esteemed household. Hiyori had already reached the age of 2, capable of walking and running. Since she could remember, she had been inseparable from Carl, yearning to cling to him at every moment. Yamato, watching her daughter grow day by day, felt a sense of joy, almost forgetting that she had a son. Yet, seeing Hiyori constantly attached to Carl brought forth a complicated mix of emotions. After all, he was the one who had once kidnapped them. Yet, gazing at her daughter's smiling face, a thought unexpectedly crossed Yamato's mind. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. The emergence of this thought startled her, and simultaneously, she felt a flicker of dissatisfaction towards Kazuki Oden. Initially, she had difficulty believing the rumors that Oden had returned to the flower capital to perform a striptease. In her eyes, he was synonymous with strength, the one who could resolve all matters. However, as the accounts proliferated, her conviction wavered, prompting her to request Carl to verify the truth. The outcome, however, was brutal. Perched atop Carl's icy form, she stared in disbelief at the crowd below, where Oden, clad only in a modest cloth, danced with a vacant expression, resembling a fool. At that moment, Yamato was devastated. Unable to comprehend how the invincible Oden could be reduced to such a state, Carl had informed her of the wager between Oden and Kaido. Her immediate reaction was to question whether Oden had truly lost his senses, for only a fool would accept such conditions. In the original narrative, Hiyori had come to trust Oden after reading his diary regarding Raftel and the legacy he left behind 20 years later. Yet, Yamato found herself merely an ordinary housewife, devoid of any grand mission as circulated online. She was merely a woman whose life was threatened, forced to traverse time and space to escape. Upon her arrival in this era, she was nearly coerced by a band of pirates, only to be fortuitously rescued by Oden. As for the whims of fate, Carl would assert, to hell with destiny. I will alter it. Ever since she learned of Oden and Appos, as current state, Yamato had confined herself to her room for several days. Free from the influence of that seemingly cursed diary, her thoughts had returned to normalcy. She could fathom these matters herself. Carl's attempts to console or persuade her might yield counterproductive results. One day, Carl, in a state of confusion, sensed something soft and fragrant in his mouth. He instinctively smacked his lips, curious about the object. Upon opening his eyes, his blood pressure surged, and a large and Appos, X and Appos, appeared on his forehead. Before him was a plump, white little foot pressed against his face. Ah, spit it out, Yamato. A roar erupted, startling the 3 little maidens from their slumber, particularly Yamato, who leapt nearly 3 meters high. What and Appos? Wrong, brother Carl. What happened? Hiyori and Maria inquired, but Carl disregarded them. He had a more pressing matter to address. Yamato, bewildered, responded, Huh? Carl, why are you shouting so early in the morning? Carl paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. He found the situation amusing. Yamato, do you want to see how you sleep? Yamato, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, felt a hint of annoyance. What do you mean? How do I sleep? I always, wait. Mid-sentence, she realized that her position seemed off. She and Carl were not aligned. You just put your foot in my face. Do you think I shouldn't be angry? Carl grumbled, his teeth grinding in irritation. Yamato fell silent, feeling a bit embarrassed, her gaze shifting. Sorry, Carl. Carl, why does my foot feel wet? Yamato suddenly asked, staring at her toes. Maria glanced at Carl and Yamato with a peculiar expression, while the oblivious Hiyori failed to perceive anything amiss. With Yamato's words, Carl's face darkened. What? You can't possibly get your foot wet while sleeping. Yamato, thinking Carl didn't believe her, lifted her foot to his face, pointing at her big toe. See, there's water on it. Carl's face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. A sudden snicker erupted from Maria. What are you laughing at? Carl glared at her. Maria, with her cheeks puffed out, shook her head but couldn't suppress another laugh. I asked you what you're laughing at, Carl demanded, exhaling deeply to regain his composure. I was and Appos, laughing. I am trained to maintain my composure under normal circumstances. Unless I can end Appos, help it, Maria replied. Carl was perplexed. Where did you learn that? Have you seen The Little Mermaid? Carl, look. Is there really water? Yamato and Appo's inquiry was like a pig in a pen, prompting Maria to burst into laughter uncontrollably, her joyous outburst resonating across Onigashima. Yamato. Huh. Brother Carl, why are you so angry? Only 2-year-old. Innocent Hiyori remained unaware of the unfolding chaos, scratching her little head in confusion. Chapter 36. The Onslaught of Moonlight Moria in the year 1499 of the Sea Circle. A colossal pirate ship aimlessly traversed a certain expanse of the New World. At the bow stood a tall, robust figure exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. His head bore a pair of small horns resembling a demon, while his sharply pointed ears and a stitched wound extending from his forehead to his neck added to his fearsome visage. Coupled with his gaping maw, he appeared extraordinarily terrifying. Moria-sama, where shall we head next? A fervent crowd of hundreds of young pirates gazed at the figure at the helm with eager anticipation. Ha ha ha. I've heard that the notorious pirate Kaido is in Wano. Our next destination shall be Wano. Let Kaido serve as the stepping stone on my path to becoming the pirate king. Moria radiated a brash, domineering confidence. At this moment, he possessed the prowess to be audacious. He was far from the Moria of 20 years hence, who was merely a despondent figure obsessed with collecting shadows to create zombies. He was, at present, one of the foremost powers upon the sea, with both haki and swordsmanship reaching formidable heights. Few could claim victory over him in the vast ocean. Moria is invincible. Captain Moria is destined to become the pirate king. Kaido stands no chance against him. His crew fervently extolled his strengths. Indeed, Moria was powerful. Yet the capabilities of his crew left much to be desired. Throughout their journey from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World, their path had been relatively unchallenged, with most conflicts resolved solely through Moria and Appo's formidable strength. The contributions of his subordinates were minimal. The entire pirate crew relied heavily on Moria alone. Without him, the crew would likely struggle to navigate even the first half of the Grand Line, let alone face the myriad of formidable foes in the New World. Moria's current actions resembled a king leading a squad of novices into battle. Perhaps he believed his strength was sufficient to handle any conflict, relegating his subordinates to mere bystanders. Ha ha ha. Onward to Wano. Kaido, await my arrival for your head. In Wano, Onigashima. Brother Kaido, a pirate ship has appeared off the coast of Wano, seemingly heading this way, Jean reported respectfully to Kaido, who sat in a position of authority. Jean's appearance was beginning to resemble that of the Top Calamity, the Flame Calamity, 2 decades later. Clad in black leather adorned with numerous iron spikes, his face concealed by a mask that left only his cold eyes visible. A pair of jet-black wings spread from his back, indicating he was no ordinary being. Worororo. The era of pirates ignited by Roger is still bustling. Even in this fortress like Wano, there are pirates daring enough to covet it. Jean, how formidable are they? Despite his irritation at the provocation, Kaido understood the necessity of gathering intelligence on his foes. Brother Kaido, it is the crew of the recently notorious Moonlight Moria. Jean relayed all the information he possessed. Moria? He is no weakling, Kaido mused. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. I shall confront him personally. I wish to see if he lives up to the rumors. Perhaps it will provide me with some amusement. Also, bring along that brat Carl. It's time to assess the results of his training over the years. Moria's pirate crew, which relied solely on his strength, lacked any significant power aside from him. There wasn't even a single pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, making them excellent test subjects for Carl. Jean nodded slightly and departed to announce the impending conflict. Carl had recently felt himself hitting a plateau, realizing that mere solitary training had its limitations. What truly fostered growth was the life-and-death struggle of combat. Just as Carl pondered how to break through his current limitations amidst a throng of young girls, a deep, magnetic voice from the skies jolted him back to reality. Carl, come with me. Carl's gaze fell upon a massive dark crimson dragon soaring above. Jean, what does he want with me? Both Yamato and Hiyori, 2 little girls, gazed up at the dragon with sparkling eyes. They too yearned to fly, especially Yamato, who, seeing both her father and Carl could fly, coveted a flying devil fruit. Maria, however, had no such desires. She would accept any devil fruit that could enhance her strength. I'll be back shortly. Carl bid farewell to the 2 little girls and transformed into ice, following Jean into the skies. Flying alongside Jean, Carl inquired, what do you need me for? A group of pirates from Wano has come, led personally by Brother Kaido, to test the fruits of your training over the years. Jean succinctly explained the situation. Oh, pirates dare to stir trouble in Wano. Carl mused. surprised that there were still those audacious enough to covet this impenetrable land. Wait a moment, the year 1499? Could it be that slacker Moria? At this time, it was indeed the moment when Moria would clash with Kaido. He was a formidable individual with considerable abilities. Letting him escape would be a pity. Perhaps it would be better to capture him for labor. Presently, Moria possessed at least Vice Admiral level strength. Otherwise, he would be able to contend with Kaido for so long. If he had been mentally broken by Kaido, he might have even been a commander-level powerhouse. Kaido was undoubtedly a commander-level threat, though still a bit shy of the Emperor tier. However, he was not far off. Jean led Carl as they soared through the skies until they landed in a snow-covered region, though this was still part of Wano. Entering this area felt like stepping into another world. Everything was enveloped in snow, with the ground, trees, and buildings all blanketed in a thick layer of white. And snowflakes danced in the air. This was the Ringo region of Wano, a world perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. Upon entering, Carl felt the temperature drop significantly. An ordinary person would be unable to traverse such a frigid landscape without proper attire. Though Carl wore light clothing and felt the chill, he found the cold invigorating, akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day. Let us not keep Brother Kaido waiting. Before long, Carl followed Jean to a plain where Kaido and his numerous subordinates were already assembled, ready for battle, including the Rotund Queen. Chapter 37. The Moria Pirates. Carl followed Jean to the vicinity of Kaido. Ah, little Carl has arrived. Prepare yourself, our guest will soon be here. Kaido spoke casually, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the impending clash was merely a friendly gathering rather than a fierce battle. Carl inquired, I heard the Moria pirates are coming. Their strength is reputedly formidable. Should we consider subduing them? Ultimately, the decision lay with Kaido, for Carl lacked the power to compel Moria's allegiance. Perhaps, if he could avoid slaughtering his subordinates, there might be a chance to recruit them after their defeat. Werararo. That notion is splendid. If they possess strength, let them remain and serve me. Kaido wholeheartedly endorsed Carl's idea, believing that amassing power now would enable them to confront the world government in the future and instigate a cataclysmic upheaval that could alter the world. Realizing Kaido's intentions, Carl turned to Jean and Queen. Jean, how many have arrived? Jean remained as aloof as ever, enveloping himself in an aura that dissuaded any approach. Carl pondered why Jean, despite his striking appearance, chose to shroud himself. The Moria pirates number 327, with nearly 300 on this island. Apart from Moria, their strength is lacking, Jean reported. Ah, I see. Carl mused. Leave the others to me. He felt a surge of anticipation for the forthcoming skirmish, confident that he could easily triumph over a group of pirates lacking even basic haki. Jean and Appo's gaze, concealed behind his mask, fixated on Carl, as if silently communicating, this is your trial. Fear not. Victory is assured. Carl, brimming with self-assurance, eagerly awaited Moria's arrival. As snowflakes danced gracefully from the heavens, blanketing the ground in a thicker layer, the moment arrived. Our guests have arrived. In the distance, a dark mass emerged on the horizon, akin to ink splattered on a pristine canvas. Kaido grinned widely and strode forward, with Carl, Jean, and Queen following closely behind. The pirates trailing them, witnessing their leaders and Appo's movements, understood that a monumental confrontation was imminent. None felt fear. They brandished their weapons, wearing expressions of arrogance as they advanced. Meanwhile, Moria marched toward Kaido, undaunted, with a wild glint in his eyes. His crew held unwavering faith in their captain, convinced of his invincibility, each displaying a haughty demeanor, dismissing the beasts as insignificant. As the distance between Kaido and Moria diminished, neither exhibited urgency, resembling two long-lost friends reuniting. Upon their meeting, they exchanged no words, instinctively raising their weapons in unison, striking at one another. The clash of their weapons echoed like thunder, the collision producing a cacophony that resonated through the air, sparks flying as they met. The force of their duel sent shockwaves, scattering the snowflakes and leaving a barren patch devoid of snow. Werararo. Moria. I hope you are as formidable as the rumors suggest. Otherwise, death awaits. Kaido bellowed with laughter, relishing the prospect of facing a worthy adversary. Heh, Kaido. Become the stepping stone on my path to becoming the Pirate King. Moria retorted, undeterred, launching a powerful strike imbued with dark haki toward Kaido. Kaido, with effortless grace, parried the blow with his own weapon. Both warriors wore expressions of confidence and arrogance, convinced the other was beneath them. The clang of their weapons rang out, the two appearing evenly matched, indicating that this battle would not conclude swiftly. Watching Kaido engage with Moria stirred Carl's impatience, and he could no longer restrain himself. Charging toward the Moria pirates like an arrow released from a bow, the beast pirates, witnessing Carl and Appo's initiative, prepared to join the fray. But Jean raised a hand to halt them. Though puzzled, they dared not question Jin's authority. Seeing their captain embroiled in combat, the Moria crew felt compelled to act, rushing toward the beast's pirates, eager for battle. Yet, amidst the frigid air, they sensed an even deeper chill enveloping them. Roar. Ahahaha, at last. I can unleash my prowess. A thunderous roar pierced the air, followed by a youthful yet commanding voice declaring, in the sky. The Moria crew collectively glanced upward. Drenched in cold sweat, as a colossal dragon, seemingly sculpted from ice, coiled above them. Its slender body glistened like frosted glass, while a disproportionately large dragon head loomed over them, exuding an air of majesty and elegance, both commanding and regal. It and Appo's dragon. They gasped. But what of it? We are the loyal subordinates of Lord Moria. They rallied. Indeed, Moria is battling Kaido. We shan't bring shame upon him. Bolstered by Moria's confidence, the crew, save for a few, faced the dragon without a hint of trepidation, raising their weapons in defiance. Whether they were brave or merely reckless, Carl found their disdain amusing. Very well, I shall spare their lives to win Moria's loyalty, but if they do not spend a month in bed, I shall write my name backward. Without further ado, Carl opened his massive dragon maw, exhaling a chilling torrent aimed at the crowd below. Scatter! A commanding shout reverberated, prompting the crowd to disperse in panic. Scrambling to evade the dragon and Appo's icy breath. A few unfortunate souls, unable to flee in time, were encased in ice, their faces frozen in terror. Damn it! That accursed dragon! Artillery, prepare to attack. With the command issued, the Moria crew lifted their weapons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Carl's massive dragon head. Clang! 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 The ordinary bullets proved ineffectual against Carl's dragon form, merely producing a series of sharp sounds as they ricocheted off, leaving no mark upon him. Chapter 38. Do you wish to dance? What a monstrous creature this is. Observing that even the bullets could not breach the dragon and Appo's defenses, their expressions turned grave. We cannot afford to prolong this. You hold him back, while the others follow me to deal with the rest of the beast pirates, commanded one of the leaders. With that, he led a group away, leaving behind a scant few dozen to try and stall Carl. Carl, witnessing this, felt utterly disregarded. A mere handful of them believed they could impede him? Humph. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy. A cold snort escaped Carl's lips. If they managed to flee, he would be the one to mock himself. With the advantage of flight, ordinary attacks could hardly reach him, and those that could inflict minimal damage. The remaining fighters, despite their intent to obstruct, felt somewhat helpless. Hey, dragon, your opponent is us. If you dare, stay and face me one-on-one. No matter how they shouted and taunted, Carl paid them no heed. He intended to intercept the others first before settling scores with them. Allowing their bravado to linger for a while, Carl soared through the sky, his speed surpassing that of those running below, and swiftly caught up with the departing group. Leaving just like that. How disrespectful. Everyone should stay. His youthful voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Damn it. That dragon is on our tail. What were they doing? They couldn't even buy a little time. Carl wasted no more words. A chilling aura surged from his mouth, and soon a breath of icy dragon fire erupted forth, mingled with countless tiny shards of ice. It descended upon the ground with devastating force. Snowflakes scattered as the dragon's breath swept away the thick blanket of snow, revealing the earth beneath. The pirates, bracing for an assault, suddenly realized that the incoming dragon fire did not seem aimed at them. They felt a mix of relief and confusion. Did he miss? At that moment, those assigned to impede Carl were breathless as they rejoined the main force. Apologies, we couldn't hold him back. The small leader expressed guilt, believing he was responsible for their failure. Now is not the time for such talk. We must deal with the present. The leader and Appo's expression turned serious. After all this time at sea, enduring countless battles, it was Captain Moria who faced the brunt of the conflict while they merely picked off the smaller pirates. With Captain Moria preoccupied by Kaido, it fell upon them to confront the rest of the beast pirates. Yet now, they found themselves blocked by a fearsome dragon, a truly distressing predicament. Let us unite and take down this dragon. Just as he finished speaking, Carl completed his masterpiece. The area once covered by his dragon fire had transformed into a gully, filled with a thick layer of ice that encompassed all the pirates. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck. and an ice wall erupted from the gully, rising nearly 10 meters to trap the pirates within. Shocked expressions appeared on all their faces, and some began to harbor ominous premonitions. Reacting swiftly, the pirates raised their weapons to carve a path, but no matter how they struck with swords and guns, the ice wall merely shed some ice fragments, leaving faint white marks. The wall's formidable hardness and height rendered them despairing. It was clear that only a powerful figure like Captain Moria could hope to break through. Carl gazed at his creation with satisfaction, his control over the ice and snow enhanced by the surrounding environment. "Ah, a bunch of little fish. Prepare to face my judgment," he bellowed, his dragon form descending upon the ice wall. Under the immense shadow, the pirates found Carl even more terrifying, the pressure palpable. With a leap, he transformed back into human form, finding sheer dominance in dragon form rather uninteresting. He desired a true battle between men. What? The pirates stared in shock and horror, astonished to see that the fearsome dragon was merely a youthful boy. Though slightly taller than them, his youthful visage resembled that of a giant child. Carl's youthful face displayed a wild, domineering expression as he drew his long blade, pointing it at the pirates before him, exuding an aura of invincibility. "You are already surrounded by me." As soon as the words left his lips, he surged forth like an arrow, charging at the pirates. "Humph! Arrogant! Up in the sky. We couldn't touch you, but now that you're down, you're ours." With that, members of the Moria pirate crew followed their leader into the fray against Carl. He swiftly dispatched one pirate with a single cut and dodged another attack from behind, turning to strike down the assailant in one fluid motion. Carl moved through the chaos as though he were a divine warrior. Within mere moments, many lay defeated around him. He was like a god of war, with none standing within several meters of him. "Damn it! Everyone, attack together." A voice rang out, and instantly, a dozen more surrounded Carl. "Take him down." Carl chuckled coldly, his breath icy. "Dragon fire." A frigid blast erupted, and those caught within its reach turned into solid blocks of ice in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, one pirate attempted to sneak up from behind, but Carl swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying across the snow-covered ground. Once more, Carl plunged into the fray, commencing a new wave of destruction. He weaved effortlessly through the battlefield, untouched amidst the chaos. Just as he dispatched two more ambushes, a sudden sharp pain pricked his back. Turning, he spotted a pirate aiming a gun at him, a look of triumph on his face. "I hit him. He is bleeding. It means he can be defeated." Yet before the pirate could revel in his apparent victory, an overwhelming chill surged through him, dispelling his joy. A hand clamped around his neck, a suffocating grip that rendered him powerless as he struggled to pry it loose. That hand held him like a vice, and no matter how he fought, it was futile. He gazed into the cold, icy eyes that bore down on him, and the next moment, the voice of doom whispered in his ear, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Chapter 39. Moria versus Kaido in the vast expanse of the ocean. The notorious pirate Kaido stands in stark contrast to the newly emerged pirate, Moonlight Moria. It is evident that Kaido possesses an overwhelming advantage, not merely due to his mastery of Conqueror and Appos, as Haki, but also because he is the user of the mythical Zoan fruit, the Azure Dragon, coupled with his astonishing regenerative capabilities. Thus, Moria and Appos' defeat appears inevitable. The current Moria is no longer the version of himself that aimlessly scavenged for corpses and harvested shadows. He has evolved. Even if he cannot overpower Kaido, he can certainly engage in a fierce exchange. He stands as a formidable Vice Admiral-level combatant, surpassing the strength of all of Kaido and Appos' subordinates. Moreover, Moria is still in his youth, presenting a significant potential to ascend to Admiral-level strength in the future. In the world of pirates, there are no definitive hierarchies. Assessments are made through rough estimations in the actions one has undertaken. Perish, Kaido. Moria cackled, swinging his massive sword, shrouded in armament Haki, towards Kaido. "Werararo. Don't get too cocky. I haven't even warmed up yet." Kaido retorted, his own weapon, the Kanabo, moving swiftly to meet Moria and Appos' assault. The clash of their weapons resonated in the air, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous vibrations. At that moment, Moria and Appos' shadow suddenly stirred, as if it had come to life. Detaching from his feet and gliding behind Kaido, a shadowy figure emerged, identical to Moria but entirely composed of darkness, wielding a sword that mirrored Moria and Appos', yet devoid of the armament Haki's coating. Kaido remained blissfully unaware, continuing his battle with Moria's corporeal form. The shadowy Moria wasted no time, launching a surprise attack from behind. Poised to strike Kaido. Suddenly, Moria felt a shift. Kaido had transformed. His strength and aura had escalated, previously comparable to Moria and Appo's, now towering like an insurmountable mountain. In that fleeting moment, Moria sensed the overwhelming might of his opponent, igniting a flame of rage within him. This revelation indicated that Kaido had been holding back. A realization that filled Moria with humiliation. Kaido was toying with him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Moria could no longer afford to hold back. He sensed that failure to unleash his full power could lead to his demise. Damn you, Kaido. You are mocking me. Fueled by anger, Moria and Appo's assault intensified. While the shadowy Moria prepared to strike. Worororo. I'm warmed up now. It's time to end this, Kaido proclaimed, delivering a powerful blow that sent Moria staggering backward, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Thunderbagwa. Kaido pivoted, unleashing a devastating strike, enveloped in dark red lightning. Upon the shadowy Moria, obliterating it in an explosion of ink-like fragments. Moments later, the scattered remnants of the shadow began to coalesce back towards Moria. Despite the prolonged battle, Moria found himself slightly winded, whereas Kaido appeared entirely unfazed, as if the fierce confrontation had not affected him in the slightest. Kaido, you are formidable. I underestimated you. But I am not weak either, Moria acknowledged, recognizing the disparity between them, yet unwilling to succumb to defeat. However, in this harsh world, despair holds no value without the strength to back it up. No one would offer sympathy or pity. Rising to his feet, Moria ready to sword once more. Re-entering the fray with Kaido. What had once been an even match now clearly favored Kaido. Moria's once spirited demeanor had faded. All that remained was a grim determination. Moria harbored thoughts of retreating with his comrades, yet the ominous silence regarding their well-being gnawed at him, filling him with unease. Worororo. Moonlight Moria. You are impressive. Join the Beast Pirates. Together, we can ignite a war that will reshape the world. Kaido extended an invitation, the outcome of their battle already a foregone conclusion. Though Moria seemed to falter, the prospect of surrendering was out of the question. Kaido, I aspire to be the Pirate King. I will never bow to you. His teeth clenched, Moria's furious gaze bore into Kaido. His dream of becoming the Pirate King rendered submission an affront to his very being. I would rather die than submit to you, Kaido. Forget that notion. Moria resolutely rejected Kaido's offer, which did not provoke anger in his adversary. After all, strong individuals possess their own tempers, and the aim is to conquer through strength. Worororo. Let us see if I can bring you down first. Kaido responded nonchalantly, as if the task were trivial. With that, Kaido unleashed a Thunderbagwa, sending Moria flying across the battlefield. You are quite impressive. Now I must get serious. Moria, supporting himself with his blade, wiped the blood from his lips, gasping for breath. At that moment, his desire to escape with his comrades reached its zenith. He recognized that he was no match for Kaido, but he was determined to leave unscathed. As Moria contemplated how to lead his comrades to safety, an even more terrifying aura than Kaido's earlier presence surged forth. In an instant, he felt an impending sense of death. As though a monstrous flood had locked onto him, his observation haki screaming in alarm. Dragon Twister, Indra's descent. When did he? Before he could fully comprehend the danger, Moria was struck down by a transformed Kaido, who wielded a kanabo enveloped in purple lightning, driving him into the ground. The earth trembled, rocks shattered, and a deep crater formed beneath the impact, fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. In that moment, Kaido had undergone a formidable transformation. His body predominantly covered in scales, sporting elongated, forked horns atop his head, and multiple tails sprouting from his back. This was Kaido and Appo's ultimate form, the hybrid beast-human transformation. Standing at the edge of the crater, Kaido gripped his kanabo, the swirling dust obscuring the view within, rendering the situation unclear. Cough, cough, a weak, yet unmistakable cough echoed from the depths of the crater. Chapter 40, the title devoured by Kaido. As the smoke dissipated, the scene within the pit was revealed. Moria knelt in a rather miserable posture, one hand propped on his blade, gasping for breath, with blood gushing from his forehead, adding a more sinister aspect to his already menacing visage. He stared intently at the drastically transformed Kaido, his eyes burning with anger and hatred, unwavering in their focus. If mere gazes could kill, Kaido would have perished 800 times over by now. Worororo. Moria, submit to me. Or face death. Kaido, losing his patience, regarded Moria's obstinacy with disdain. Should this fool refuse to yield, Kaido had no qualms about ending his life. After all, it would not cost him anything. Do you think you know who I am? I am Gecko Moria. Moria roared, rising swiftly. With a hum, his long blade was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black haki. The shadow beneath him detached, transforming into a silhouette identical to his own. With Moria and Appos' furious shout, both figures charged at Kaido, creating an illusion of mutual destruction. Humph! Kaido scoffed, viewing this as merely Moria's desperate last stand, utterly unthreatening. Thunderbagwa. Kaido's weapon clashed against Moria's blade, and it was only through the combined efforts of Moria and Shadow that they could barely withstand the blow. 3 weapons intertwined in the air, igniting a dazzling display of black and red lightning, sparks flying. In that moment of collision, the ground beneath Kaido and Moria sank, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward between them. The 3 forces clashed in a stalemate, but any discerning eye could see that Moria was merely gritting his teeth to endure. Kaido, what has happened to my comrades? Moria thought of fleeing, but his concern for his companions weighed heavily on his heart. The absence of sounds from the battle between his allies and Kaido and Appos' subordinates filled him with a deep sense of unease. Moria, you can hardly protect yourself. Yet you still worry about your comrades? Kaido taunted, provoking a mix of anger and helplessness within Moria, who found himself in perilous straits. The safety of his companions was paramount, and disregarding his own condition, he shouted at Kaido, "Damn you, Kaido! Tell me what has happened to my comrades." "Werararo. It matters not, your subordinates are likely all dead by now." Kaido continued to taunt Moria, fabricating stories about his companions' fates, despite being unaware of the truth. Kaido, I will make you pay for this." Moria's fury erupted, his piercing scream shattering the air. In his rage, he summoned a strength he did not know he possessed, attempting to counter Kaido's attack. Yet, he was neither the protagonist nor did he possess any sudden surge of fortune. With Kaido's forceful strike, the already struggling Moria was sent flying, his shadow dissipating in an instant. As he soared through the air, Moria coughed up blood, his vision blurring, and his weapon slipped from his grasp. Damn it! Gritting his teeth to stave off unconsciousness, Moria was carried by inertia for hundreds of meters before his momentum finally began to wane. This blow jolted him awake, clearing the fog of anger from his mind. Just then, his shadow returned, and after a moment and Appos' hesitation, he activated his Devil Fruit ability, sending the shadow racing toward the coast. At a sufficient distance, Moria would switch places with his shadow, repeatedly detaching it and sending it forth, all the while using Kaido and Appos' attacks as cover to escape, biding his time to gather enough strength for revenge. Moria and Appos' current prowess was indeed commendable, as he could withstand 2 of Kaido's skills and still flee. Of course, this was also partly due to the fact that Kaido had yet to reach his peak power. Watching Moria retreat, Kaido chuckled coldly. "Humph, you think escaping will be so easy?" With that, Kaido stomped fiercely, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath him. Soaring into the air, Kaido and Appos' form began to morph, and in an instant, a colossal azure dragon, stretching 100 meters long, coiled above. The transformed Kaido swiftly pursued Moria, who was still desperately fleeing. Feeling an intense heat behind him, Moria instinctively dodged. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted where he had just been standing, leaving a smoking crater in its wake. Gazing back, Moria was drenched in cold sweat, spotting the azure dragon barreling toward him. The dragon's mouth gathered flames, unleashing a barrage of powerful fireballs directed at him. "Damn you, Kaido!" Moria glared furiously at the dragon above. Boom! 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 The sounds of fireballs detonating echoed once more. Moria dodged with great difficulty, narrowly escaping, yet the searing heat from the explosions left him in tatters. His clothing was tattered and burned in several places. Though Kaido's attacks did not inflict substantial damage, they significantly hindered Moria's escape speed. Turning to assess the situation, Moria realized Kaido was closing the distance between them. "Kaido is still pursuing me. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before I am caught." With considerable distance still remaining to the coast, even if he managed to flee Wano, Kaido's speed would ensure he caught up. Contemplating his dire predicament, despair began to envelop Moria. But then, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes, a glint of madness flashing within. "So be it. I will fight to the death. Even if I perish, I shall take a piece of Kaido with me." As this thought emerged, Moria and Appos' pace slowed slightly, suddenly recalling something. A hint of remorse crossed his gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. "I'm sorry, comrades. I'm sorry." Perona. Muttering this, Moria and Appos' speed gradually diminished. Observing this, Kaido raised an eyebrow and ceased his assault, curious to see what other tricks Moria had up his sleeve. "Werararo. Moria, are you no longer fleeing?" Have you come to terms with submission? Kaido, maintaining his dragon form, looked down upon Moria, who now appeared to him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Kaido, you have slain my comrades and still expect my submission? Dream on. Even in his severely wounded state, Moria held no fear of Kaido, a testament to his deep commitment to his companions. Then there is nothing left to discuss? Very well. I shall grant you your wish. With that, Kaido dove down, transforming back into his hybrid form. Cold sweat beaded on Moria and Appo's brow. Yet he had resolved to fight to the bitter end. Kaido, uninterested in further banter, brandished his kanabo and swung it toward Moria. Moria and Appo's gaze sharpened. His fists enveloped in haki. Having lost his weapon, he resorted to his own fists. Just as Kaido and Appo's club was about to descend, an unexpected change occurred. Kaido, spare him. Chapter 41. The submission of Moria. A voice, tinged with youthful innocence, halted Kaido, who was poised to strike. In the distance, an ice dragon, seemingly sculpted from glacial ice, soared towards them. Kaido, spare him. Upon hearing this, Kaido ceased his impending assault, awaiting the arrival of the ice dragon. He understood that Carl had already dealt with matters at hand. Moria, gazing at the approaching ice dragon, felt an increasing weight in his heart. With Kaido's ally arriving, his chances of victory diminished even further. However, the youthful tone of the dragon and Appo's plea suggested a lack of age. When the dragon called for Kaido to halt, Kaido obeyed, indicating that the speaker held significant esteem in his eyes, perhaps a young prodigy of great value to Kaido. If Kaido could not vanquish him, perhaps he could inflict pain upon Kaido. This could serve as a form of vengeance for his fallen comrades. Moria quickly formulated his next strategy, eagerly anticipating the dragon and Appo's arrival. Meanwhile, Carl, suspended in the air, suddenly sneezed. It must be Yamato teasing him from behind. He would certainly give her a piece of his mind later. Carl thought to himself, flying swiftly to Kaido's side and reverting to his human form. Kaido, are you capable of finishing this? It's taking you far too long. Upon Carl and Appo's remark, veins bulged on Kaido and Appo's forehead. Thud. Ouch. Kaido and Appo's fist collided with Carl and Appo's head. You little brat, if you can and Appo's speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. Witnessing this exchange, Moria's suspicions were confirmed. This young child undeniably held a significant position in Kaido's heart. Given his appearance, he might even be Kaido's son. If Moria were to slay him, Kaido would surely regret it for a lifetime. Yet, he needed to wait for the right opportunity. Not far away, Kaido and Carl continued their banter. Kaido, Warren and Appo's, do you planning to persuade Moria to surrender? Carl inquired, observing Moria and Appo's battered and bloodied state. How tragic. Humph. You think I haven't tried? It seems you're incapable as well, Kaido. Carl teased, a smirk adorning his face. You're getting stubborn, aren't you? Go on, step up. Kaido was keen to see what this impudent child could accomplish. All right, just watch me. But first, you need to speak. Kaido's cold snort followed. Humph. Moria, I am offering you one final chance. Submit or die. With that, Kaido shifted back slightly, leaning against his weapon in a nonchalant manner. Baka Kaido, are you insulting me? You've killed my comrades and expect me to serve you? Dream on. Moria could no longer contain his fury. Kaido's continued humiliation was unbearable. Die. With a furious roar, Moria lunged toward Kaido like an arrow released from its bow. Seeing this, Kaido stepped forward, prepared for battle. Who told you your comrades were dead? Carl and Appo's voice drifted into Moria and Appo's ears. Moria and Appo's pupils constricted, abruptly halting his advance. What did you say? My comrades are alive. Moria exclaimed incredulously, staring at Carl, who emerged from behind Kaido. Who told you your comrades were dead? Moria's fierce gaze fixed upon Kaido, gritting his teeth. Kaido snorted and slammed his weapon heavily into the ground, causing fissures to ripple across the earth. You believe everything he says? Carl looked at Moria with disdain. Where are my comrades? How are they? Hearing that his comrades were alive, Moria disregarded Carl and Appo's contemptuous expression, desperate to confirm the truth of this claim. Don and Appo's rush, Carl remarked, snapping his fingers. Kaido seemed to sense something, gazing skyward, and Moria followed suit. Before long, the sky was cloaked in a massive shadow as billowing clouds cradled a gigantic ice sphere, slowly descending. Kaido raised an eyebrow, casting a discreet glance at Carl. As the ice sphere lowered to a certain height, the vibrant clouds dissipated, and the enormous ice orb plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Kaido, Carl, and Moria all leapt back, distancing themselves from the impending impact. Boom! The ice sphere struck the ground with a thunderous sound. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, fissures appeared on the surface of the ice sphere, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Crack! Crack! The number of fissures multiplied rapidly, covering the entire surface of the ice sphere. With a resounding crash, the ice sphere crumbled, splintering into countless shards that scattered across the ground. From within the ice, a multitude of pirates lay sprawled, some with bent arms and others streaked with blood. Ah! Moria shouted, racing to one of his fallen comrades. Observing the contorted arm, surrounding him were the many pirates, all his allies. You deceived me. Moria roared at Carl, witnessing his comrades and Appo's miserable plight. Hey, I said they weren't and Appo's dead, not that they were unscathed, Carl shrugged, feigning innocence. Upon closer inspection, Moria discovered that his comrades were indeed alive, albeit unconscious from their injuries. So, can we join your beast pirates now? Hearing this, Moria felt a tumult of emotions. How could he join after having put his comrades in such a state? Yet, the fact that they were alive was a blessing. He had been resolute about fighting to the death just moments prior, but now, with his comrades alive, he could not continue to battle Kaido. Carl perceived Moria and Appo's inner turmoil, a smirk curling his lips. His conflict indicated a favorable outcome. Moria, you must consider carefully. They are your enemies. I could have easily killed them, yet I spared them. If you remain obstinate, their fates could become uncertain. After all, you would wish to witness your comrades perish one by one, would you? Hiki. For some reason, these threatening words struck Moria as oddly peculiar. Kaido, too, looked at Carl with disdain, itching to strike him down. Moria's resolve began to waver. Perhaps joining the beast pirates was a sound choice after all. Thus, should you ever manage to defeat Kaido, you may depart with your comrades. Carl stoked the flames further. Defeating Kaido? I think not, Moria thought. His strength had indeed improved. Yet he was still far from overpowering Kaido. Can you make that decision? Moria regarded Carl skeptically. Worororo. As this little brat claims, if you can defeat me, you may leave at any time. I'll be waiting for your challenge. Kaido bellowed with laughter, envisioning Moria's induction into the beast pirates would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Moreover, someone willing to risk their life for their comrades would remain loyal to Kaido as long as he maintained his dominance. Very well. I agree. But I have a request. Chapter 42. Moria and Appo's conditions. I agree, but I have one condition, Moria stated. Upon hearing this, Kaido furrowed his brows but remained silent, gesturing for Moria to continue. First, my companions must receive the best treatment. Second, the formation of the crew must not separate me from my companions. Moria articulated his demands. Worororo. Is that all? I can agree to that. Kaido exclaimed. Carl, have Quinn bring the others over to receive treatment. Carl scoffed, muttering under his breath about being used, yet obediently transformed into ice and went to find Quinn. Seeing Kaido readily agree to Moria and Appo's terms, Moria exhaled a sigh of relief and plopped down in the snow. Perhaps this arrangement was not so bad after all. After a brief respite, Moria felt less fatigued. Kaido, Captain, he thought, reflecting on the sudden shift from being a leader to being subordinate. Moria, is there something on your mind? Kaido, in a jovial mood, radiated an atmosphere of delight. I wish to go to the coast to bring the ship over. Moria expressed his intentions, as he still had companions aboard the pirate ship. It was prudent for him to ensure their safety. Kaido pondered for a moment before replying, wait a bit. Let that little rascal Carl bring people over to accompany you. The Island of Ghosts is not so easily accessed without a guide, and Quinn must oversee the treatment. Moria, overhearing this, recognized Kaido's trust in him. Despite the apparent significance of Carl and Kaido and Appo's eyes, Moria was not the type to exploit that trust, as he valued integrity. Following Kaido and Appo's instructions, Moria remained patient, awaiting Carl and Appo's return. Shortly thereafter, Carl returned, accompanied by Quinn, who was levitating the injured on an ice platform. Once Carl landed, the platform descended, and dozens of individuals disembarked. Quinn jumped down, his rotund figure causing the ground to tremble slightly. Quinn, attend to these individuals. They shall be my subordinates from now on. Kaido commanded as Quinn arrived, directing him to commence treatment for Moria and Appo's crew. All right, leave it to me, Kaido. I'll ensure they're all in tip-top shape. Quinn replied. taking charge of the medical procedures. Carl, come here, Kaido called out to Carl, who had barely caught his breath after landing. Carl, accompany Moria to navigate his ship to the Island of Ghosts, Kaido instructed. Carl and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to do that? Can't we just find anyone to lead the way? Are you treating me like a laborer, Kaido? He protested vehemently. Kaido's expression darkened. Little rascal. Are you itching for trouble? While I'm in a good mood, you better behave. Carl scoffed, undeterred by Kaido's threat. He merely desired to return to the Island of Ghosts swiftly and reunite with Yamato. Carl, do you think you should bandage up? Moria asked, observing Carl and Appo's disheveled appearance, with blood staining half his face. As Moria watched his comrades being treated, a weight lifted from his heart, and he felt a sense of relief. No need. I'll be fine in a few days, Moria replied nonchalantly, impressed by his own resilience. Follow me. My ship is at the coast. Moria beckoned Carl after a brief rest. I and Appo's LL carry you. You guide me. That LL be faster, Carl suggested, transforming back into ice. With one claw, he lifted Moria effortlessly. Moria made no attempt to resist, allowing Carl to carry him. The duo ascended into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Hey, little rascal. Can't you just place me on your back? Moria voiced his mild complaint as he was hoisted high above. Humph. My back isn't for just anyone. Carl retorted. Can anyone ride on your back? You'd become a mere mount if that were the case. Not everyone can be a dragon rider, Moria teased, lightening the mood. By the way, little rascal, what is your relationship with Kaido? Moria inquired, now more at ease. Well, to be precise, Kaido is both my benefactor and mentor. But one day, I intend to give him a good beating, Carl confessed, acknowledging Kaido's assistance in avenging him and teaching him skills, while also harboring a desire to confront Kaido's abrasive nature. How about we team up then? Moria suggested. Having learned from Kaido that Carl had single-handedly defeated all his subordinates without sustaining much harm, such prowess at his age promised a formidable future, making a challenge against Kaido more feasible. Forget it. If I were to team up, it wouldn't be with you. Carl dismissed, his disdain evident. Baka, little rascal. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? I am a notorious pirate of the seas, Moria exclaimed. You can't defeat Kaido. Carl shot back. Damn you. Even if I can't defeat Kaido, I'm still one of the strongest on the seas. Moria retorted. You can't defeat Kaido. Carl repeated. Do you have anything else to say? You were utterly beaten by Kaido. Moria snapped. As they followed Moria's guidance, they soon arrived at the coast. Spotting Moria and Appo's pirate ship anchored there. The massive vessel was teeming with activity, with dozens of individuals moving about. Without needing Moria's reminder, Carl understood that this was their objective. What is that? Carl inquired, not concealing his presence, as some aboard the ship noticed him. It appears to be a dragon. What is it holding? They speculated, squinting at the claw. The figure seemed familiar. Is that Captain Moria? How is it possible? Didn't Captain Moria go to challenge Kaido? How could he be captured by a dragon? They wondered in disbelief. Fools, that is impossible. Captain Moria is invincible. The immediate priority was to rescue Captain Moria and his crew. Yes, indeed. All aboard the ship readied their weapons, with one even positioning the ship's cannon to aim at Carl. Hey, Moria, your crew's welcome ceremony is quite unique. Carl couldn't help but jest. Moria felt a mix of gratitude and anger at the sight. Put me down. Chapter 43. The Phantom Princess. With a thunderous crash, Carl hurled Moria overboard. The impact reverberated as Moria landed squarely on the deck. Everyone, cease your assault. Moria and Appo's command resonated with authority, compelling those who had been attacking Carl from above to halt their actions. Captain Moria, what happened to you? The crew gazed at him, their expressions filled with concern, a stark contrast to the vibrant Moria they once knew. A wave of warmth surged within Moria at their reaction, but duty called. At that moment, Carl reverted from his beast form, landing on the deck with a thud, drawing the attention of the pirates who had been worried about Moria. They cast wary glances at Carl, ready to spring into action should he make a move. Moria, care to explain? Carl inquired, ignoring the apprehensive stares directed at him. Lower your weapons. I have an announcement to make. Moria and Appo's voice rang out, capturing everyone and Appo's attention. I have decided to join the Beast Pirates. The proclamation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the crew in stunned silence as they exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had misheard their captain. Stop. As murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, Moria interrupted, This is my decision. Those who do not wish to remain with the beast pirates may leave at their discretion. With that, Moria fell silent, his gaze fixed on his crew, awaiting their response. But Captain Moria, one crew member began. No and Appos, buts and Appos. This is my decision, Moria asserted firmly. Carl, standing nearby, paid little mind to Moria's words. Losing these minor crew members was no concern, for recruitment would be effortless. The atmosphere settled into a tense silence. Finally, someone broke the stillness. Captain Moria, we will follow you. Another declared. Yes, Captain Moria, wherever you go, we shall go. The scene erupted into a cacophony of voices, resembling a bustling marketplace. In the end, not a single crew member chose to depart. Everyone was eager to follow Moria into the ranks of the beast pirates. It was undeniable that Moria possessed an undeniable charisma. All right, everyone, set sail. Let us head to Captain Kaido and Appos' stronghold, Onigashima. With Moria and Appos' command, the crew took their positions, and the formidable pirate ship commenced its voyage under Carl and Appos' guidance. Meanwhile, Moria retreated to his quarters to change out of his tattered attire. Just as he departed, a youthful voice rang out. Lord Moria! Where's Lord Moria? A petite girl, scarcely taller than Carl and Appos' thigh, dressed in Gothic attire with twin ponytails, scurried across the deck, her large, expressive eyes scanning the surroundings in search of something. Carl glanced over with curiosity, not out of any particular interest in the girl, but simply to discern who she was. One look was all it took for him to recognize her. The familiar makeup and the iconic black and white striped leggings made her resemble a little princess. This was none other than Perona, one of the 3 monstrous crew members aboard the horrific galleon from the original tale. However, unlike her portrayal in the story, she was still a minor. It seems the beast pirates and Appos' nursery has gained another member, Carl quipped, noting that while Jack, Runty, and Peggy had yet to arrive, Perona was already here. What surprised him was that Perona had been following Moria at such a young age. Hey, where's Lord Moria? I just heard his voice. Perona tilted her head in confusion, having rushed out upon hearing Moria and Appos' call, only to find him absent. Carl, feeling playful, decided to tease the little girl. Harboring no ulterior motives, he approached, casting a shadow over her petite form. Though their ages were similar, their heights were vastly different. Perona, a delightful little girl who had consumed a devil fruit, bore no other special lineage. Hey, what are you doing in my way? Perona looked up, blinking her large, expressive eyes at Carl, her expression a mix of curiosity and innocence. Adorable, utterly adorable, Carl thought to himself, unable to contain his delight. All right, I can't hold back any longer. He realized he was indeed a fan of cute little girls. Perona, having no recollection of Carl, examined him with curiosity. She recognized almost everyone aboard, yet he was a stranger to her. Hey, where's Lord Moria? Perona and Appos' sweet, childlike voice chimed. Her soft tone paired with her charming appearance made it hard for Carl to resist the urge to scoop her up in his arms. After all, who could resist such a lovable little girl? Unfazed by Carl, perhaps due to Moria and the crew and Appos' fondness for her, Perona was already beginning to exhibit traits of a future tsundere character. Moonlight Moria has been defeated by Kaido. I and Appos am here to claim the spoils. Carl feigned a menacing demeanor, resembling a beast ready to pounce on a little girl, as if he might devour her at any moment. Eek! You can't speak ill of Lord Moria. Perona screamed, undeterred by Carl's fierce facade, bravely retorting back. Negative spirit, she declared, summoning a small ghost from behind her, charging toward Carl. Carl chuckled, surprised that this little girl dared to take action against him. He nimbly dodged the ghost and Appos' advance and swiftly scooped Perona into his grasp. Before she could react, she found herself suspended midair, her sense of weightlessness causing her to thrash about in a futile attempt to escape Carl's firm grip. After a struggle that yielded no success, Perona suddenly ceased her resistance, her large eyes glistening with tears, her lips quivering. Wow, you jerk. This is not cute at all. She whimpered, tears streaming down her cheeks. She's crying already? A pang of guilt surged within Carl as Perona and Appos' sobs drew the attention of the other crew members of the Moria pirates. They paused their activities, casting dangerous glances at Carl. For reasons unknown, Carl felt a wave of unease wash over him, as if he were a child who had made another girl cry while her parents looked on disapprovingly. You little rascal, what are you doing? Put Perona down this instant. Oh no, I and Appos am doomed. was the first thought that flashed through Carl and Appo's mind. Chapter 44. Black Blade, Autumn Water. A year prior, while resting on an island, Moria stumbled upon Perona and subsequently kept her by his side. Over the course of the year, as he had no offspring of his own, he had come to regard Perona as his own daughter. After changing his attire, he emerged to find Perona, whom he had nurtured, being held aloft by Carl as if she were a mere chick, all the while wailing inconsolably. How could he possibly endure such a sight? His fists clenched in anger. Lord Moria! Upon seeing him, Perona immediately ceased her cries, her little legs swinging in the air. Ahem, I didn't do it intentionally. Do you believe me? Carl coughed lightly as he attempted to explain. Though Moria had sustained injuries during his battle with Kaido, he was not someone Carl could easily defeat. Besides, Moria was now a member of the Beast Pirates, and fighting would only cause unnecessary strife. For the future development of the beasts, Carl resolved not to escalate matters with Moria. As soon as Perona was set down, she scampered behind Moria, clutching his pant leg with her tiny hands, peeking out to make a face at Carl. Humph, you little brat. Don't think just because I joined the beast that you can bully me. All right. You're impressive, aren't you? Carl raised his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. Although Carl's words seemed to signify submission, Moria felt an inexplicable fire ignite within him. However, he was too disinterested to engage with this impudent child, letting out a cold snort before walking away. At the headquarters of Onigashima, under Carl's guidance, Moria's pirate ship successfully docked. The upheaval in the Ling Oc instigated by the Moria pirates was drawing to a close. Moria's arrival instilled a glimmer of hope among the beleaguered daimyos, who saw a chance to oust Kaido. If Kaido were to be driven away, they reasoned, the remaining Orochi would pose no threat. They discreetly relayed this news to Kazuki Oden, yearning for him to lead them into battle at this crucial juncture. Contrary to their expectations, however, the foolish prince, Kazuki Oden, not only failed to respond but continued to revel in his naked dances. After years of weekly performances, Oden had developed a plethora of new moves, often presenting a different routine each time. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Without Oden's guidance, the daimyos were hesitant to act rashly, yet they remained steadfast in their belief that he would one day lead Wano towards a brighter future. In addition to these developments, Moria had brought some unexpected surprises. Instead of immediately confronting Kaido upon arriving in Lingho, he had uncovered a tomb. Recently, he had made significant progress in the development of the Shadow fruit and required a corpse for validation. Without hesitation, he looted the grave, sending the remains back to the ship with a companion. Coincidentally, the tomb belonged to the renowned dragon slayer, Frostmoon Ryoma, whose famed blade, the Black Blade, Autumn Water, Moria also secured. This weapon was far superior to the inferior blade Carl wielded, leaving him envious. Give me that sword, Moria. After all, you have no use for it. Humph, not even for a dog. Carl, who had just bullied Perona moments earlier, now dared to demand something from him. Carl seemed utterly oblivious to Moria's reluctance to part with the blade. Come on, we're comrades now, consider it a gift for our meeting. Carl's audacity astounded Moria. Was this truly the words of a person? First, he injured so many of his comrades, and then bullied the daughter figure Moria had taken under his wing. Now he had the gall to request a welcoming gift? Despite Carl's relentless persuasion, Moria remained resolute. He recognized the quality of the blade, but lamented that it did not suit his stature. Otherwise, he would have kept it for himself, which he found regrettable. Moria stood firm against Carl's demands, and the matter was set to rest. Until an incident transpired that compelled Moria to willingly hand over the Black Blade, Autumn Water, to Carl. Upon joining the beasts, Moria's rank was nearly on par with Queen, causing discontent among some members. Perona continued to interact with the crew of Moria's ship as if nothing had changed, save for their new location. However, this was no longer Moria's crew. In addition to Moria's original members, there were now beast pirates among them. Aside from the handful of individuals Moria had brought, no one knew who Perona was, and no one would indulge her. As for Moria's other crew members, they were still recuperating from their injuries. One day, Perona was wandering around Onigashima, clutching her teddy bear, intrigued by her new surroundings. Suddenly, she collided with a solid object. Oh, that hurts. Hey, little brat, watch where you're going. Perona looked up to see a pirate glaring down at her with a menacing expression, his gaze akin to that of a predator. Instinctively frightened, she quickly recalled that she was a member of Moria's crew and thus found her courage. You're the one who was tea-looking. You and Appo's, re not cute at all, she retorted, hands on her hips. Huh? The little brat dares to talk back? Are you tired of living? The pirate, irritated by her defiance, took a step closer. Perona, intimidated by his presence, instinctively took a step back. The pirate reached out to grab her, intending to teach this audacious child a lesson. "Stop. What do you think you're doing to Perona, you scoundrel? Stop it." Suddenly, two of Moria's pirates appeared. They had come to familiarize themselves with their new base when they stumbled upon this scene and were instantly enraged. They rushed forward, seeking to give the pirate a taste of retribution. However, the pirate had already mastered both armament and observation hockey, while Moria and Apos' crew had yet to acquire these powers. Predictably, the two were swiftly overpowered. Yet, upon realizing they were outmatched, they instructed Perona to seek Moria. Having never witnessed such a scene, 3-year-old Perona burst into tears and hurried to find Moria. Upon seeing Perona rush in tears towards him, Moria's first thought was that Carl had bullied her again. But after hearing Perona's account, his anger flared. How dare a nameless underling from the beasts bully his crew and his little girl? Did he think he was Kaido? When Moria arrived, his crew was still being beaten. Blood streamed from their mouths and noses, their faces swollen. Moria, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury. Unsurprisingly, the pirate soon found himself on the receiving end of Moria and Apos' wrath, suffering far worse than Moria's crew. It was clear that he would be nursing his wounds for at least a month or two. Were it not for Moria's current status within the beasts, he would have killed the man on the spot. A simple beating would not suffice. Chapter 45. The official establishment of the Beast Kindergarten. The Beast Pirates have always upheld the principle that strength reigns supreme. In this realm, one's status naturally ascends with the prowess one possesses. The strong dominate the weak. This is the survival ethos of the beast. Following the dispute instigated by Perona, Moria learned during a casual conversation with Jean that Cal had taken in a group of children. Even Kaido's daughter and a little girl he had brought back from the sea were entrusted to Cal's care. Jean suggested that Moria send Perona to Cal, as there were typically no other pirates from the beast in his vicinity, just Cal surrounded by a gaggle of children and a few maidservants. After careful consideration, Moria agreed with Jean's proposal. It was not ideal for the young Perona to remain in their company indefinitely. In Cal's domain, she would be among peers, ensuring companionship. Thus, Moria decided to send Perona to Cal without hesitation. Once he made up his mind, he acted promptly. Upon arriving at Cal's location, Moria found Cal engaged in a sparring session with Yamato. Yamato, now no longer content with mere physical training, had insisted on training alongside Cal after learning that he had accompanied Kaido on a pirate raid during his previous absence. "I can't fall too far behind," she declared. Eager to join Cal in defeating Kaido and embarking on adventures at sea, Moria and little Hiyori watched with rapt attention, particularly Hiyori, whose envious gaze was unmistakable. Through Cal's early teachings, Hiyori's yearning for the sea was not inferior to Yamato's. She too longed for strength. As Cal continued his practice with Yamato, he caught sight of Moria in his peripheral vision, deftly parrying Yamato's strike and signaling her to pause. Well, if at ISNT Moria, what brings you here?" Cal turned to Moria with a curious expression. "Hey, what the?" Cal winced as a spiked club struck his head. "Yamato." Cal turned around, his anger barely contained, staring at Yamato, who was brimming with fighting spirit. "Didn't I say to stop for a moment? Why did you keep going?" he questioned, restraining his irritation. "Huh? Did you say that just now?" Yamato replied innocently, scratching her head. "Didn't you see me wave my hand?" Cal pressed further. "I did see it. Doesn't that mean you wanted me to continue?" Yamato maintained her naive demeanor, causing Cal's anger to dissipate significantly. "Still, you shouldn't ambush someone." He sighed. "But didn't you say that any move capable of hitting the enemy is a good move?" I guess that's my teaching." "Well, never mind then." After wrapping up his discussion with Yamato, Cal turned back to Moria, curious about the reason for his visit. "What do you need from me, Moria?" Cal asked, rubbing the spot on his head where Yamato had struck him. "Heh. So even you have your moments of misfortune." Moria chuckled mischievously. "If you've come just to gloat, you can leave now." Cal shot him a deadpan stare. "Heh. Don't be so stingy." "I actually have a favor to ask," Moria said, dropping the banter and getting straight to the point. "Oh, the illustrious Moria needs my assistance?" Cal inquired, intrigued by what could possibly warrant Moria's personal visit. "It's nothing too grand. I simply need you to look after Perona," Moria stated, revealing the pouting little girl hidden behind him. Upon seeing the miscreant who had previously bullied her, Perona attempted to muster a fierce expression, though to Cal, it appeared more adorable than menacing. Taking care of a small child isn't an issue, Cal mused, yet he wondered why Moria, like Kaido's felt compelled to bring children into his fold. All right then, Moria said, calming Perona before handing her over to Cal. Just as Moria was about to leave, Cal called him back with a remark. However, if I'm looking after your child, I expect some form of compensation, he stated. Moria raised an eyebrow at this. Not overly concerned, he thought it reasonable for Cal to request some reward. Wealth? Devil fruits. Speak up, what do you desire? After sailing the seas for so long, he had accumulated a bit of treasure. Yet, none of these were what Cal sought. Noticing Cal and Appo's indifference, Moria frowned, perplexed by the child's insatiable greed. Disinterested in wealth or devil fruits? What is it that you truly wish for? Moria asked, growing impatient. Cough, cough. Cal coughed lightly, casually planting his sword into the ground. Oh, my sword seems to need some sharpening. It's quite troublesome. This implication was unmistakable, and Moria, not a fool, quickly grasped Cal and Appo's desire. TCH. What a greedy little rascal. Fine, just wait. I'll have someone deliver it shortly. Moria was quite displeased, as that blade was of excellent quality. And even if he had no use for it, it would serve well as a collectible. Now, he felt as though Cal had taken advantage of him. Had it not been for Perona already in his care, he might have hesitated. Though Moria was annoyed, he refrained from expressing excessive anger. It would be foolish to lose his temper over such trivial matters, especially considering how Kaido and the others might mock him. Once Moria had made his point, he left without looking back, but not before issuing a warning. You little brat, if you dare bully Perona, even Kaido himself save you from my wrath. Cal chuckled to himself as he watched Moria walk away. Aha, a fine sword is on its way. This is what I call leveraging Perona to command Moria. True to his word, Moria sent the sword, Tsusue, shortly thereafter. Cal reveled in the feel of the magnificent blade, as no swordsman could resist the allure of a fine sword. As for the decent sword, it would be relegated to his collection now that he had acquired something superior. As time passed, the land of Wano fell into a seemingly stable state. By the year 1500, Kaido unexpectedly approached Cal, nonchalantly dropping off 3 children before departing without a word, leaving Cal in a state of bewilderment. Once he regained his composure, Cal directed a torrent of expletives toward the sky, receiving no response. Damn Kaido. He is becoming increasingly outrageous. At least he could have given me a heads up before tossing these kids my way. Left behind. Cal found himself staring blankly at the 3 children, 1 little girl and 2 boys. The little girl and one of the boys bore a striking resemblance, appearing to be siblings, no more than 2 or 3 years old. The other boy, however, well, he looked quite young but stood an astonishing 5 meters tall, even taller than Cal. You must be Cal, as referred to by Captain Kaido? The towering boy spoke in a deep voice. Yes. What's up? Cal replied, puzzled. I wish to challenge you. Captain Kaido said that if I can defeat you, I'll officially join the Beast Pirates. At this proclamation, Cal couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized the brashness of the challenger without needing to guess who it was. However, he had not anticipated being challenged himself. Chapter 46. The thrill of combat. Carl had surmised the identities of the 3 individuals before him, Runty, Peggy Wan, and the challenger, Jack. The future king of the seas and one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, known as the Drought. It was hardly surprising that this impudent child would seek to challenge Carl immediately. Are you 2 planning to challenge me as well? Carl inquired, a broad smile adorning his face as he gazed at Runty and Peggy Wan. The 2 exchanged glances, their hesitation evident as they regarded the significant disparity in stature. When they had been brought back by Kaido, they had been captivated by his grandiose proclamations, invigorated as though they had consumed a potent stimulant. The first to succumb to this fervor was none other than the brave Jack. Humph, I can handle this alone. I don't need their assistance. Before Runny and Peggy Wan could respond, Jack spoke up. Very well, you're quite audacious. Come, follow me, Carl replied, leading the trio towards his training ground. Upon nearing the arena, Carl was greeted by the shouts of 2 girls from the Oni clan engaged in close combat. One wielded a spiked club, while the other donned brass knuckles. The latter was notably taller, nearing 3 meters in height, taller than Jack himself. The smaller girl, however, stood at approximately 1.5 meters. Oni versus Maria, splendid. The outcome is inconsequential, for Carl relished the spectacle. Neither Yamato nor Maria had yet awakened any haki or consumed a devil fruit, resulting in a fiercely matched bout. Yet, a discerning eye would note that Yamato held a slight advantage, possibly due to Kaido's superior genes enhancing her physical prowess compared to Maria. Once Yamato awakens her conqueror and Appo's haki and consumes a formidable devil fruit, her strength will undoubtedly soar. Meanwhile, Hiyori was training her physique nearby. Tamatsu watched her daughter with a twinge of concern. This was not the burden a child of her age should bear. She should be reveling in her youth, not subjected to relentless training. Each time she witnessed her daughter's rigorous regimen, her resentment toward her ungrateful husband intensified. Despite her attempts to dissuade her, Hiyori remained resolute, expressing her desire to grow stronger alongside her brother Karl on their adventures at sea. Ultimately, Tamatsu could only relent in resignation. Perona had grown accustomed to this lifestyle after a prolonged stay. It was far superior to life aboard the ship. Each morning, she was attended to by maidservants, and she savored delightful nut sandwiches daily, pure bliss. "Karl, come join us," Yamato exclaimed upon spotting Karl's arrival, inviting him to partake in their training session. "Certainly. Let us do this. Jack, you join in as well. The three of you can take me on," Karl encouraged, prompting Jack, Yamato, and Maria to challenge him. Yamato and Maria saw no issue with this. They had already witnessed Karl's overwhelming strength. But Jack was the first to object. "Baka, are you underestimating me?" In his mind, he believed he could handle the challenge alone. Ugh, this complicates matters. It wasn't the trio teaming up that troubled Karl, but rather his uncertainty regarding Jack's physical capabilities. Using blades could lead to severe injuries. Amputations would be disastrous. Maria and Yamato trained together frequently. Thus they were somewhat familiar with each other's abilities. After contemplating the situation, Karl recalled Kaido and Yamato's choice of weapon, the spiked club. Karl's eyes brightened. This was an excellent idea. With such a blunt instrument, the most he would inflict was internal damage, a mere inconvenience easily remedied by Queen and Appo's medical prowess. There would be no need to worry about severed limbs. The more he pondered, the more feasible this plan appeared. Jack, unable to endure Karl's silence any longer, swung a fist the size of a sandbag directly at Karl's face. Yamato and Maria prepared to strike as well. Just as Jack's punch was about to land, Karl summoned a chilling aura, materializing a spiked club entirely forged from ice, akin to Kaido's own weapon. The icy spiked club shimmered with numerous sharp protrusions. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Karl swung the club with remarkable swiftness. In a flash, the shimmering weapon expanded in Jack's astonished gaze, culminating in a powerful impact against his face. Upon contact, Jack was sent hurtling backward, soaring through the air for dozens of meters until he collided with a rock, finally coming to a halt. Unlike blades or firearms, a blunt weapon requires little finesse. Sheer force alone yields sufficient lethality. Wow, this is exhilarating. Karl marveled at his discovery, captivated by the raw power of the spiked club. Unlike the finesse required for swords, the assault with this weapon radiated a primal beauty. No wonder Kaido favored using it to pummel opponents. Karl resolved that unless faced with genuine combat or feeble adversaries, he would wield the spiked club to impart lessons. Simultaneously, he vowed to maintain his swordsmanship. "Wow, Karl is using a spiked club too," Yamato exclaimed with excitement, seizing her own weapon and charging forward. Karl raised an eyebrow. Yamato's reckless nature remained unchanged. Clang, clang. The two spiked clubs clashed in midair, their combat purely a display of physical prowess. Suddenly, a swift sound sliced through the air from Karl's right side. A slender fist adorned with brass knuckles barely grazed his face. "Hey, Maria, don't strike the face," Karl exclaimed, narrowly avoiding the blow that could have marred his handsome visage. Maria playfully stuck out her tongue, yet her assault did not wane, launching another punch toward Karl's face. Meanwhile, Yamato intensified her onslaught, aiming to distract Karl from Maria's attack. Their synergy was commendable, but this Maria needs some discipline. Karl mused darkly, aware that should her punch disfigure his charming face, she would bear full responsibility. As Maria's blow approached, Karl decisively blocked Yamato's strike with one hand while seizing Maria's delicate wrist with the other. With a swift motion, he flung Maria away, employing her as a weapon against Yamato. As Maria hurtled toward Yamato, she narrowly dodged, while Maria crashed into the ground, creating a small crater. Yet, in that fleeting moment of evasion, Karl seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung the spiked club, sending Yamato sprawling several meters away, rolling multiple times before finally halting. "Yamato, Maria, are you up for more? Let us keep going," Karl declared, unyielding in his training methods, showing no mercy simply because they were girls. They were not ordinary individuals. Minor injuries would mend swiftly. Chapter 47. 2 years at this moment. Jack, who had been struck by Carl's powerful blow, rushed forward, still struggling to comprehend how someone shorter than himself could possess such strength. The recent blow had indeed left him dazed, and it took him a while to regain his senses. Once he did, Jack dismissed further contemplation and decided to attack, determined not to disappoint Kaido and Appo's expectations. Carl, slightly surprised, glanced at Jack, who appeared unfazed despite the trickle of blood staining his forehead. One would hardly guess he had just endured a blow. It seemed safe to proceed with his full strength. Exhaling a deep breath, Carl and Appo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Just then, Yamato and Maria rose to their feet, eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, undeterred by their minor injuries. "Carl, come again!" they shouted in unison as the trio advanced, encircling Carl from three sides. Yamato and Maria launched simultaneous attacks from either flank, while Jack aimed to confront Carl head-on. "Jack, you're too slow," Carl exclaimed, deflecting Jack's punch with a swift swing of his weapon and landing another blow to Jack's abdomen, forcing him back several steps. In a fluid motion, he dodged Maria's strike and retaliated with a vicious swing of his spiked club, striking her squarely in the back. The sheer force of the blow sent Maria tumbling to the ground, rolling twice before she could regain her footing. At that moment, Yamato's attack arrived, resulting in a cacophony of clashing weapons as Carl and Appo's gleaming club met Yamato and Appo's iron-crafted weapon in a flurry of strikes. Just then, Jack, having adjusted himself, charged forward, while Maria quickly rose to initiate her assault on Carl. Thus began an epic confrontation reminiscent of the legendary battles in the pirate world. Yamato and Maria and Appo's relentless barrage was met with Carl's steadfast defense, occasionally seizing opportunities to counterattack. Jack, a brute who relied solely on his strength, found himself clumsily collaborating with his allies for the first time, inadvertently disrupting Yamato and Maria's coordinated efforts. Oblivious to his impact, he focused solely on landing a hit on Carl. "Hey, big guy, don't block my way," Yamato exclaimed in frustration, irritated by Jack's interference. If it weren't for the fact that she was also engaged in a fierce struggle against Carl, she might have suspected Jack was one of Carl's allies. Humph. Jack heard her but paid no heed, continuing to throw his oversized fist at Carl. "You idiot!" Yamato fumed, her anger boiling over as she stomped her foot in exasperation. In a fit of rage, she abandoned her attack on Carl and swung her weapon at Jack instead. Despite her youth, her strength was considerable, and the blow staggered Jack. Carl seized the opportunity to strike Jack down to the ground. Rising angrily, Jack glared at Yamato. "Why did you hit me?" he demanded. "Isn't it because you were obstructing my attack?" Yamato shot back defiantly. Jack, who had been under constant pressure from Carl without landing a single blow, felt a surge of humiliation, and fueled by anger, he disregarded Carl entirely, swinging his fist at Yamato. Yamato, equally irked, retaliated against Jack's assault, leading to a shift in the battlefield dynamics. Now it was Yamato versus Jack, while Carl faced Maria alone. The most disadvantaged in this scenario was undoubtedly Maria, as the three of them had struggled against Carl together, and now she was left to contend with him on her own. Thus, the battlefield was divided into two segments, with each side free to engage as they pleased. Watching from the sidelines, Runty and Pejuan could not help but swallow hard, relieved they had not rushed into the fray. Observing the four combatants and comparing their own smaller frames, they realized that a single hit could leave them in agony for quite some time. Yet, a flicker of admiration ignited within them, planting the seed of strength in their hearts. Among them, a little girl watched with rapt attention. This was Perona, who found her greatest joy not only in her daily nut sandwiches, but also in witnessing the clash between Carl and his companions. Floating in the air, cradling her plush bear Kuma, her small feet swung rhythmically. Perona herself had no overwhelming desire to grow stronger, nor did her physical constitution support rigorous training. As Carl had said, as long as she developed her fruit's abilities, her potential would be formidable. As anticipated, Carl triumphed over Maria, who, utterly exhausted, leaned against him, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and heat. Yamato and Jack had been entangled in their confrontation for quite some time, both displaying remarkable endurance. Ultimately, Yamato prevailed, though she lay on the ground, panting and unwilling to move. Jack fared worse, having fainted from exhaustion, his body marked with bruises that would likely heal in a couple of days. After the skirmish, Carl appeared as if unaffected. He effortlessly supported Maria with one arm while lifting Yamato with the other, making his way toward their dwelling. "Hey, you two follow me," Carl called to Runty and Pejuan, as he would need to guide them as well, ensuring their accommodations were arranged. Seeing the spectacle come to an end, Perona floated after Karl, eventually settling on his shoulders. As they departed, Nichi hurriedly dashed to the front, leaping onto Karl like a pendant. Though Taimiyuki had witnessed such scenes countless times, a twinge of bittersweetness always lingered within her heart. Unable to suppress a sigh, she followed suit at a leisurely pace. Karl had grown accustomed to this, aside from Maria. They were all standard little girls. Midway through their journey, Karl suddenly wondered if he had forgotten something, but after pondering for a while without any clarity, he chose to dismiss the thought. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle era, turmoil erupted across the seas, with countless pirates flooding the waters. That same year, the son of the pirate king Roger, Port St. Ace, was born and subsequently adopted by the naval hero Garp. Scholars from the archaeological haven of O'Hara drew the ire of the world government due to their research into the void centuries history. The five elders, enraged, issued an extermination order against O'Hara. Countless scholars perished in this massacre, leaving only an 8-year-old girl to survive. In that same year, the infamous underwater prison impelled down witnessed the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion severing his own legs to escape. The solitary, proud Red, Baroque Works leader, fought against the current fleet admiral, Sengoku, ultimately victorious but unable to evade capture due to his own exhaustion. In the year 1501 of the Sea Circle era, following the tumultuous events of the previous year, this year appeared remarkably tranquil, with no world-shattering incidents to report. In 1502, while the seas remained largely uneventful, a seismic transformation unfolded in Wano country. Chapter 48. The Deceived Odin in the year 1502 of the Wano country calendar. It marked the 5th year of Kazuki Odin's naked dance, coinciding with the expiration of his 5-year pact with Kaido. On this day, Odin did not don his customary scant attire, but instead wore a traditional kimono, accompanied by his retainers, as he made his way to the flower capital. The weather that day was unusually foreboding. Despite it being midday, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, casting a heavy pall that seemed to foretell significant events on the horizon. Odin gazed at the shogun's residence with a grave expression, his heart laden with trepidation. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Kaido. Just before Odin and his entourage could step into the shogun and Appo's residence, Kaido emerged first, flanked by the guards of the Anawabanshu, with the Kurizumi siblings standing at his sides. "Kaido, the time we agreed upon has arrived," Odin declared, his face stoic. Kaido and Appo's expression, however, was one of derision, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Is this your attitude, Odin?" At this taunt, Odin and Appo's already heavy countenance grew even graver. His retainers, witnessing Kaido and Appo's humiliation of their lord, clenched their fists in anger. After a brief moment, Odin slowly knelt before Kaido, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. "Kaido, our pact is fulfilled. Please return Wano to us." Upon witnessing this scene, Odin's retainers bowed their heads, their emotions concealed. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Kaido erupted into laughter, a cacophony of mockery that echoed around them. The laughter from his retainers joined in, ridiculing the rightful heir of Wano, belittling his naivety and innocence. "You truly believed, didn't and Appo's, to you, Odin? How naive." "Ha." Kaido sneered, the undisguised derision in his tone piercing Odin and Appo's heart. The 5-year agreement was established due to Odin and Appo's unexpected return. A time when Kaido and Appo's power had yet to burgeon and Odin had numerous supporters. Yet, this fool had genuinely agreed to it. Over the past 5 years, Kaido had not remained idle. The feudal lords of several regions had been rendered powerless, posing no threat whatsoever. Even those who had silently supported him, such as the brave Kinemon and his wife, had perished, leaving Odin with but a handful of loyal retainers. Was he to be deemed foolish or simply innocent? Among countless paths to victory, he had chosen the singular path to failure. Kaido relished in revealing this information to Odin, observing the kneeling figure before him. Kaido felt an impulse to crush Odin's head beneath his foot, but the ingrained fear of Odin held him back. Having delivered his message, Kaido deemed it sufficient. Ignoring the prostrate Odin as he strode back into the shogun and Appo's residence, laughter still ringing in his ears. After a lengthy silence, Odin finally rose from the ground, his heart heavy with the revelations. Without uttering a word, he exited the flower capital, heading toward Kuri, his retainers following in solemn silence. Upon returning to the mansion in Kuri, Odin was met with the sight of Momonosuke, eagerly awaiting him, his clothes tattered and patched. Unable to contain his remorse any longer, Odin embraced Momonosuke, tears of regret streaming down his face. The onlookers remained silent, save for Odin's weeping. After an indeterminate time, Odin ceased his tears, his expression taking on an unprecedented seriousness. Everyone, rest for a while. Tonight we shall take down Kaido. Odin had come to a resolute conclusion. The only path forward was to engage in battle. Hearing these words, Odin's retainers were invigorated, tears glistening in their eyes. We shall follow you to the death, Lord Odin. Their cries resonated like a formidable army, as if they were releasing the pent-up frustrations of the past years. That night, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a light drizzle seemed to herald a night devoid of sleep. The sound of footsteps splashing through the rain drew near. A group of figures traversed the downpour, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Upon reaching a precipice, the leader came to a halt, prompting the others to do the same. Before them lay a fog-enshrouded cliff, obscuring their view of what lay ahead. This was Odin and his loyal retainers, the Akazaya 9, preparing to confront Kaido under the cover of darkness. Suddenly, a wild wind swept through, rain pouring in torrents, and an overwhelming bloodlust surged forth. A pair of enormous crimson eyes pierced the mist, fixated upon the leading figure, Kazuki Odin. At that moment, the fog seemed to part, revealing the path ahead and the beings concealed within. A colossal dragon, hundreds of meters long, and a throng of pirates surrounded them. Kaido, is this all a ruse? Odin's furious roar reverberated across the mountains. Worororo. Odin, you are indeed naive. Kaido, astonished by such innocence, remarked on Odin's gullibility to fall for an obvious deception. The pirates erupted into laughter at the sight. This mockery ignited Odin's fury. Kaido. His eyes blazed crimson as he drew Inma, his sword gleaming ominously. A resonating hum accompanied a flurry of cherry blossom-like energy as Odin's hands became enveloped in a layer of pitch-black hockey. With a sudden surge, he unleashed his blades, surrounded by intertwining flames of orange and red, resembling an arrow loosed from a bow, slicing through the ranks of Kaido's pirates. In a flash of crimson light, countless pirates were cleaved in two, unable to register the shift from mockery to terror before their demise. As their lord charged forth, Odin's retainers could not remain passive. They joined the fray, showcasing their valor and prowess, no pirate standing a chance against their might. Among them, Ashura Doji and Kin and Appos, Eamon displayed exceptional strength and bravery, while the others unleashed their signature techniques. Suddenly, a fiery slash struck, forcing Ashura Doji to retreat. Although it was raining, the surrounding trees ignited, quickly engulfed in flames. Hey, we can end Appos. T allow you to slaughter at will. A rather brazen voice echoed as one by one, figures cloaked in fire and darkness entered the battlefield. A hefty man struck a blow that sent a serpent-like pirate flying. The next moment saw a swarm of bats hurtling toward Kin and Appos, Eamon, who, bewildered, dared not let them near. Ha ha ha, burn the mountains and let the prison walls crumble. Dragon breath. A dragon, sculpted entirely of ice, soared overhead. Its gaping maw unleashed a torrent of frigid air, accompanied by shards of ice, hurtling toward the Akazaya 7 below. Damn it, why are Kaido's subordinates so formidable? They desperately sought to evade the icy breath, which, upon contact with the ground, instantly encased it in a thick layer of ice, spreading relentlessly outward. Chapter 49, Odin vs. Kaido. As the fierce battle erupted, Shin, Queen, and Moria all joined the fray. Karl also relinquished his dragon form to participate in this chaotic clash. The beast pirates faced off against the red scabbards. Although they were outnumbered, each of them, Shin, Queen, and Moria, stood as formidable warriors. Karl and Appos' strength, while not on par with the first three, should not be underestimated. Over the past 2 years, he had not relaxed his training. He could not afford to do so until he reached the level of a general. With no fixed opponents, it was a complete melee. Flame Emperor Slash. A fiery dragon strike surged toward all the red scabbards. Ashura Doji stepped forward to block this attack. The fiery figure was as powerful as the one who commanded bats. None of his companions could rival either of these two. However, it was still not 20 years later. The strength of Kin Eamon and the others was not yet comparable to that of Jack in the original storyline. Among the red scabbards, Ashura Doji stood as the strongest, followed by Kin Eamon, while the rest were vulnerable enough for Karl to take on single-handedly. Yet the crux of this battle lay in the confrontation between Kaido and Odin, for they were the pivotal figures in this conflict. Kazuki Odin charged through the encirclement of the beast's pirates, leaving countless pirates as his fallen foes. Kaido, witnessing his subordinates being slaughtered at Odin and Appos' hands, recognized that he alone could vanquish this enemy. Thus, in his azure dragon form, Kaido let out a furious roar. Odin, Realizing the futility of slaying mere minions, Odin understood that he must defeat Kaido and sever his head to secure ultimate victory. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of Conqueror's Haki, stunning all surrounding pirates. Kaido. With a powerful shout, Odin leaped high, colliding with Kaido's dragon head, resulting in a blinding flash of light. Neither sustained injury in their first clash. Odin landed on Kaido's massive dragon body, seeking an opportunity to strike again. They became entwined in a fierce struggle, each attack potent enough to obliterate a mountain. As their battle raged, the clouds dispersed, revealing a star-studded night sky. Yet, Odin inflicted no damage upon Kaido, while his own stamina waned rapidly. The battlefield was engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a sea of fire. With the rain's interference absent, the flames raged even higher. Realizing that this could not continue and that his retainers were in dire straits, Odin declared, "Kaido, prepare to meet your doom." With his dual swords raised before him, black and pink lightning intertwined with his haki. Wororaro. How entertaining! Kaido felt a surge of excitement. With a fierce roar, Kaido and Appos' dragon head clashed once more with Odin and Appos' twin blades. The point of impact crackled with black and red lightning, leaving scorched craters in its wake as Kaido's massive claws sliced through the air, aiming to strike Odin. Seeing this, Odin attempted to evade and reposition himself on Kaido's body for another attack. Yet Kaido would not grant him such an opportunity. Before Odin could settle, Kaido's colossal form twisted, and his tail lashed out toward Odin. Caught off guard, Odin was ensnared and flung hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and debris flew. Lord Odin, his retainers and Appos' concern grew as they witnessed his fall. However, their own circumstances were far from favorable. Kinemon had been encased in ice. Reizo bore a grievous wound that exposed his bones, and Kanjiro showed signs of severe trauma. The dog and cat were severely burned, their fur charred. Among those still capable of fighting, Shuradoji, Kinemon, and Kawamatsu bore various injuries, with Ashura suffering the most. Hehehe, focus on your own problems first. Moria fought ruthlessly, striking with precision and intent. Shin remained aloof, while Queen, cigar in mouth, wore a perpetual grin. This was a battle devoid of suspense. Carl, however, found himself in a precarious position, covered in wounds, yet managing to freeze them with his powers. Though he had only expended some stamina, he had become the primary target of the red scabbards upon revealing his sword, the Black Blade Akush, a national treasure of Wano, marking him as the weakest among them. Frustration boiled within Carl. Just because he was younger did not mean he was weaker, but it was too late to lament. The defeat of the remaining three was only a matter of time. Rising from the crater, Kazuki Odin exhibited signs of fatigue, blood trickling from his forehead. Breathing heavily, a clear indication that he had expended much of his strength. In stark contrast, Kaido appeared unfazed, his colossal azure dragon form dominating the skies, radiating an unparalleled aura of dominance. This was the terror of Kaido, the man destined to be called the strongest creature in the world. His terrifying endurance and recovery capabilities were unmatched. Even if one could breach his defenses, he would likely recover shortly thereafter. To contend with Kaido, one would need to possess overwhelming strength, for otherwise, it would devolve into a war of attrition. Yet, who could rival him in a battle of endurance, save for him? The World King, who had yet to reveal his power. Odin faced this daunting reality. He could hardly inflict damage on Kaido while depleting his own energy. Whereas Kaido and Appos' strikes did not diminish his health, but drained Odin and Appos' stamina. The situation was excruciatingly dire. Determined, Odin clenched his teeth, preparing to unleash his most powerful attack. Suddenly, Kaido and Appos' massive dragon head loomed closer to the ground where Odin stood. Worororo. Is that all you and Appos' V got? I and Appos' am far from finished. Upon hearing this, Odin and Appos' eyes sharpened, his gaze unwavering. Kaido, I will not allow you to run rampant in Wano. With that declaration, Odin's aura surged, and petals of cherry blossoms seemed to fall around him. Buzz. His dual blades became enveloped in haki once more. How intriguing. Kaido observed Odin's resurgence with exhilaration. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs directed at the sprinting Odin. Odin, nimble and agile, deftly dodged the incoming flames. With renewed vigor, he leaped back onto Kaido's dragon form, launching himself with a powerful thrust, swords raised before him. Kaido, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a torrent of flames, a devastating breath of dragon fire aimed at Odin. The intense heat contorted Odin and Appos' features, but thoughts of his retainers, his son, And the people of Wano suffering under Orochi's tyranny ignited a fierce determination within him. With this resolve, Odin's spirit soared to unprecedented heights, reaching a level that even Kaido regarded with admiration. This was the very breath of a dragon capable of piercing mountains, yet Odin stood firm against it. Tijin J-Kin. Chapter 50. The defeat of Odin in contemplation of his family and the supporters who rallied behind him. Odin braced himself against Kaido's fiery breath. It was a classic display of sheer determination. In the astonished gaze of Kaido, Odin struck like a sword, aiming directly at Kaido and Appo's chest. Odin's two-sword style, Tin Fist of the Peach Garden. A sudden flash of crimson light erupted, and a tempest of dark red lightning surged forth. Merely witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down one's spine, as the dragon scales on Kaido's chest shattered, gushing torrents of blood. An X-shaped wound appeared on Kaido's chest, ravaged by the remnants of thunder. With a pained roar, Kaido, the colossal azure dragon, seemed to be felled by Odin and Appo's strike, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom that reverberated through the vicinity, raising clouds of dust to dizzying heights. Gasping for breath, Odin fixed his gaze on the fallen beast. Is it over? Meanwhile, the battle on Karl and Appo's side had concluded. Odin and Appo's retainers were shackled in sea stone handcuffs, temporarily imprisoned by the barriers conjured by Karl's abilities. Seeing this scene, Odin's conscious retainers could not help but exclaim in elation, "Lord Odin." In stark contrast, Jin, Queen, Moria, and Karl observed quietly, making no move. Jin and Queen believed in Kaido and Appo's invincibility, while Moria doubted that someone capable of easily defeating him could fall so easily. Karl, having seen the script, remained contemplative. Is this what battles among the strong entail? He mused, recognizing the vast difference between watching from afar and being present in the fray. Odin, though eccentric, undeniably possessed formidable strength. As anticipated, the enormous dragon began to diminish in size. Kaido's expression darkened, nostrils flaring with fury. How many years has it been since I felt the sting of injury? He bellowed, unleashing a violent burst of Conqueror's haki. An invisible shockwave erupted from Kaido, black-red lightning wreaking havoc as the atmosphere trembled under the immense pressure, resonating with the deep hum. Odin furrowed his brow, feeling the overwhelming weight of Kaido's presence. He had not expected Kaido to withstand his strongest blow and rise again. Yet now was not the time for doubt. One of them was destined to fall today. For the future of his family and the country of Wano, victory was imperative. Kaido, leave Wano, Odin roared, releasing his own surging Conqueror's haki to collide with Kaido's. The clash of two titans sent tremors through the earth, shattering rocks and sending foliage flying. A brilliant flash of white light flickered momentarily, as if the heavens themselves were torn asunder. With furious cries, the two warriors charged at one another, their weapons clashing. Thunder intertwining with each strike, each attack capable of reshaping the very terrain. Nearby, Karl observed, suddenly contemplating the impending events, his brow furrowing before relaxing again. I shall return shortly, he called to Jin and the others before departing. The trio remained undistracted, absorbed in the monumental battle before them, fully aware that witnessing such a clash of titans was a rare opportunity. Moments later, Karl encountered two familiar figures, two ancient beings and a beastly adorned individual, their furtive demeanor suggesting ill intentions. The old crone cackled, transforming into the guise of a child. The beastly figure seized the child, brandishing a dagger threateningly. They appeared to coordinate their approach towards the battlefield of Kaido and Odin. You must not interfere with Kaido's fight. A somewhat youthful voice rang out, startling them. Yet before they could react, a figure was hurled backward, embedded in the rock. It's over, was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of the remaining two. The figure that had been cast aside was none other than Kinemon, the wielder of the barrier fruit, their greatest hope. With this support gone, they felt a wave of panic. Karl, aware of the intricacies of the barrier fruit, seized the initiative before they could recover. You have no need to live any longer. His cold voice echoed ominously. After today, Wano would no longer harbor any threats to the beast pirates. The Kurazumi siblings had become obsolete. Eliminating them would pose no consequence. As for Kurazumi Orochi, he still held some utility, as Wano temporarily required a general. But that necessity would soon wane, and a reunion with the Kurazumi siblings would follow shortly. Having dealt with the two, Karl found a nearby elevated vantage point to continue observing the battle between Kaido and Odin. With Kin and Appo's, Eamon and Appo's interference removed, the clash between Kaido and Odin intensified. Odin, you are a worthy opponent, Kaido declared, growing more exhilarated with each exchange. Such an evenly matched battle was a rarity he had not experienced in years. Kaido, likewise. As your adversary, I acknowledge your strength, but that does not justify your tyranny over Wano. Odin retorted, intensifying his offensive. Werararo. Let us see if you possess the capability. Kaido roared, wielding a stick imbued with both armament haki and conqueror-s haki, striking down towards Odin with unparalleled force. Unyielding, Odin retaliated with his own technique, enveloped in armament and conqueror-s haki. Peach Garden-s White Fountain. The two haki-infused strikes collided, erupting into a radiant display of red light and intertwining thunder, distorting the very fabric of space as they clashed. Ultimately, neither emerged with the upper hand. This epic confrontation raged on until the sun approached the horizon. Just as dawn threatened to break, Odin ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing. Kaido, clutching his chest where blood still seeped, gasped for air. In the end, the battle that would alter the fate of Wano concluded with Kaido and Appo's victory. As Kaido triumphed, Jin, Queen, and Moria all gathered by his side. Carl joined them, though his attention was not on Kaido but rather on Odin's twin swords, Aim no Habakiri and Enma. Queen rushed to Kaido's side without hesitation, beginning to administer healing. Kaido, are you all right? Jin inquired, concern lacing his voice. Werararo. Werararo. Kaido laughed heartily. What a thrill. It has been far too long since I've engaged in such an exhilarating battle. His laughter reassured them of his well-being. As the clash between Kaido and Odin drew to a close, Odin and Appo's blades were ultimately seized by Carl. The collection of trophies began. Odin and his retainers were imprisoned, with Orochi poised to execute them in front of the people of Wano. Kaido consented, believing this would reveal the remaining loyalists to Odin, allowing for their complete eradication. Chapter 51. The execution of Odin defeated. Odin and his loyal retainers were imprisoned, awaiting their imminent execution. Unlike the original narrative, Kaido vanquished Odin with unadulterated strength, devoid of any interference. Consequently, Odin received no leniency. His sword was confiscated by Carl, and he was bound tightly with sea stone. Their battle transpired over the course of a single night, and by dawn, Orochi announced that Odin would be executed in 3 days. The daimyos of the other regions, still clinging to their lives, were devastated by this news. The sky had fallen. Why didn't you inform us sooner? This revelation extinguished their last flicker of hope. Kaido's might and Orochi's cruelty would run rampant in the absence of Odin, casting a dark shadow over the future of Wano. Upon returning to Onigashima, Carl sought out Toki first, conveying the news of Odin's defeat and impending execution. To his surprise, Toki remained eerily calm, seemingly unfazed. However, her composure shattered upon hearing a particular name, Kazuki Momonosuke. Toki trembled, for these 5 years had wrought considerable change. Her feelings for Odin had gradually eroded since she learned of his naive belief in Orochi and Appo's demands. Yet, her concern for her son, her flesh and blood, remained paramount. Is there any chance you could spare him? Toki's voice was tinged with desperation, her eyes brimming with tears, evoking a profound sense of pity. Carl found the situation eerily familiar. Wano, a lady, and a threat. Wait, something felt amiss. Madam, you surely do not wish to see your son coughing to dispel his wandering thoughts. Carl shifted back to the matter at hand. Toki's reaction was anticipated. I could even arrange for you to see him 20 years hence, but there's a condition. From this moment forward, you must sever all ties with the Kazuki clan, including Kazuki Momonosuke. Carl was straightforward, presenting Toki with the choice directly. After a brief hesitation, Toki, for the sake of her child's safety, made her decision. To preserve her son's life was a favorable outcome. As time flew by, the day of Odin and Appo's execution arrived. True to the original tale, Orochi intended to dispose of Odin and his retainers in a boiling pot of oil. In the bustling streets of the flower capital, a massive cauldron was prepared, surrounded by a fence with countless onlookers gathering. Most spectators wore expressions of amusement, while only a few displayed visible anguish. Odin's foolish persona had become entrenched in the hearts of the people, and some expressed disdain for such a depraved spectacle. On the platform, Kaido, alongside his cadre and Orochi, observed the reactions of the crowd. Those showing sorrow for Odin had been marked. If you lament his impending demise, why not join him? It's a simple solution. Soon, Odin and his retainers were brought forth. Their faces reflected no fear of death. They glared defiantly at those on the platform. Haha, Odin, do you have any final words? Orochi cackled, feeling a sense of triumph as he finally shed the pressure Odin had once imposed upon him. Upon seeing the cauldron, Odin understood his grim fate. Let me descend into the pot alone. If I can endure for an hour, release my subordinates. Odin declared with unwavering resolve. Lord Odin, we fear not death. His retainers, agitated on his behalf, protested. What sort of situation was this, where the master would sacrifice himself for his servants? Orochi was reluctant to concede to this unreasonable demand, yet Kaido found it amusing and readily agreed. Thus, Odin willingly entered the cauldron. A cry of agony escaped Odin as the scalding oil enveloped his every inch, leaving only his neck exposed. Orochi's minions continued to stoke the flames, intensifying the heat. Odin's retainers were held back by a wooden plank. Carl stifled a yawn, finding the spectacle of a man boiling rather tedious, pondering Kaido's twisted reasoning. Suddenly, he recalled a long-forgotten figure, the female ninja, Shinobu. It seemed the protagonist had overlooked her, not the author surely. It had been 5 years? He wondered about Kiku too, pondering the extent of her suffering under Queen. Without Shinobu's interference, the majority of Wano's populace observed the scene with cold indifference. Soon, 30 minutes passed, and Odin remained resolute. However, his skin, save for above his neck, was a morass of wounds. Blood flowed freely. He resembled a mere specter. Orochi, witnessing this, became alarmed and commanded his subordinates to keep the fire blazing. Despite the rising temperature, Odin stood firm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before long, an hour elapsed. Odin had fulfilled his promise once more. Kaido leaned back, a serene smile on his face as he regarded Odin. Orochi, however, was flustered, astonished that Odin could achieve what seemed impossible. Kaido, I have upheld our agreement. Odin shouted towards the platform. Kaido replied with a placid grin, since you have succeeded. Let them go. The beast pirates shall not intervene. Odin remained composed, yet he recognized his fate was sealed. The future of Wano rests with you. Depart from Wano. 20 years hence, it shall be liberated. These were Odin's final words. After uttering them, he cast the wooden plank away. Baka, Baka, strike now. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Orochi, now frantic, appeared deranged. Odin's prophecy, that Wano would see liberation in 20 years, whether true or not. If he eliminated these individuals now, there would be no threat left. Meanwhile, Kaido maintained his aloof demeanor, seemingly unaffected by Odin's words. The officers of the beast pirates remained idle, lacking Kaido's orders. Except for Carl. TCH, how dull. Carl stretched lazily, relieved that the hour had concluded. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned away. For he had matters of his own to attend to. Delaying those tasks would be unwise. Chapter 52. The Eunuch. Momonosuke Tianyushir and Tianyurihi had already been brought to the flower capital by Carl. The purpose was to keep pace with the Akazaya 9 during their escape and locate Momonosuke to fulfill his intriguing plan. Since she could remember, Rihi had been residing on Ghost Island and was quite curious about everything upon arriving in the flower capital. Her large, sparkling eyes were irresistibly adorable. In contrast, Tianyushir appeared anxious, plagued by an uneasy feeling within. Let us go? Don't let me down later, Carl remarked as he approached. Upon seeing Carl, Rihi eagerly scampered over, leaping into his arms. Carl, accustomed to this, affectionately rubbed her little head. Tianyushir had grown used to it as well. She merely nodded slightly without speaking. Carl then wrapped an arm around Tianyushir's waist. Ah! Tianyushir exclaimed in surprise, caught off guard by Carl's sudden gesture. In his embrace, Carl savored the ample curves concealed beneath her clothing. The allure of a mature woman is undeniable, he mused. Tianyushir's cheeks flushed, feeling the closeness of a man for the first time since Yutian. Mom, why is your face so red? Rihi inquired innocently, puzzled by her mother and Appo's blush, as she was accustomed to being held by her and Appo's brother and Appo's Carl without any embarrassment. Under her daughter's gaze, Tianyushir and Appo's face grew even more crimson, evoking a desire in Carl to savor the moment. Yet, realizing the urgency of their mission, he shifted his focus away from her figure. There would be ample opportunities in the future. There was no need to rush. Hold on tight. With that, Carl transformed into an ice figure and soared into the clouds, gently tossing Tianyushir and Rihi onto his back. In the sky, leveraging their altitude, Carl quickly spotted the Akazaya 9, who had successfully fled the flower capital. He followed closely behind. As they fled, the Akazaya 9 had to evade attacks from the forces of the Great Serpent. Their injuries from the battle the previous night had not yet healed. Although the Great Serpent's subordinates were not particularly strong, they still posed a challenge. Even the mightiest among them, Ashura Duji, bore fresh wounds, let alone the others. Nonetheless, they valiantly fought their way through numerous obstacles, successfully escaping back to Jiuli. They arrived at a hillside dotted with a few small wooden cabins, a refuge they had utilized when Yutian had yet to return. They had arranged for Momonosuke to stay here, anticipating that the great serpent might attempt another invasion. This must be the place, Carl muttered to himself. Arriving ahead of the Akazaya 9, he utilized his aerial advantage, deducing that this must be the location given the presence of the cabins amidst the hills. Hearing commotion outside, a small boy with a bald head and a tiny braid emerged from the cabin. Upon seeing this Mediterranean child, Carl was overwhelmed by a surge of irritation. TSK. That face is just begging for a smack. He set Tion Yushur and Rihi down before swiftly grabbing Momonosuke as if he were a mere chicken. Wait. Tion Yushur's trembling voice came from behind Carl. He frowned, feeling irked. Momonosuke, terrified, had suddenly been seized by a stranger. However, he soon heard a familiar voice. Mother. The sudden appearance of his mother after 5 years filled him with joy, albeit in this unnerving manner. Mother, who is he? He looks so ugly and calls you mother. Rihi asked, her innocent curiosity causing Tion Yushur to regain her composure, albeit with a bittersweet reflection on Carl's conditions. Perhaps you have mistaken me. You are my child, Tion Yushur gently explained to Rihi. Carl's previously furrowed brow relaxed upon hearing her words. As Momonosuke prepared to speak again, Carl firmly gripped his neck, halting his words. Little brat, I advise you to keep quiet, otherwise I won't hesitate to sever your tongue. Under Carl's menacing threat, tears welled in Momonosuke's eyes, and he nodded in fear. Tion Yushur watched helplessly as her son endured humiliation before her, but she understood that this was the best way for him to survive. Just then, Yutian's retainers arrived. But only Kin and Amp, Appos, Eamon, Reizo, and Kanjuro were present. Release the young master. Kin and Amp, Appos, Eamon bellowed, brandishing his sword. Reizo and Kanjuro prepared for battle. If you make a move, your young master might lose an arm or worse. Carl's calm voice reached Kin Eamon's ears without him turning around. No, Lord Yutian has just fallen. His only heir must not suffer any harm. Kin and Appos, Eamon demanded, suppressing his fury. How can you release the young master? Don't be so tense. I'm here to help you, Carl replied as he turned to reveal his true identity. It and Appos, SU. Kin and Amp, Appos, Eamon recognized him immediately as the youth who had wielded the national treasure, a Kushui, the previous day and was affiliated with the Beast Pirates. Kaido promised Lord Yutian that we could leave. What do you mean by this? Are you breaking your word? I and Amp, Appos, VE already said I and Amp, Appos, am here to assist you. Wydon and Appos, do you believe me? Moreover, Kaido and Appos, as promises are for you to address. I never made any, Carl sighed, disheartened by the lack of basic trust among people. Just release the young master. Carl was too weary to waste any more words with him. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could return home, where several little girls awaited his care. With a swift motion, Carl struck Momonosuke on the head, rendering him unconscious. No one noticed the subtle chill that swiftly enveloped Momonosuke and Appos' location. After completing this, Carl tossed Momonosuke aside like a sandbag. Kin and Appos, Eamon caught him. And Reizo and Kanjuro quickly gathered around, inspecting him thoroughly. They sighed in relief upon discovering he was merely unconscious. I'll leave him in your care. Don't let me down. Carl unlocked the sea stone cuffs binding Tion Yushur, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat before stepping aside with Rihi. Once confirming Momonosuke was indeed unharmed, Kin and Amp, Appos, Eamon raised his head and was met with a familiar figure. Is that lady? His eyes trembled in disbelief. Unable to comprehend why the lady he hadn't seen in 5 years would suddenly appear, especially alongside a member of the Beast Pirates. Since the lady is here then. Kin and Amp, Appos, Eamon and Amp, Appos, thoughts raced, and he abruptly turned to the boy who was playfully interacting with the little girl. His attention was not on the boy but rather on the girl. Miss. A sudden flash of white light erupted, and Kin Eamon felt no threat. Gazing questioningly at Tion Yushur. Lady, why? Tion Yushur shook her head, remaining silent. With gritted teeth, Kin and Appos, Eamon charged at Tion Yushur. His thoughts simple. With the miss so close to that individual, he stood no chance in his current state. The lady was nearest, perhaps he could save her. Offering some form of closure to Lord Yutian. Though he was uncertain of the boy and Appos' intentions, the lady was right before him. He would save her first. Just as Kin and Amp, Amp, Oppos. Eamon was about to reach Tian Yushur. The white light intensified, ultimately enveloping the entire area. As the white light faded, Jinwyman Riais, Kenshichur, and Momonosuk vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Having always traversed alone, the notion of facilitating the passage for others, let alone multiple individuals, was entirely foreign to her. Tianyue, utterly drained of energy, felt herself on the brink of collapsing when, suddenly, a large hand lifted her up. She did not resist, for she lacked even the strength to do so. Unexpectedly, Tianwei found herself nestled in Carl's embrace, weeping openly. Her fists beat lightly against his chest, but the force was so minimal it resembled mere playful tickling, prompting Carl to allow her to express herself freely. Chapter 53. The hypothesis of seizing the devil fruit. The narrative surrounding Momonosuk has reached a significant juncture. The entirety of Wano country is devoid of any threats to the beast pirates. Following Odin and Amp, Oppos' execution, Wano experienced a substantial purge, targeting all individuals associated with him. Whether they were allies or mourners, none could evade this extensive cleansing. Initially, Kaido and Orochi were indifferent to the remnants of Odin and Amp, Oppos' faction, focusing instead on eliminating the daimyo of other regions, believing the remaining populace to be inconsequential. However, it was only after Karoo consistently urged Kaido that he acquiesced to the idea. Otherwise, the situation could have mirrored the original narrative, where the Red Scabbards rallied with fervor. Drawing widespread support, Wano is destined to become the future stronghold, and Karoo, aware of the script, would not permit a recurrence of such events. The formidable individuals were to be executed, while the ordinary folk and those with modest abilities would be conscripted for labor. This decision stemmed from discussions between Kaido and Orochi, with the latter taking the lead in orchestrating these actions. Consequently, Orochi and Amp, Oppos' brutality in the eyes of Wano and Amp, Oppos' citizens escalated, a sensation he relished. Ironically, Orochi and Oppos' increasing cruelty would ultimately serve Karoo and Oppos' interests. After a few years of brewing discontent, when the citizens of Wano would tremble at the mere mention of Orochi and Oppos' name, Karoo could find the right individual to usurp Orochi's position, solidifying Wano as a bastion of the beast pirates. Karoo had no desire for his stronghold to remain mired in chaos. He found the prospect of managing a nation far less appealing than embarking on adventures at sea. The notion of allowing Yamato to ascend as a shogun, akin to Kaido and Amp, Oppos' aspirations, was something Karoo could scarcely entertain, while he appreciated Yamato and Amp, Oppos' combative abilities. Entrusting her with governance was another matter entirely. In the aftermath, Kaido hosted a grand banquet on Onigashima, with every member of the beast pirates in attendance. The celebration stretched across 3 days and nights, filled with revelry and libations in honor of their victorious battle. Karoo found himself forcibly dragged into a drinking spree by Kaido, Queen, and Moria. Queen, the rotund figure he is, took to the floor to perform an exuberant rap when the spirits moved him, epitomizing the agile portliness of his character. Oblivious to Karoo's age, the intoxicated revelers inundated him with drink, leaving him with no recollection of how he returned to his quarters. It was not until noon the following day that Karoo awoke, groggy and disoriented. After rubbing his heavy head, he erupted in curses directed at the rascals Kaido, Moria, and Queen. Just then, a knock resonated at his door. To his surprise, it was Tenju, holding a bowl of soup. Her unexpected visit intrigued him. What could this young woman want? Approaching his bedside, she offered him the soup, which he gratefully accepted and drank without hesitation. "Thank you," Tenju suddenly spoke, causing Karoo to momentarily pause before hastily finishing the soup. "Oh," he mused, having never anticipated that she had come to express gratitude. Tenju gazed at the young man before her, now towering over her. He had abducted both her and her daughter, yet they had been treated with care rather than cruelty. Although she remained uncertain of his motives, he had indeed provided her son with a chance at survival, warranting her gratitude. Despite her resentment towards Karoo and Amp, Oppos' actions, she found it difficult to harbor ill feelings. "How do you intend to thank me?" Karoo inquired, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. The mention of gratitude sparked memories in Tenju of her earlier encounters with Karoo, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. "What am I thinking? He is much younger than I am." She mentally chastised herself, bewildered by her own thoughts. Karoo, bemused by her youthful shyness, swiftly rose from bed, feeling revitalized after the restorative soup. He had conceived an intriguing idea, though its feasibility remained uncertain. Do not dwell on it too much. Save your thanks for later. You may find it useful in the future, he said, patting Tenju's shoulder before striding out of the room. It was only after his departure that Tenju pondered the implications of his words. What did he mean by that? Karu proceeded directly to Queen and Appos' laboratory, seeking the scientist and Appos' assistance for his idea. Upon arrival, he found Queen already present, eager to boast about his dancing skills from the previous night. Hey, Karu, did you see my dance? It was fantastic, Queen exclaimed, reveling in his performance. However, Karu had been too preoccupied with drinking to witness it. Impressive. I never expected you, of all people, to possess such rhythm. Karu responded, feigning enthusiasm. Queen, undeterred by the jest, continued, What do you need? He opened the laboratory door, welcoming Karu inside. As Karu contemplated their future, a particular fruit came to mind, the dark fruit. This fruit had the power to suppress the abilities of others. He recalled a notion from his previous life, having read numerous fanfictions about pirates, which he believed warranted exploration. The idea involved creating an airtight space using sea stone, placing some fruits inside, and then introducing an ability user into this confined space. Once filled with seawater, it would lead to the demise of the ability user, causing their fruit to manifest within the sea stone-encased fruits. Karu shared this concept with Queen, whose eyes brightened with excitement. It was a brilliant idea, one he had overlooked. If successful, it would significantly bolster the beast pirates. They could hunt down other ability users, utilize this method to extract their abilities, and ultimately enhance their own crew. How did you come up with this? The idea is intriguing, though the process has its flaws. Nonetheless, it and Appos' manageable with a few adjustments, Queen exclaimed, already envisioning the success of this experiment. For Karu and Appos' proposal, Queen recognized a few critical requirements. First, the purity of the sea stone must be high. Secondly, the sealing must be impeccable, maintaining airtight integrity while filling it with water. Though Wano is rich in sea stone, the raw or available is of varying quality and difficult to process. The challenge lay not in the concentration of the sea stone, but in its refinement. However, having entrusted the method to Queen, Karu could only wait to see if it would come to fruition. Chapter 54. The ownership of the devil fruit. As for this experiment, Karl was uncertain of its success. However, failure would not be a concern. Success would be even better, as it would grant a more rightful ownership to some splendid fruits. What Karl needed to do now was patiently await Quinn and Appos' research results. Such specialized matters ought to be handled by professionals. Quinn set aside all other inquiries and devoted himself wholeheartedly to Karl and Appos' proposition. Time passed swiftly, and half a month flew by. At last, Quinn and Appos' research bore fruit. He summoned Karl, for it was essential for him to witness the outcome of his own idea. Following Quinn, Karl entered a sealed room in the basement. Within was a cube of sea prism stone, measuring 3 meters on each side, with one face connected to a pipe made of the same material. With a click, Quinn pressed a button, and one side of the cube began to move slowly, revealing an opening. Is this the device? Karl circled the cube, filled with curiosity. Had one of its sides not opened, he would have believed it to be a solid structure. What do you think? This is the result of 5 sleepless nights of labor, Quinn exclaimed proudly. Impressive, Karl replied, matching his enthusiasm, satisfying Quinn's little vanity. Let's see if it works. Quinn was eager to test it. But do we have a capable user of the devil fruit? Karl suddenly inquired. I was prepared for this, Quinn retorted, having already made arrangements. Soon, he brought in a pirate, battered and seemingly exhausted. He was unceremoniously tossed inside, along with a basket of fruit from a nearby table. After pressing another button, the previous opening sealed flawlessly, leaving no trace of its former state. Quinn pressed another button. A rush of water echoed as seawater began to fill the sea prism stone interior. Karl and Quinn waited in silence. With a click, once the seawater filled the chamber, the inlet pipe closed, sealing it completely. As time passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, they finally decided to open it after 6 hours of anticipation. Originally, they had planned for 3, but prudence led them to wait longer. Let's open it. All right. Both held their breath, eagerly awaiting the result. The moment felt akin to unboxing a mystery gift, intensely thrilling. With a whoosh, Quinn pressed the button, and an opening formed in the sea prism stone. Water gushed out, contained by a low wall, ensuring not a drop splashed onto Karl or Quinn. Now was the moment to witness a miracle. This was even more nerve-wracking than drawing cards in a game from Karl's previous life. Once the water receded, Quinn stepped forward to retrieve the basket of fruit. Ignoring the corpse entirely, Carl leaned in closer, examining the fruits, and discovered, nestled at the bottom, an unusual fruit resembling a bull and Apos' head adorned with strange patterns. Animal type, bull fruit, brawn bull form. Ha ha ha. Success. Quinn erupted in laughter, elated by the unexpected triumph. He recognized the significance this held for the beasts. Indeed, with this, the name of the beasts pirates would transcend mere nomenclature, enabling the formation of an entire legion composed solely of animal-type users. Carl too laughed. Realizing this would mean access to numerous devil fruits previously claimed by others. For instance, the fruit of the great serpent, mythical Zoan, Yamada no Orochi form. Such a magnificent fruit wasted on that inept creature. Immediately following the experiment and Apos' success, he sought out Kaido to share the news. Kaido, though somewhat skeptical, understood the common knowledge that a devil fruit would only be reborn upon its host and Apos' demise. However, witnessing the experiment from inception to conclusion transformed his doubts into delight. Echoing laughter throughout the confines of Onigashima. Countless beast pirates looked toward the source of the laughter, puzzled by their captain and Apos' uncharacteristic joy. Excellent. Well done, Quinn and Carl. Kaido's cheerful demeanor had become a constant. Ha ha ha. Kaido, can we set sail to hunt more users? Quinn was eager to venture forth and capture more abilities, thereby acquiring additional devil fruits. Kaido summoned Jean alongside Carl and Quinn. This matter was classified. Not even Moria was informed. The four shared thoughts on the topic, yet ultimately decided against reckless hunting. Such actions would undoubtedly attract the world government and Apos' scrutiny, and they were not fools. If they were to gather the powers of the slain pirates, it would become evident that something was amiss. Instead, they resolved to conduct their hunts discreetly in small quantities, ensuring that any potential suspicion from the world government would arise only long after the fact. Under Kaido's directive, Quinn was tasked with bringing all capable individuals to the basement. Whether they were Paramecia or Zoan, Kaido desired them all. While he indeed favored Zoan types, hence the name Beast Pirates, it did not imply he overlooked other devil fruits. This was evident from the original narrative, as he would not have compelled Luffy and Kid to submit otherwise. Furthermore, he had several Paramecia-type supernovas under his command. Niho, fatigued from training, lay beneath a large tree to rest. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a peculiar orange fruit, resembling a persimmon, adorned with strange patterns. Curiosity piqued. She nimbly climbed the tree and plucked the fruit. Unable to resist, she swallowed in anticipation. This fruit appeared delectable. Surely, it was safe. Ultimately, her temptation proved too great. She bit into it. Ugh. Niho's eyes widened as an indescribable flavor overwhelmed her palate. What is this fruit? It tastes awful. Carl's smile was uncontainable. Kaido and Quinn were likely equally pleased. Perhaps even Jean, the aloof one, was chuckling. Upon returning to his quarters, Carl immediately spotted two little figures in the corner, each clutching a fruit. Runny, Peggy Wan, what are you two up to sneaking around? As he focused, he gasped. Those two little rascals each held a devil fruit. Just as they were about to take a bite, Carl acted swiftly, vanishing from sight. Moments later, two screams echoed. Oh. Chapter 55, The Development of Wano. Runmi and Pijuan clutched their heads, tears brimming in their eyes as if they were on the brink of weeping. As the elder sister, Runmi fought back her tears, glaring fiercely at Carl. What have you done, you jerk? That hurt. Paige, are you all right? Carl tossed the two devil fruits in his hands. Where did you get those devil fruits? Runmi, while comforting Pijuan, continued to glare at Carl. None of your business. I found them. Huh? Carl waved his fist casually. TSK. My fist is a bit itchy. At this sight, Runmi and Pijuan recoiled slightly. Absolutely do not do that again. It hurts. I said, I got them from Kaido. Are you sure you just took them? Carl inquired once more. Runmi felt a pang of anxiety. He Shuden and Apos. T no, right? Shikuden and Apos. T panic at this moment. She must not admit it. Yes, just like that. Of course. Would I steal them? Carl Kuden and Apos. T helped but chuckle at Runmi and Apos. Weak defense. Pijuan, the introverted child, looked away, not daring to speak. Forget how I got these fruits for now. Do you even know what they are? Just eat. Runmi immediately retorted. These are devil fruits collected by Kaido. How could they possibly be inferior? Give them back to me. Runmi grew anxious. These fruits were the key to their strength, and she couldn't let Carl take them. Carl pocketed the two fruits and lifted Runmi into his arms. It must be said, this feisty little girl had her own charm. You two can forget about these fruits. I'll find you something even better. Initially, Runmi resisted being carried, but upon hearing Carl's words, she ceased her struggles. Really? Her big eyes sparkled adorably. Would I lie to you? Instantly, Runmi's attitude shifted. Wah, you're so great, Carl. I like you so much. She nuzzled against Carl's head. Resembling a small kitten, the once fiery girl transformed into a docile little cat. Carl had already formulated a plan for Runmi and Amp, Appos, S fruit. As for Pijuan and Amp, Appos, S fruit, he had yet to decide. Runmi would receive a mythical Zoan type ability, the bird fruit, mythical type, new form. With Runmi's fruit settled, there remained Yamato, Maria, and Hiyori, all of whom had yet to consume a devil fruit. Since they had all brought their own fruits, they surely couldn't be inferior. While Carl pondered how to arrange the fruits for these individuals, a flash of white darted past him. Quick as a flash, Carl caught the white figure. A little white dog? Carl, big brother. I and Amp, Appos, V turned into a puppy. Suddenly, this pristine white dog spoke, and it was Hiyori and Amp, Appos, S voice. Moreover, this form was so familiar. Ah, this was indeed Yamato and Appos, S beast form from the original story. How did Hiyori eat it? Hiyori, did you consume some fruit? Hiyori recounted how she encountered the devil fruit and the process of consuming it. Carl and Amp, Appos, S head buzzed. He had not intended to swap this fruit with Yamato. From the original story, Yamato seemed quite suited to this devil fruit. But now that the guardian deity had been consumed by Hiyori, Yamato needed a new one. As Carl contemplated, he suddenly recalled the artificial devil fruit. Both he and Kaido were dragons, and so was Yamato. This could indeed work. Moreover, the fruit, deemed a failure by Vegapunk, was merely a different color. After acquiring the devil fruit extraction device, the beast pirates began their hunt for devil fruit users. Albeit at a sluggish pace, Carl was dispatched by Kaido to partake in the hunt, relishing both the opportunity to set sail and grow stronger in the skirmishes. Upon Carl and Amp, Appos, S return from his first voyage with Jean, he sensed something different about Kaido. If one could say he was displeased, there lingered a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Yet, if one claimed he was pleased, his countenance was grim, as if someone owed him a fortune. Especially upon seeing Carl, his expression darkened further. Carl was bewildered. Kaido and Appos' erratic behavior was puzzling. Later, Carl learned from others that Yamato had awakened the Conqueror and Appos' haki, the reason being her desire to accompany Carl on his voyage, which Kaido thwarted, igniting her power. Yes, it was that trivial. Yamato, having awakened the Conqueror and Appos' haki at such a young age, indeed brought Kaido joy. However, the thought of how it was awakened dampened his spirits. For reasons unknown, he felt irritable, longing to strike someone. Yet, Carl was pleased. Kaido and Appos' displeasure only made him happier. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed since Odin and Appos' death. During these 6 years, Wano underwent numerous changes. Initially, under Orochi and Appos' leadership and aided by the beast pirates, Odin and Appos' remnants were eradicated. Kawamatsu and Ashuradoji met their demise, and even the imprisoned Kinemon could not escape death. There were no survivors like in the original tale, no one reigning over a territory or laboring as a slave. Following that was Orochi and Appos' 3-year reign of terror. Under Kaido and Appos' directive, Orochi began to establish factories throughout Wano. The factories spewed wastewater and smoke, transforming the once pristine land into a wasteland. Countless citizens suffered, with many falling ill or dying from consuming contaminated river water. Additionally, many innocent individuals were sent to work in weapon factories under false pretenses. 3 years later, a woman named Amatsuki Toki emerged, accompanied by a colossal creature. Her arrival brought hope to the citizens of Wano, as she rallied a formidable following that relentlessly pushed back against Orochi's forces. Ultimately, she led her followers to topple Orochi's brutal regime, beheading him before the eyes of the multitude in Flower Capital. In the gaze of countless hopeful citizens, she ascended to the position of shogun. However, after that, the massive creature that had accompanied her vanished, replaced by a bespectacled young man who appeared somewhat frail. Her first act in power was reform. She abolished all the unreasonable decrees established during Orochi and Appos' rule. Simultaneously, she declared war on the beast pirates. The gigantic creature reappeared, engaging in a fierce battle with Kaido, who had transformed into the Azure Dragon, resulting in mutual injury. Ultimately, under her suggestion, Wano forged an alliance with the Beast Pirates. Wano would supply Sea Prism Stone and weapons, while the Beast Pirates would serve as Wano's guardians. In her firm stance, she necessitated the Beast Pirates to address Wano's pollution issues. All of this transpired in a mere 6 months. Amatsuki Toki and Appo's prestige reached unprecedented heights among the common folk. Nobles? Where did they come from? Were they not all Orochi and Appo's accomplices? Indeed, all of this was thanks to our great director, Carl. Chapter 56, Preparing to Set Sail. Year 1508 of the Sea Circle. A youth with ice blue hair, delicate horns adorning his forehead, and azure eyes brimming with confidence stood upon a cliff, exuding an air of regal arrogance. The corners of his lips curled slightly, enhancing his already defiant demeanor, embodying the youthful pride that was distinctly his own. 16-year-old Carl gazed out at the vast ocean, his heart swelling with anticipation for the adventures that awaited him at sea. It had been 13 years since he arrived in this world, and now, at a towering height of 6 meters, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Carl, so this is where you are. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back. A white-haired girl, sporting horns akin to his own, clung to him. Carl remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sea. Carl, when are we setting sail? I long for adventure. I want to write an adventure diary with you. At just 14. Yamato had shed her childish innocence and blossomed into a youthful maiden. A few years prior, she had discovered a diary filled with tales of adventure, sparking her desire to pen her own story. Carl, too, yearned for the freedom of the open sea. Having entered the world of pirates, it would be a shame not to embrace the adventure. Although he had sailed with Kaido and his crew before, those journeys were always with a specific purpose. Sailing for his own thrill was an entirely different matter. We need a ship if we wish to set sail. Carl and Appo's voice resonated in Yamato and Appo's ears like a celestial melody. So, Carl, does this mean we are really going to set sail? Yamato turned his face towards hers, excitement radiating from her. Let us take my father's ship, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Carl had grown accustomed to Yamato's occasional declarations of loyalty to her father. Kaido and Appo's ship is quite unsightly. We need our own pirate vessel. Yamato concurred, her distaste for Kaido's ship evident. In that moment, the two had already resolved to embark on their maritime adventure. Carl sought out Queen, requesting him to construct a pirate ship for them. After offering a devil fruit in exchange, Queen gladly agreed. It must be noted that scientists in the pirate world possess an impressive array of skills, excelling in various domains. With the matter of the ship nearly settled, they awaited Queen's progress. Next, it was time to see who else desired to join their expedition. Carl summoned everyone: Yamato, Maria, Nika, Perona, Runty, Pejuan, and Jack. Except for Yamato, who was already in the loop, the others were curious about Carl's intentions. Not wishing to keep them in suspense, Carl cleared his throat. Do you wish to set sail? The moment those words left his lips, their eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Who wouldn't he want to sail? Nika was the first to respond eagerly. Over the past 6 years, she had not been idle. With the blessing of the great god, her skills had grown tremendously, bringing her to the cusp of mastering hockey. I want to go too. Me. Chandrundi, eager to join. Carl had kept his promise to her, having conquered a nation when expanding the Beast Pirates' territory. The kind king had mobilized his entire army to help Carl find a particular fruit, which they finally uncovered after an exhaustive search. Will there still be servants on the ship? Can I still have nut sandwiches? Perona's voice rang out, her life resembling that of a princess, with little desire for power. Carl welcomed her perspective. All she needed was to be adorably herself. Carl, I wish to sail and witness the might of the sea. Jack boomed, his voice deep and resonant. After years of camaraderie, Jack had come to genuinely respect Carl as an elder brother. It was astonishing how Jack had already grown to 7 meters tall at just 14. With only Maria being his equal in stature, Carl had gone to great lengths to procure Maria's devil fruit, the mythical Zoan type, Yamata no Orochi. It had taken half a year of effort to obtain that prized fruit. As Carl glanced at the quiet Maria, she caught his gaze and smiled softly, approaching him gracefully. She embraced him from behind and whispered, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Feeling the warmth against his ear, Carl smiled faintly and lifted her effortlessly. Their faces drew closer, nearly touching. Then let us embark on this adventure together. Maria, unable to withstand the closeness, blushed and turned her face away. Noticing her embarrassment, Carl finally released her. Humph, you think you can challenge me? After this brief interlude, Carl surveyed his eager companions. Well then, Since everyone wishes to set sail, let us do so. Whoa, hooray. The preparations for their voyage were essential. Carl, accompanied by Yamato, Maria, and little Nika perched on his shoulders, ventured to Floral City to procure necessary supplies for their journey. Upon witnessing the array of delectable foods lining the streets, Yamato couldn't help but shed tears of joy. What are the essentials for setting sail? Food and water, of course. With Carl and Appo's resources, they could purchase as much as they desired without fear of spoilage. After all, aside from Perona, they were all hearty eaters. They needed to stock up lest they run out mid-journey and be left to feast on fish. The four wandered leisurely through Floral City, indulging in snacks and shopping. Whenever something caught their fancy, they bought it without concern for the price, as if declaring, "I'll take it all. As for the bill, charge it to the general's mansion." They meandered to the foot of the general's mansion. Since they were there, they might as well pay a visit to the current general, Mika. A bespectacled young man awaited them at the entrance, having been informed of their arrival. Lord Carl. He greeted with a gentle smile, bowing slightly. His name was William Moss, a talent Carl had rescued during his quest to find a devil fruit for Runty. A rare gem in management, his loyalty was unquestionable. Carl had saved his life by mere chance. Carl soon discovered that William possessed not only strength, but also unique insights into management, prompting Carl to bring him along and entrust him with a mythical zoan-type fruit meant for a fox. "How are the preparations coming along, Moss?" Carl inquired, leading the way with Yamato and Maria following closely. "Lord Carl, everything is nearly in order," Moss replied, trailing behind them. Chapter 57. Setting sail. Carl remarked that managing nature was akin to dealing with the remnants of the imprisoned loyalists. With the onset of reforms in Wano, factories were now restaffed with locals, providing them with daily wages, and under the esteemed leadership of General Tianyue, they were naturally eager to contribute. As they approached the general's residence, it appeared somewhat desolate compared to the time of Orochi's reign. Tianyue sat at her desk, attending to matters concerning Wano. Upon noticing their arrival, she set aside her work and beheld Carl and his daughter, Riho, perched upon his shoulders. Since becoming a general, her time with her daughter had dwindled. Riho was now her only child, and all her affection was devoted to her. "Mother," Riho exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her. Tianyue stepped forward, embracing her daughter tenderly. "How is your position as general?" Carl inquired. "It is manageable. I primarily handle simple affairs," Tianyue responded with a gentle smile, glancing at Riho, radiating maternal warmth. "Mother, brother Carl is taking us on an adventure at sea. Let and Appo's go together," Riho pleaded. Tianyue was taken aback. She understood the perils of maritime adventures all too well. Sensing her unease, Carl grinned. His current capabilities were no longer comparable to before. With his mastery over devil fruit powers, hockey, martial arts, and swordsmanship, he felt confident in overcoming any adversaries at sea, as long as they did not encounter monsters. Over the years, under Kaido and Appo's tutelage, he had approached the threshold of mastering Conqueror and Appo's hockey. While his armament and observation hockey were not as formidable as those of the monsters, they should not be underestimated. Particularly, his devil fruit abilities were extraordinary. He suspected they transcended the typical realm of pirates, capable of freezing time and space in an instant. Once his powers awakened, he believed freezing time would be within his grasp. The notion of freezing fruit was trivial in comparison to his potential. The only drawback lay in his swordsmanship. As Carl grew taller, he found himself without suitable blades. Having spent time aboard Whitebeard's and Roger's ships, Tianyue had witnessed numerous powerful individuals and could easily envision the prowess Carl described. Her doubts had dissipated. "Mother, what do you say? Let us embark together." Riho's hopeful gaze stirred something within her. Yet, she hesitated. "You may go, as Wano is secure with Muse in charge. There should be no issues," Carl assured. Thus, the party set to sail with one more member. While awaiting Queen and Appo's shipbuilding, Carl busied himself cataloging his collection from the past years. First, he retrieved the Swift Blade, Wind Whirl, his first sword. Next were Odin's swords, Aim no Habakiri and Enma, followed by the Black Blade, a Kushui, belonging to Frost Moon Ryuma. Lastly, he took the Demon Blade, Kichiki No. 2. Except for the first, all were of superior quality, yet he lamented that he could not utilize them. He had acquired the second Kichiki from Odin and Appo's father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who had been exiled by Orochi to Kuri and lived in seclusion behind a mask. One could only speculate what Orochi had in mind. Carl had intended to commission him for a sword, but Sukiyaki remained steadfast, ultimately becoming a spirit under Carl's command. It was during this time that Carl had taken the demon blade. He also possessed 2 ancient-type devil fruits, the ones associated with the characters in the original tale, Runty and Paggy's fruits, which had since become mere collectibles. Meanwhile, Queen conveyed good news. Your ship is complete. The vessel, adorned in blue and white, was grand, surpassing the size of a typical pirate ship. Moreover, it featured numerous dragon motifs, particularly the blue dragon encircling the ship's hull, with its head resting at the bow. Carl was thoroughly pleased and did not hesitate to express his admiration. Indeed, Queen, you have not misjudged. Queen beamed with pride, equally satisfied with the ship. By the way, Carl, Warren and Amp, Oppos, to you seeking a suitable weapon? I have some leads, he said mysteriously, raising 3 fingers and winking knowingly. Upon hearing this, Carl and Amp, Oppos, eyes sparkled. A fitting weapon was precisely what he needed. Understanding Queen's insinuation, he felt a sense of urgency. Also, during my last voyage, I uncovered clues regarding the swamp fruit. When I have the opportunity, I will retrieve it for you. Queen was familiar with the swamp fruit. Acquiring it would significantly enhance his research, sparing him the need for numerous materials. You understand me well. Queen laughed heartily, handing Carl an eternal pointer to a location where a suitable weapon might be found. As preparations for the voyage were underway, there was one destination Carl could not overlook, Kaido's treasury. Seizing the moment while Kaido was inebriated and slumbering, Carl stealthily infiltrated the vault. The guards and locks posed no challenge to him. He beheld a dazzling array of treasures shimmering with golden brilliance. However, wealth was not his primary objective. For Carl, having enough was sufficient. He bypassed the troves of gold and silver, venturing deeper into the depths of the treasury. Take the devil fruit encyclopedia. The bird fruit, ancient type. Pterosaur, retrieve it. The sea prism stone shackles, take them. At last, Carl gathered just enough treasure to suffice before making his exit. He was not a greedy person. He sealed these items in ice, transforming into an icy specter and soaring away. Carl had informed everyone in advance, and upon his arrival, they had already congregated. Let us go, he uttered without further ado, and all aboard leapt onto Carl's draconic form with excitement. Once everyone was settled, Carl ascended into the sky, directing his flight toward the ship crafted by Queen. However, he did not immediately board. Instead, he utilized flame clouds to lift the vessel and soar directly over the sea. Countless pirates gazed at the ice dragon soaring above, accompanied by the immense ship floating behind it, but merely glanced before losing interest. Who was unaware of the Ice Emperor? Carl, one of Kaido's 3 calamities? This was merely a moniker among the pirates. As Queen watched Carl soaring with the ship at an astonishing speed, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. After flying several hundred nautical miles from Wano, Carl finally descended, setting the pirate ship down. Yamato was the first to leap from Carl's back, eager to experience life at sea. Foolish Yamato, we are at a height of 100 meters. Carl quickly caught Yamato with flame clouds before she could plummet onto the ship. This height posed little threat to Yamato, yet it could potentially damage the ship, and Carl did not wish for his new vessel to sustain any harm. Once everyone had safely disembarked, Carl transformed back into his human form, landing on the deck. He observed the others, except for Tianyue, curiously exploring the ship, peering left and right. Witnessing this scene, a smile graced Carl's lips, and he couldn't help but call out, "Set sail, my young companions. As we embark on this journey, time is of the essence. We must not delay lest we miss our opportunity." Though it is a minor inconvenience that many of the protagonists are rather young, there is little that can be done in such haste. Overall, however, I foresee no significant issues. Chapter 58. The name of the pirate crew. Ghost Island. Kaido sat grimly in the main seat, his expression dark. Below him stood the 3 calamities of the beasts, the fiery disaster, King, the wrathful shadow disaster, Moria, and the trembling plague disaster, Queen. In the center, 3 small pirates knelt on the ground, shivering in fear. Among them were 2 who had been guarding the treasure gate. They had been on duty as usual when a sudden chill enveloped them, turning them into ice statues before they could react. It wasn't until the next shift arrived that their fate was discovered. The incoming crew member, not daring to hesitate, immediately informed Kaido of the incident. The 3rd pirate had been dispatched to find someone. Upon seeing the chaos in the treasury, Kaido immediately recognized it as the work of Carl. Countless treasures had vanished as if a thief had struck, including several precious devil fruits and many other valuables. Kaido and Amp, Oppo's blood pressure soared. He wished he could dismember that little bastard Carl. When he sent someone to search for Carl, his fury only intensified upon discovering that everyone was missing. Not a soul remained at Carl and Appo's hideout, only a small note left behind. Old Kaido, I and Appo's, V set sail. Don and Appo's, T miss me too much, and Don and Appo's, T worry about me. By the way, I'll take good care of Yamato, so just wait for your grandchild. Carl, this note only fueled the already raging inferno of Kaido's wrath. Although King was furious at Carl and Appo's actions, he never imagined that Carl would betray the beasts or Kaido. Moria and Appo's anger was no less than Kaido and Appo's especially since Carl had taken Perona with him. Moria felt an overwhelming urge to tear Carl apart, leaving without a word, genuinely concerned for Perona and Appo's safety. Among them, Queen was the most anxious, as he had built Carl's ship. He thought Carl merely sought a vessel to undertake missions, but he never anticipated Carl would sail away with a crew of miscreants. This had caused him great trouble. While Kaido and his crew seethed with anger, Carl stood at the bow of his ship, relishing the sea breeze. Gazing at the endless ocean, a surge of exhilaration welled within him. Surely, Kaido had seen the note by now. The thought of Kaido's reaction to the note made Carl want to laugh, though he regretted not witnessing it firsthand. Carl, we have our own ship now. What shall we name it? Yamato's excited voice broke through. This posed a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck. Let us name our ship the Dragon Emperor. Our pirate crew shall be called the Carl Pirates. I shall be the captain. Upon hearing this, Yamato joyfully raised her arms. I want to be the first mate. Thus, the names of both the ship and the crew were decided. Their first destination would be indicated by the eternal pointer that Queen had given him. Carl was also curious about the weapon that Queen claimed would suit him perfectly. At that moment, the only one not particularly thrilled was Tenmashishi, who approached Carl. Can you give me a knife? Carl recalled that Tenmashishi possessed some strength, albeit not very formidable. Without hesitation, he handed her the national treasure, the black blade, a kushui. Tenmashishi, however, seemed indifferent to the significance of this national treasure, as she had traversed time from 800 years ago, while the dragon horse slash was from 300 to 400 years prior. She examined the blade, recognizing it as a fine weapon, far superior to her previous sword. Suddenly, Carl remembered that Hiyori also wielded a blade. During their time in Wano, there had been little danger, so he hadn't prepared anything particularly exceptional. Now that they were at sea, it was only fitting to equip them well. Hiyori. What is it, brother Carl? Hiyori, who had been wandering the ship with Yamato, hurried over upon hearing Carl and Appo's call. This is for you. After careful consideration, Carl ultimately decided to give Hiyori the Tenya Yuzan. However, to Carl and Appo's surprise, Hiyori did not accept it. Instead, she gazed longingly at the sword. Brother Carl. I want this one. Carl frowned at her choice. This was a cursed blade that actively absorbed the user's haki. He had once tried to wield it, only to find his arm drained as if reduced to mere bone. That was the least of his concerns. He had found it awkward to handle and subsequently never used it again. Yet Hiyori was eager to give it a try. Let me try? Hiyori's determined gaze convinced Carl to allow her a chance. If anything went awry, he could intervene. Tenmashishi felt some apprehension, aware of the blade's nature, but with Carl present, they should be fine. At the bow of the ship, Hiyori held Enma, exhaling a deep breath, her other hand gripping the hilt. Carl focused intently, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed. Buzz! With a resonating hum, Hiyori and Appo's arm and the blade became enveloped in haki, radiating a fiery aura around the sword. Involuntarily, Hiyori swung the blade, and with a spirited shout, a strike imbued with haki soared skyward. The slash seemed to rend the heavens, creating a gash in the clouds as flames flickered around the breach. The commotion attracted the attention of the others aboard the ship. Carl stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the spectacle. Not just Carl, everyone was engulfed in a shared moment of disbelief. Did Hiyori just do that? After executing the slash, Hiyori gasped for breath, yet a smile illuminated her face. Brother Carl, I have mastered haki, she exclaimed with excitement. In that moment, she felt as though an invisible shackle within her was shattered. Speaking of which, Hiyori awkwardly attempted to envelop the entire blade in haki, yet Enma remained unresponsive. Good. Enma, you double-standard blade. Carl mused, not only absorbing haki but also proving difficult to wield. Hiyori, using it for the first time, not only failed to have her haki absorbed, but instead awakened her own. The blade had indeed become a double standard. Carl now understood that the earlier strike had not originated from Hiyori, but rather from Enma itself. Hiyori had now joined the ranks of the fifth individual to awaken Haki among them. Of course, Carl was the first, followed by Yamato, Moria, and Jack. The latter two having also awakened observation Haki. Carl recognized that it was Inma who had delivered the blow, but the others remained oblivious. Seeing Hiyori's newfound strength, they realized they needed to work harder to keep pace. Penny, stop staring and come train with me. Runmi playfully thumped Pejuan on the head, dragging him away for training. Runmi. Carl approached, producing a fruit. For little Penny, the ancient type, toothless pterosaur form. After much thought, Carl decided to give this devil fruit, originally intended for King, to Pejuan. Though unsuitable for King, it certainly held potential. Thank you, Brother Carl, Pejuan said, rubbing the spot where Runmi had just hit him. Pejuan remained a shy little boy, but it was amusing to tease him. Runmi was delighted that her brother had acquired a devil fruit. Since she had gained the mythical Zoan type, her strength had surged rapidly, requiring her to hold back when sparring with Pejuan. Now that he had eaten a devil fruit, she finally felt free to unleash her full strength. Chapter 59. Encounters at sea. Yesterday, as I was immersed in writing, I unexpectedly fainted, only to awaken and find myself transported to the world of One Piece. My first instinct was to seek out the soft and delightful Yamato. Today, I have just returned, delivering 3 chapters for your enjoyment. On the Dragon Emperor, Carl reclined leisurely on the deck, basking in the sun. In the past, voyages were fraught with conflict or the anticipation of battle. Such tranquility was a luxury he had never known before. Carl, there and Appo's S.A. ship approaching from the distance. Yamato called out. To his surprise, it had barely been a few days since departing the waters of Wano, yet they remained within the territory of the Beast Pirates. Encountering yet another pirate crew. The current maritime landscape was dominated by the 3 emperors, the Beast Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates, each thriving and earning their formidable reputation. Carl rose and approached the ship and Appo's edge, gazing at the distant vessel adorned with a skull flag. The crew was drawn to the sight. After several days at sea, this was the first ship they had encountered. It seems unfamiliar. Perhaps it's another arrogant pirate newly entered into the New World, foolishly seeking to challenge Kaido. Over the years, many had attempted to confront the 3 emperors, but most had either perished or met a grim fate. Carl regarded the approaching pirate ship with an unperturbed demeanor. This would serve as the inaugural battle for Yamato and the others. Prepare yourselves for your first skirmish. At his words, the eager young crew members' eyes sparkled with anticipation, their blood surging with excitement. This group, aside from a couple, were undeniably warriors at heart. Perona gracefully settled on Carl's shoulder, clutching a teddy bear, her small feet swinging playfully. Carl remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the pirate ship and Appo's arrival. Ha, young ones. Why did we venture from the Grand Line to the New World? Bellowed a peculiar-looking pirate. To become the Pirate King. To dominate the seas. His lackeys chimed in. Exactly. Join me in defeating Kaido. The other 2 emperors shall also fall beneath my blade. The pirate exuded an air of arrogance as he pointed at their ship. Before long, the pirate vessel was upon them, cannonballs raining down like confetti. Attacking my ship is a grave error, Carl thought, deeply valuing this new ship. Any damage would be regrettable. Cold energy surged through his hand as a blade forged of ice materialized. With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed a dazzling blue slash, causing all the cannonballs to explode in midair. Attack. Yamato, unable to contain her eagerness, was the first to leap into action, soaring like a meteor onto the enemy ship. Upon hearing Carl's command, Hiyori transformed into a magnificent snow-white dog, leaping onto the water, her paws leaving a trail of ice as she sprinted towards the rival vessel. Maria moved with grace yet speed, following closely on Hiyori and Appo's icy path. Perona floated effortlessly past, reveling in the chaos. Meanwhile, Runny and Peggy swiftly morphed into their animal forms and took flight. Jack, unafraid of the sea, dove into the water, his half-fishman heritage allowing him to navigate the depths with ease. Only Carl and Tenjetsu remained on the ship. Let us go have a look, he said. And without waiting for a response, he scooped Tenjetsu into his arms and leaped overboard. As his feet touched the surface of the water, a layer of ice spread outward towards the approaching pirate ship. Tenjetsu, having grown accustomed to Carl's sudden actions, no longer blushed or resisted as she had before. The sounds of battle echoed nearby, punctuated by the occasional pirate being thrown overboard. Carl approached steadily, leaping onto the pirate ship. The scene that greeted him revealed a chaotic melee, with pirates sprawled across the deck. Yamato fought valiantly, holding her own against the clear captain of the opposing crew. who wielded haki and demonstrated considerable skill. Hiyori was surrounded by several adversaries, yet she had already felled a good number of them with her impressive swordsmanship. Maria, on the other hand, toyed with her foes, releasing a purple mist that left several pirates in a daze, grinning foolishly as they flailed at the air. Runny, embodying her fierce persona, wielded a weapon akin to a meteor hammer, striking indiscriminately. Jack charged through the fray, his robust defense allowing him to bulldoze through opponents without hesitation. Perona floated above, playfully unleashing her negative ghosts amidst the chaos. With the tide of battle favoring them, Carl turned to Tengetsu, asking, "Do you wish to join in?" Taken aback, she realized her own limitations, acknowledging that she could likely only handle a few minions. Although she carried a sword at her side, it was merely a habit formed over years at sea. When push came to shove, she would still flee. Perhaps not. Tengetsu averted her gaze, a fleeting embarrassment crossing her face as she felt overshadowed by her daughter. Carl, understanding her predicament, continued to focus on the unfolding battle. Ultimately, after Yamato defeated the captain, a powerful Zoan user who transformed into a rhinoceros, the ship became a trophy for Carl and his crew. The captured captain, an animal fruit user, would serve as a bargaining chip with Kaido, allowing them to return with a bounty of treasures. Without needing further prompting from Carl, the crew instinctively began scouring the ship for valuables. Each of them was born to be a pirate. Satisfied with their first battle, Carl noted that no one held back. Their initial experience of taking lives left no lasting impact. Life returned to normal, filled with feasting and merriment. Chapter 60. Arrival at the destination. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the new world unfolds before them. A solitary island, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, presents an expanse of unending white, where the biting cold winds pierce like steel needles. At the heart of the island, a towering peak rises majestically into the clouds. Carl stands at the bow of the ship, gazing at the island ahead, then glancing at the eternal needle in his hand. This must be the place, without a doubt. Upon entering these waters, he had immediately sensed the drop in temperature. The closer they approached the island, the chillier it became. Strangely, Carl found the cold invigorating rather than discomforting. Yamato's face gleamed with excitement. This was their first island since setting sail, and how could she not be thrilled? Perona and Tianwei, whose physical endurance was rather lacking, occasionally shivered. Perona floated over to Carl, nestling into his embrace for warmth, and nuzzled in closer. Carl, in turn, gathered Tianwei into his arms, and she felt a little more at ease against the cold. Before long, the ship docked, and everyone eagerly leaped ashore to explore. "Let us venture deeper into the island," Carl commanded, and they followed him, leaving a trail of disordered footprints in the snow. But as they progressed, Carl and Appo's brow furrowed with concern. Initially, the temperature hovered just below freezing, but as they approached the island and Appo's core, it plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero. The distance to the center was still considerable, suggesting that the temperatures there would be even more dire. Though Carl himself, thanks to his fruit abilities, was naturally resistant to such cold, not everyone shared his resilience. Even Yamato rubbed her arms to stave off the chill. Maria nearly clung to Carl for warmth, while Runty and Peggy trembled uncontrollably. Only Hiyori and Jack seemed slightly better off. "Carl, it's freezing here," Yamato exclaimed, unable to contain her discontent. This place was nothing like the adventure she had envisioned. It was a desolate wasteland of ice and snow, devoid of any life. After a moment of contemplation, Carl resolved to proceed alone, as their purpose here was merely to seek a weapon. He silently cursed Quinn and Appo's lineage for their folly. Nevertheless, since they had come this far, he felt compelled to investigate. "Wait for me here. I shall scout ahead," he instructed. As he departed, Carl harnessed his powers to construct an ice shelter, offering a modicum of warmth compared to the frigid exterior. Yamato felt somewhat dejected. Her first adventure seemed to fizzle out before it even began. She had hoped to accompany Carl, but ultimately, under his reasoning, she acquiesced. Thus, Carl ventured forth alone. Though uncertain of his destination, heading toward the center seemed prudent. There had to be something of value at the island's core. Even if it was not what he sought, there could be unexpected treasures. Without the others trailing behind, Carl wasted no time, transforming into an ice form and soaring toward the highest peak at the center. Now, Carl and Appo's dragon form approached the size of Kaido and Appo's and when he matured, he might surpass it. He swiftly approached the epicenter, where the temperature fell dramatically and the winds howled fiercely. Yet, he remained largely unaffected. After battling the gust for a while, Carl finally reached the highest mountain peak of the island. The temperature here was horrifically low, to the point of being unimaginable. If one were to be cast into this environment, they would likely become an ice statue within mere seconds, their bodily fluids frozen in an instant. Carl mused that even a volcano would turn into a snow-capped mountain under such conditions. Only he and the Navy and Appos' Rear Admiral Akiji could endure this climate for long. Circling the peak, Carl meticulously scanned his surroundings, employing his observation haki to capture every minute detail. To his astonishment, he discovered a cave concealed beneath the snow. However, his dragon form could not enter, so Carl reverted to his human shape. The cave entrance had long been buried beneath layers of snow, untouched for countless years. The depth of the snow was unfathomable, yet this posed no challenge for Carl. Clenching his fist, he enveloped his arm in black haki. A wave of energy swirling like cherry blossoms. With a decisive punch, he struck the snow blocking the cave entrance. The explosion reverberated, and as the snow was blasted away, a torrent of frigid air surged forth, echoing like a beast and Appos' roar. Startled, Carl evaded the icy gusts, his eyes wide with disbelief. He felt an actual chill from the wind, an anomaly considering the oppressive cold outside the cave. What lay within that could elicit such a sensation? After several minutes, the frigid winds finally subsided, allowing Carl to inspect the interior. The cave descended steeply into the mountain and Appos' depths. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a further drop in temperature, igniting his curiosity about the treasures hidden within. As he ventured deeper, Carl remained vigilant, wary of missing any potential finds. However, despite his efforts, he encountered nothing of note. The cavern expanded as he descended, and soon he was taken aback by the sight that awaited him. "Wow!" Carl exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Before him lay a layer of ice, and beneath it, something extraordinary was encased, a dragon. A snow-white dragon. At present, he could only see its head, which alone measured 200 to 300 meters in length. The rest of its body, he surmised, must be even more colossal. This dragon resembled the Western-style dragons akin to the burned fruit. Carl and Appos' immediate reaction, aside from sheer shock, was a thought: how massive. If Moria could reanimate this as a zombie, it would terrify any adversaries. Yet, aside from this magnificent dragon carcass, there was nothing else in the cave. The absence of what he had initially sought left Carl feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, the discovery was not in vain. He could always return with Kaido to transport this marvel back to Moria for reanimation, ensuring its formidable power. Just as Carl began to feel disheartened, a sudden dragon's roar echoed throughout the cave entrance. Chapter 61. The young dragon, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the frozen chamber. However, to Carl's ears, this cry bore no trace of a dragon's majesty. Instead, it resembled the low growl of a juvenile beast. Suddenly, a small white dragon, resembling the colossal frozen dragon by about 70 to 80%, leapt forth from behind the ice. Compared to the massive dragon, this little creature was significantly smaller, akin to a mere shrimp. "Ah, a delightful surprise," Carl exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the young dragon. Clearly, this fledgling was the offspring of the great dragon, appearing to have hatched only a few years prior. Instantly, Carl's mind shifted to the notion of capturing it as a steed. What grandeur it would bring to have such a majestic dragon as a mount. Who among them did not harbor dreams of becoming a dragon rider? The young dragon hissed at Carl with evident wariness, instinctively perceiving the man before it as a formidable threat. A smirk crept upon Carl and Appos' lips. If he were to tame it, the simplest approach would be to strike. "Come on, little dragon," he beckoned, playfully gesturing with his fingers, brimming with provocation. Despite sensing the unusual strength of this human, the young dragon, proud by nature, interpreted Carl and Appos' actions as a challenge. With a fierce roar, it lunged toward him. It was only then that Carl noticed the young dragon and Appos' left front paw appeared to be injured. Yet, he had no time to ponder. His priority was to subdue the creature. Without flinching, Carl braced himself for a head-on collision. Thud! Their bodies collided, with Carl and Appos' hands meeting the dragon and Appos' descending claws. The young dragon emitted a pained roar, its agony fueling its fury as it opened its jaws to bite at Carl and Appos' head. Carl discerned that the young dragon's left paw lacked the formidable strength of its right. As the dragon's jaws approached, Carl remained calm. With a forceful push, he deflected the injured paw. Following this, he delivered a powerful punch to the dragon and Appos' snout, causing it to veer to the right. In doing so, The source of its injury was revealed, a knife embedded within its left shoulder, protruding through to its paw. Ah, fortune smiles upon me, Carl mused, his surprise growing with each moment. Judging from the hilt, this was no ordinary blade. It appeared to be a colossal sword, its hilt alone exceeding a meter in length. His focus swiftly shifted from the young dragon to the weapon. Quinn truly did not deceive me, Carl thought, vowing to temper his previous criticisms of Quinn. He relinquished his grip on the young dragon and swiftly reached for the knife's hilt. The dragon, recovering from the blow, turned to confront Carl as he aimed for the weapon. With a mighty flap of its wings, it charged at him. Carl, unable to evade in time, was sent skidding across the ground for several meters. I intended to play with you. Carl rose slowly from the ground, transformed in a spectacular way. His once handsome and rugged visage was now adorned with shimmering blue scales, and atop his head sprouted a pair of dragon horns in addition to his original pair. His teeth gleamed like formidable dragon fangs, and his limbs had morphed into claw-like appendages, with scales covering his exposed skin. A slender tail swayed gently behind him. In this hybrid form, a chilling glint flickered within his dragon-like eyes. His very aura had undergone a dramatic shift. In human form, he had been carefree and somewhat nonchalant. But in this beastly guise, all traces of indifference vanished, replaced by an overwhelming pride and dominance akin to that of a dragon. The young dragon, momentarily stunned, wondered at the sudden transformation of the human it was battling. It sensed an aura emanating from him that compelled it to bow in reverence. Shaking its head to dispel such thoughts, the young dragon let out another defiant roar. Carl's dragon eyes reflected the young dragon's form, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared directly in front of the young dragon. The creature was bewildered, astonished by the man's newfound speed, but instinct took over, and its right paw swung fiercely at Carl. This colossal strike, capable of reducing a lesser being to mere pulp, fell short as Carl merely raised his right hand, effortlessly blocking the young dragon and Apos' assault. The dragon was left aghast. How had this human and Apos' strength increased? With a swift motion, Carl transformed his hand into a claw and delivered a resounding blow to the dragon's face. This time, the impact sent the young dragon reeling, its scales bursting apart to reveal tender flesh beneath as it rolled on the ground. With a pained roar, the young dragon struggled to rise, its fierce gaze scanning the cavern for Carl's presence. After a thorough search, it discovered that the man had seemingly vanished, as if he had never existed. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed, a blade piercing flesh. A sharp pain coursed through the young dragon's left paw, eliciting a mournful wail. Ah, what a splendid blade! Carl reveled in the young dragon's cries of anguish, enamored by the weapon in his grasp. The sword measured an impressive 7 meters in length, towering slightly over Carl himself, with a hilt surpassing a meter. The blade was long and straight, resembling the ancient sabers of his past life rather than a typical katana. Adorned with the young dragon and Apos' blood, with his first objective achieved, Carl turned his attention to the next. He planted the sword firmly into the ground and faced the young dragon with a fierce gaze. Blood flowed freely from the dragon and Apos' left shoulder, staining its entire paw crimson. A patch of its face remained devoid of scales, now displaying an unsettling purplish hue, each grimace accompanied by a sharp twitch. Ah, still daring to bare your teeth? Carl chuckled, feeling rather jovial and deciding to ease up a little. The young dragon sensed the impending danger and instinctively took a step back. Carl clenched his fist, producing a series of crackling sounds. A heart-wrenching, sorrowful wail resonated through the cavern. For a full half hour, the cries gradually diminished before Carl finally paused to exhale deeply. The cave entrance bore numerous indentations, with patches of white dragon scales and blood scattered across the ground. Carl stood triumphantly, a picture of dominance. With scattered scales and fresh blood dripping from the young dragon and Apos' head, the young dragon, now devoid of strength to continue its howls, could only emit a low whimper, as if filled with a sense of grievance. It had been born into a harsh world without a mother, with no food to sustain it, forced to gnaw on the icy layers for sustenance. Recently, a foreign object had pierced its paw, causing great pain. And now, an inexplicable human had appeared, subjecting it to a relentless beating. Chapter 62. Ice Apex, Cold Edge Hay. Don't play dead. Carl prodded the young dragon lying on the ground. All with the young dragon emitted a weak howl. Can you understand my words? If you can, show some response, Carl continued, pondering the potential complications of the young dragon not comprehending his speech. However, it was not an insurmountable issue. He could have Quinn craft a collar for it later. After a moment of waiting, just as Carl began to think the little dragon was oblivious to him, the young dragon laboriously lifted its head and nodded. Good. That makes things easier. You will follow me from now on. What is the point of staying in this cave? I'll take you to savor delicious food and even find you a little female dragon. Having already subdued the young dragon, it was now time for verbal persuasion. If it remained obstinate, he might have to resort to more profound discourse. He had a modest understanding of the Tao Te Ching. Dragons were inherently proud. Although this one had been defeated, persuading it to submit was out of the question. The young dragon bared its teeth at Carl, its meaning unmistakable. Submission was inconceivable. Daring to snarl again? Without hesitation, Carl delivered a sharp slap. The young dragon was momentarily stunned. I will let us talk it out. Why resort to violence against a dragon? Just as Carl raised his hand again, the young dragon swiftly covered its head with its claws, yelping in distress, looking utterly pitiful. Carl couldn't and Oppos, help but chuckle at the sight. Moments ago, it had been fierce, and now it was reduced to a timid creature. Come with me. And I want to harm you. Awa the young dragon slowly lifted its head, its fierce demeanor replaced by a glimmer of naive innocence. As Carl reached out, intending to stroke the young dragon's large head, it instinctively flinched at the sight of his hand. However, sensing no threat, it allowed Carl's palm to approach. Carl maintained his hybrid form, with hands resembling dragon claws emanating a subtle chill. As he gently caressed the young dragon and Oppos' head, the cool sensation was quite comforting. The young dragon felt the cold energy radiating from Carl's palm, and it wagged its tail in delight. It also noticed that its wounds no longer pained it, instinctively nuzzling against Carl's hand. Witnessing this, Carl smiled. The stubborn young dragon had finally capitulated to him, paving the way for him to become a dragon knight. With the matter of the young dragon settled, Carl returned to the spot where he had previously laid down his weapon. After a brief skirmish, he had only taken a cursory glance at the blade. Now, as he gripped the hilt once more, he felt an unmistakable aura emanating from it. He had possessed many large blades, each one wielded in battle, yet this particular sword felt remarkably unique. Carl opened his palm, revealing a thin layer of frost forming within it. This blade could release cold energy on its own. It perfectly aligned with his own abilities. He tightened his grip on the hilt and swung it towards the cave and Oppos' rocky wall. In an instant, a streak of ice blue energy shot forth, striking the wall and leaving a massive gash that quickly became coated in frost, which spread outward at an astonishing pace. Carl was certain he had not utilized even a fraction of his fruit abilities. This was entirely the sword and Oppos' innate power. A spark of inspiration struck him. What would happen if he actively employed his fruit abilities? Without hesitation, Carl summoned the full force of his internal cold energy. The moment the chill surged forth, the sword reacted as though it were a ravenous wolf, voraciously absorbing the energy. The blade vibrated, emitting a resonant hum. Yet it craved more. As frost spread up Carl's arm, he felt the release of cold energy accelerate, as if it were beyond his control. Rather than panicking, Carl wore a grin. Such voracious appetite. But you can only absorb what I grant you. Suddenly, Carl unleashed a formidable wave of Conqueror and Oppos' hockey, arrogant, domineering, and bone-chilling. The air crackled with energy as tendrils of dark red lightning coursed through the atmosphere. The young dragon, still huddled in a corner, shivered in fear at Carl and Oppos' sudden outburst. Its previously courageous demeanor replaced by sheer terror. The sword, too, seemed to be intimidated, ceasing its voracious consumption of Carl's cold energy. Seeing this, Carl grinned wickedly. Reinforcing his will, he enveloped the entire blade in armament hockey, allowing even more cold energy to cascade over it. He would not let a morsel go to waste. Yet the sword could only partake of what he willingly offered. As Carl and Oppos' formidable aura peaked. He gripped the hilt with both hands and swung vigorously towards the rocky wall. In an instant, a blinding ice blue light flashed, and delicate ice crystals began to descend within the cave. The air felt as if it had been frozen, rendering it nearly suffocating. A colossal slash, far larger than before, struck the wall in the blink of an eye. Every surface it touched was encased in a thick layer of ice, with sharp ice spikes jutting upwards, glimmering with a deadly frost, resembling an icebound hell. The rocky wall, akin to paper, was effortlessly cleaved apart, allowing radiant light from outside to flood in. Through the opening, the strike continued unabated, colliding with another mountain peak. A flash of white light signaled the peak's slippage, tilting precariously as it began to slide down. In that moment, frost began to spread from the point where the mountain had been struck, halting its descent. Within moments, the once snow-capped mountain transformed into a towering ice spire. Carl could hardly believe that such devastation had been wrought by his own attack. His respect for the blades surged to new heights. Had he wielded any other weapon, even the most supreme of blades, he would never have achieved such a strike. This sword was truly a boon to him, as essential as water to a fish. Though the blade and Apos' quality remained a mystery, Carl surmised it was undoubtedly superior to any other supreme blade. Examining the sword closely, he suddenly noticed 4 small characters inscribed upon it. Ice Apex, Cold Edge. Was this the name of the blade? Ice Apex, Cold Edge. From this day forth, it would become his exclusive weapon. With the task exceeded, it was time to depart. Carl sheathed the sword and approached the still trembling young dragon. Little one, we're leaving. Seeing the young dragon cowering in place, Carl couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain. Where was the fierce spirit it had displayed moments ago? With no other option, Carl grasped the young dragon by its tail and let it out through the gash he had created. Upon exiting the cave, he transformed into a chilling form, lifting the little dragon and swiftly making his way to where Da and the others awaited. Chapter 63. The Sky is Falling. Upon Carl and Apos' arrival with the little dragon in tow, everyone was captivated by the presence of the diminutive white dragon at his side. Even Carl, who typically commanded attention, felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, it was merely a dragon. What was so fascinating about it? The little dragon, unaccustomed to such gatherings, had previously known solitude, with Carl being the first person it had ever encountered. Now, faced with a multitude of onlookers, it instinctively cowered behind Carl, baring its teeth in a defensive posture. Yet, its considerable size rendered Carl's attempt at shielding it rather futile. Daiwa, intrigued by this new creature, seemed oblivious to the dragon's display of aggression, darting around it with curiosity. The dragon's low growls grew increasingly menacing, but just as it was about to assert itself against the persistent human circling it, an icy chill surged through the air, sending shivers down its spine. What is the harm in letting them have a look? They want to take a piece out of me, thought the dragon. Unlike Daiwa, the others were acutely aware that the dragon had entered an aggressive state. However, a mere glare from Carl quelled any thoughts of confrontation. For this was his newly tamed steed, and he wore a proud expression. Wow, Carl, can I touch it? Someone exclaimed. Can I ride it later? Asked another, filled with enthusiasm. Is dragon meat delicious? Came the curious inquiry. Carl's gaze swept over the crowd, each person momentarily distracted by the prospect of tasting dragon flesh. After all, he mused, this was his mount. If anyone wished for a taste, they could catch their own later. At the mention of dragon meat, I sparkled with interest. And cries of "Long live Brother Carl" echoed around him, while others remained oblivious to the circumstances on the ice island. Carl was elated. Not only had he discovered a weapon suited to him, but he had also acquired a dragon as a steed and stumbled upon a colossal dragon carcass. Initially, he had considered naming the little dragon Wonkai, but that suggestion was met with unanimous disdain. Even Daiwa and Jack found it too trivial, leaving Carl feeling rather dejected for a time. After a prolonged debate, the little dragon was ultimately christened Vera. With that settled, the group continued their journey. As they walked, a troubling realization struck Carl. He had neglected to record their navigational coordinates. Furthermore, they were without a navigator. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, primarily concerning their food supply. Once a crew of hardy eaters, they now had a dragon to feed as well. Once their provisions were consumed, they would be left with only fish and seafood. Occasional additions to their meals would suffice, but daily fish fare was more than anyone could endure. This concern remained unvoiced, known only to Carl, who felt a flicker of panic. Yet he reassured himself that the odds of not encountering a single island were slim. Days turned into weeks as the unpredictable climate of the new world shifted from clear skies to sudden hailstorms, followed swiftly by torrential downpours. Without a navigator, it fell upon Carl, as captain, to tackle these challenges. Lacking navigational skills, he relied solely on brute force, narrowly avoiding disaster on several occasions when whirlpools threatened to capsize their vessel. If not for Carl's timely transformation into an icy entity, lifting the ship from perilous waters, they may not have survived. Carl found solace in his fearlessness of the sea. Had he been otherwise, their voyage would likely have ended in catastrophe. Time lost meaning as they drifted on the waves. The vigor he once boasted had faded, and he lay despondently on the deck, a sentiment shared by the rest of the crew. Nino rested with his head against the deck, while even the normally composed Tianwei let her guard down, reclining without a care for her appearance. She regretted her decision to accompany Carl, Surely being a general in Wano would have been far more enjoyable. Perona, too, felt the weight of exhaustion, lamenting the absence of her beloved nut sandwiches for days. Even Vera, the dragon, sprawled on the deck, panting, longing for ice rather than fish. Carl, I'm so hungry. Daiwa clung to Carl's head, shaking his face in desperation. Fish is all we have, Carl replied, feeling equally drained. It had been countless days since Vera had boarded the ship, and their food supplies were visibly dwindling. He had calculated their provisions to last over 2 months. Yet they had barely made it through a single month. To stave off hunger, they had resorted to eating fish. Initially, the crew had been enthusiastic. But as time dragged on, even the thought of fish induced nausea. Carl, I can't eat fish anymore. How much longer until the next island? Daiwa lamented, her energy waning. Soon, soon. Carl reassured her, though his own spirit sagged, his words lacking conviction. You said that 2 weeks ago. We've been eating fish for a month. Daiwa nearly lost her mind, her adventure far removed from her expectations. Carl, too, was taken aback by their misfortune. They hadn't encountered another pirate crew, let alone an island. Had they exhausted their luck on the ice island? On the lookout tower, appointed lookout Peggy One gazed vacantly, his mind wandering as he perceived everything as a colossal leg of meat. Habitually, he scanned the sea for any signs of life, when suddenly, dark dots appeared on the horizon. Peggy One sprang to attention, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The dots grew larger, revealing the outline of an island. His heart raced with excitement as he shouted down to the deck, "There's an island ahead." The moment his words left his mouth, the crew's previously dulled eyes gleamed with renewed vigor, their spirits lifted. Following Peggy One's pointing finger, they indeed glimpsed the silhouette of an island. The lethargy that had enveloped them moments ago was replaced by an eagerness to reach the shore. Runny transformed into her Nui form, her eyes glowing red with determination. Poised to fly over, but Carl seized her, declaring, "Wait, let me show you how it's done." Without further ado, he transformed into his icy form, conjuring fiery clouds that lifted their vessel with remarkable speed towards the island. At last, they had encountered land. Carl, filled with anticipation for the succulent leg of meat awaiting him, felt tears of excitement welling in his eyes. The ship soared through the air, its speed far surpassing their expected voyage. What would have taken hours was accomplished in mere minutes. However, before Carl could land the ship upon the sea, the crew could no longer contain their excitement, leaping into the air with reckless abandon. Yet, as Carl surveyed the island from above, his heart sank, doused in cold reality. Chapter 64. Acquaintances on a desolate island, parched and barren, the soil yielded little nourishment due to a dire lack of water. The landscape was dotted with crude huts fashioned from thatch, and the inhabitants appeared emaciated and gaunt. Not a single animal could be seen upon the mountains. Carl hovered in the air, utterly bewildered. What a cruel jest. After sailing for so long, he finally encountered an island, only to discover that it was devoid of sustenance. There was scarcely enough food for one person, and the absence of animals meant that meat was a distant dream. Carl, what are you doing? Hurry up, I'm starving. Hey, you idiot Carl, snap out of it. Carl, visibly dejected, descended and resumed his human form. He conveyed the grim situation to his companions, leaving them stunned and unable to accept the harsh reality. Perona burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wah? I want to return to Wano. I never want to set sail again." She started heading back to the ship to gather her belongings. Wait, I've only seen a part of the island. What if there is food elsewhere? Carl managed to calm Perona down. Ultimately, with a flicker of hope, Carl and his companions mounted Vera to explore other areas. Given Vera's youth as a small dragon, Carl and Maria could barely fit, leaving Jack to be awkwardly held by Vera's claws. The island was not particularly large, and as they flew, the remaining hope within Carl and his companions began to fade. The entire island, as Carl had observed, could only be described as barren. Not even a single strand of fur could be seen atop the mountains. Could they truly be this unlucky? Just as despair began to settle in, Carl and Appo's observation hockey suddenly detected the presence of a pirate ship anchored not far off the coast, along with a slightly stronger aura nearby. This was significant. There were people, a ship, and thus food. Vera, fly in that direction. There's food over there. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. Vera quickened her pace, and soon a pirate ship loomed into view. The thoughts racing through Carl and Appo's mind were mirrored in those of his companions. A singular thought arose in their hearts. Seize it. Just as they disembarked, a youthful man draped in a pink sweater and sporting flamboyant flamingo sunglasses prepared to linger on the island. Beside him stood a repulsive man, oozing a slimy substance and leaning on a staff, flanked by several others. Clearly, this group was led by the young man. Suddenly, the young man and Amp, Apos, brow furrowed as an ominous premonition washed over him. "Hey, what's wrong, Doflamingo?" inquired the repugnant man beside him. Doflamingo and Amp, Apos' expression shifted as he gazed at the sky. Something is coming. In his perception, a powerful aura was rapidly approaching, and it was aimed directly at them. At that moment, Carl recognized a familiar face below. Isn't that the News King from his youth? Why is he here? Is this still the New World? Yet Carl was not concerned with Doflamingo's identity. His priority was to seize the moment. Without hesitation, Carl leapt from Vera's back. The others followed suit. And Vera released Jack, spiraling in the air before diving downward, targeting Doflamingo and his entourage. Doflamingo and Amp, Apos' frown deepened as he muttered, "Beast pirates. Bounty of 135 million berries. Ice demon." Carl. Over the years, Carl had sailed in pursuit of devil fruit users, gaining a bounty, though he rarely utilized his animal form, primarily showcasing his swordsmanship and mastery of ice. Many speculated whether Carl was Kaido's son. Doflamingo's concern was not for Carl himself. Rather, it stemmed from the power behind him, the Beast Pirates, one of the three emperors. Truth be told, he wished to avoid conflict with Carl, but given the circumstances, that seemed impossible. "Yamato," Carl called out, having no intention of engaging Doflamingo in battle. As he descended, he unleashed a wave of Conqueror and Amp, Apos' haki. Understanding his cue, Yamato released a slightly weaker wave of haki in response. The two waves converged, targeting Doflamingo's group. Doflamingo was taken aback by the sudden eruption of haki. His scalp prickling with fear as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Under the oppressive force of the two haki waves, he instinctively released his own haki to counteract them. The clash of the three haki waves produced a thunderous sound, with black and red lightning crackling like a serpent. This was unexpected. While Doflamingo had not anticipated Ice Demon Carl wielding Conqueror's haki, it did not shock him to that extent. What truly astonished him was the unremarkable girl beside Carl. Why did she also possess Conqueror's haki? When had it become so common? And how could someone so young as Ice Demon Carl wield such strength? As Doflamingo pondered these questions, his subordinate Toripole and the family members behind him succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and fainted. "Ice Demon Carl!" Doflamingo roared in anger, believing he could act without consequence. His fingers curled like claws, and fine threads materialized from his fingertips. Carl summoned the chilling energy within his grasp, coalescing it into a spiked club. Crackling with threads of lightning. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Did he truly believe that Thunderous 8 trigrams was Kaido's technique? As Carl and Amp, Apos' club collided with Doflamingo's threads, sparks erupted. The once feeble threads, under Doflamingo's control, exhibited a strength that was not their own. Seeing Carl unleash Thunderous 8 trigrams, Yamato felt compelled to act as well. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Her attack mirrored Carl's, but with slightly diminished power, striking Doflamingo with astonishing speed. Doflamingo was already struggling to counter Carl's assault. And now another attack bore down on him. He diverted his attention to control a mass of threads, transforming them into sharp spikes imbued with armament haki, which lunged toward Yamato like a giant serpent. Seizing the moment of Doflamingo's distraction, Carl surged forward, sending Doflamingo staggering back several paces. In a flash, Carl vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Doflamingo with astonishing speed. Doflamingo was stunned by Carl and Apos' velocity, unable to react before a sharp pain coursed through him, his body flying uncontrollably into the air. Yamato, wielding her club, smashed through the mass of threads cloaked in armament haki, only to see a figure soaring toward her. Without hesitation, she unleashed a thunderous 8 trigrams, striking Doflamingo squarely in the abdomen. Blood erupted from his mouth as he plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. At that moment, Nika and their companions descended from the sky, and Runty, brandishing a flaming spiked club, struck Doflamingo's chest with devastating force. Meanwhile, Jack, the last to be released by Vera, landed directly at Doflamingo's fallen position. After contemplating for an entire night, I made a significant decision. A group of lovable fools seems to adore cross-dressing, so if this book scores above 8.5, the author will dress as a woman. Chapter 65 Baby 5 Carl gazed down at Don Quixote Doflamingo, whose disheveled hair and bloodied face bore testament to his dire state. What a tragedy! His chest still heaved with breath. He was not yet deceased. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Carl and Amp, Apos' attention shifted toward Doflamingo and Amp, Apos, pirate ship. Let us go. Food awaits, he bellowed, dashing straight toward the vessel. Wait for me. Food, food. His companions echoed, howling in excitement as they rushed toward the kitchen. After nearly 2 months deprived of proper sustenance, all provisions aboard Doflamingo and Apos' ship had been devoured. Not even the spoils of their conquests had been spared. Anything of value was whisked away without hesitation. Carl's immediate priority was to locate the log posts. He could not endure another 2 months adrift without food. He also stumbled upon a devil fruit aboard the ship, the snow fruit, the very fruit once belonging to Monet, the snow woman from the original tale. Carl was pleasantly surprised. A collection added to his trove. After satisfying their hunger, Carl and his crew prepared to depart from Doflamingo's ship. Brother Carl, how shall we deal with these people? Shall we eliminate them all? Asked Hiyori, her youthful heart already heavy with the desire for bloodshed. Carl was pleased by her resolve. While the demise of ordinary pirates might be inconsequential, Doflamingo, destined to be one of the emperors of the underground world and a future business partner of the beast pirates, was a different matter altogether. There might be opportunities for collaboration in the future, despite the fact that they had just pummeled him and ransacked his ship. Such grievances were trivial in the face of potential profit. As for subjugation, that was a different story. Given Doflamingo and Amp, Apos' ambitious nature, he was not a man to be tamed. Such individuals were to be utilized rather than controlled. Thus, sparing his life seemed prudent. Just as Carl and his companions were about to leave for the next island to replenish their supplies, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him from the nearby forest. He turned to see a filthy little girl with short black hair hastily retreating behind a tree. While initially indifferent, Carl recalled something significant. The desolate island and Doflamingo's presence evoked memories of Baby 5. The tragic girl from the Don Quixote family, a girl abandoned by her mother who had developed a desperate need for acceptance. Could it truly be her? Wait here. I'll check that out, Carl instructed his crew as he ventured into the woods. The little girl, seeing the towering man approach, became anxious, scanning for a place to hide. When she glanced back to see where he had gone, she was startled to find him suddenly absent. Hello, little girl. Sneaking a peek is not a good habit, a voice startled her. Turning, she gazed fearfully at the giant of a man before her, though he displayed no anger. The sheer weight of his presence was overwhelming. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy, the girl stammered. What is your name, little one? Carl inquired. I am Baby 5, she answered timidly. Carl understood, but maintained a calm demeanor. Do you wish to set sail? At this, Baby 5's eyes sparkled with longing. She had heard from the village elders that sailing would spare her from hunger. Yet, uncertainty clouded her heart. But before she could finish, Carl tossed her a piece of the king's cargo. Baby 5, we need you. The words filled her with joy and bewilderment. The sensation of being needed was intoxicating. But doubt crept in. Do you truly need me? Really? You truly want me? She questioned, her initial excitement diminishing as she felt unworthy. But I know nothing. Then, a memory struck her. She recalled the time she had been abandoned by her mother, starving and consuming a strange fruit. To her astonishment, she discovered that her hands could transform into blades. Watching her arm morph into a cleaver, Baby 5 looked at Carl with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Carl had not anticipated that Baby 5 had already consumed the fruit. This ability would prove useful. You possess a remarkable skill. I need you to join me at sea. Upon hearing this, Baby 5 and Apos' eyes brimmed with tears of joy. She had finally received the validation she had long craved. Yet, her stomach and Apos' protest interrupted her moment of happiness, causing her to blush and lower her gaze in embarrassment. Thus, Carl and his companions embarked anew on their maritime adventure. This barren island held little of interest, and they found the thrill of the sea far more appealing. No one questioned Carl and Apos' decision to bring Baby 5 aboard. After all, he was the captain, and his word was final. Carl recognized the necessity of guiding Baby 5's intense personality. He had no desire to be betrayed. Such extreme tendencies could be molded, especially when rooted in childhood trauma. The addition of a new member did not disrupt their routine. Instead, Baby 5 eagerly volunteered for various tasks. With the log poles acquired from Doflamingo and Apos' contributions, they arrived at a proper island where they replenished their supplies. Carl learned they had reached the entrance to the New World, a place from which they could sail directly to Fishman Island. This meant they had traversed from the latter part of the New World to its forefront without encountering any other pirate crews, an extraordinary stroke of fortune or misfortune. Nevertheless, that was behind them, and they now stood at the gateway to the new world. With Punk Hazard not far off, Carl and Appo's initial goal aligned perfectly with his current trajectory. After resupplying, Carl and Appo's crew had hoped to linger on the island, but he suggested a more exhilarating destination, prompting them to eagerly abandon their plans in favor of following him. Though Punk Hazard lacked a guiding log pose, it was not difficult to find. That fruit was a prize he was determined to claim. Chapter 66. Punk Hazard. An island under the dominion of the world government, boasts picturesque scenery and a rich ecological environment. At this moment, Punk Hazard has yet to endure the devastating gas explosion orchestrated by Caesar, who remains at large, still serving the world government by producing various lethal weapons and conducting research on bloodline factors. The world government holds great expectations for the outcomes of these experiments, thus surrounding the waters of Punk Hazard with a formidable fleet of naval warships, numbering in the thousands, including 2 vice admirals and several rear admirals, creating an immensely impressive display. Such a formidable presence is sufficient to intimidate any pirate newly entering the New World, rendering the sea almost devoid of pirate activity, as any who dare venture are swiftly dealt with. Today, amidst this tranquil sea, a dragon-headed pirate ship appears. Carl gazes at the distant warships, unperturbed, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. According to his knowledge, the likelihood of encountering an admiral here is exceedingly low. As long as those monstrous admirals do not appear, he fears no one. This confidence stems from his strength, and he believes that it will not be long before he ascends to such heights himself. Moreover, he is not here to conquer the island. He merely seeks to retrieve a singular item. Prepare yourselves. We are about to face a tough battle. Carl cautions. This is not merely another skirmish. It is a direct confrontation with the Navy and the world government, with the ever-present possibility of reinforcements arriving from the nearby G1 and G5 branches of the Navy. Thus, a swift resolution is imperative. Is this what Carl finds amusing? It turns out, it is all about fighting. At the mention of battle, the warmongers led by Yamato become electrified with excitement. Nika, shaped by Carl's upbringing and influenced by Yamato, also possesses an unwavering passion for combat. Maria, as a member of the Oni tribe, inherently yearns for battle, though she seldom displays it. When provoked, she shows no mercy. The feisty little runty is already brimming with readiness. Jack even boldly declares for the ship to approach. Yet, he receives a punch from Carl in response, indicating a misjudgment of his standing. What? We are to attack the Navy, except for the few belligerent souls. Both Tianwei and Perona deem Carl's decision overly reckless. Having sailed with Moria, Perona possesses some understanding of the Navy, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. Tianwei, having spent time aboard the ships of Whitebeard and Roger, is acutely aware of the Navy and Appo's might. It and Appo's a minor issue. I am merely here to retrieve something, not to seize the island. Besides, if we cannot prevail, I can still escape with all of you, Carl reassures, emboldened by his confidence in the sea. Should reinforcements arrive too swiftly, he can withstand the assault and lead everyone to safety beneath the waves. Runty, Perona, Tianwei, you stay aboard and monitor for Navy reinforcements. The rest of you follow me. Initially reluctant, Runty's resolve crumbles when Carl mentions the possibility of her brother being captured by the Navy. The thought of her dear brother enduring inhumane torment, especially given his endearing nature, compels her to remain on the ship to protect him. Carl decides to leave Vera, the dragon, on the ship, knowing that in a dire situation, they could escape on her back. Hey, pirate ship ahead, you are surrounded. Surrender at once. Unbeknownst to them, 3 naval warships have closed in, with 2 maneuvering to flank them, aiming to encircle their vessel. Observing this, Carl wears a wild, carefree grin. So be it. Let us proceed. He strides to the bow, with those he named trailing behind. An imposing ice pillar appears beside him. Carl's hand plunges into the ice, and with a resounding crack, a towering ice-blue blade emerges. This is no mere skirmish. They cannot afford to be careless any longer. Gripping the hilt of the blade, a torrent of frigid energy surges forth, coalescing around the weapon. Once sufficiently charged, Carl unleashes a strike. A blinding light erupts, and the Navy personnel aboard the 3 vessels experience a moment of sheer whiteness before consciousness eludes them. An ice-blue slash streaks forth at incredible speed, effortlessly bisecting the 3 warships, which offer no resistance. Gliding just above the surface, it heads straight for the naval ships encircling Punk Hazard, freezing everything in its path. Even the 3 warships, now encased in ice, fall victim to the onslaught, with no crew member escaping unscathed. Following this decisive blow, Carl transforms into ice and, alongside Yamato, makes a beeline for Punk Hazard. At the periphery of Punk Hazard, a vice admiral cloaked in a mantle bearing the word justice stands at the dock, lost in thought while puffing on a cigarette, seemingly awaiting something. Reports from his subordinates indicate that a pirate ship has appeared in these waters. To him, it is merely another insignificant pirate, newly emerged from the paradise and blissfully unaware of the dangers of the New World. Thus, he dispatches a commodore and 100 naval officers to handle the situation, opting to remain personally on alert. Suddenly, a menacing aura approaches at an alarming pace. He snaps his eyes open, fixating intently on the sea. An ice blue slash races towards him, and he senses its terrifying power. The vice admiral leaps into action, employing the moonwalk technique to intercept the attack. His fist, imbued with haki, strikes the ice blue slash with tremendous force. Clang! The collision sends the ice blue attack veering off course, crashing into the sea and creating a frozen void upon impact. Gazing at his now encased right hand, the vice admiral clenches his fist, shattering the ice into a flurry of shards. As he ponders the identity of his assailant, a shadow suddenly looms over him. He looks up, his pupils dilating in shock. A dragon! His mind races to one of the emperors, Kaido, but upon closer inspection, he realizes it is not him. Instead, it is a colossal dragon, crystalline and ice blue. Not the azure dragon associated with Kaido. Nonetheless, its appearance is staggering. When did another dragon emerge upon the seas? He recalls the recent attack and the commodore he sent out with 100 naval officers. Could it be? The dragon's trajectory is set for Punk Hazard, and he cannot allow this to transpire. With determination, he readies himself to intercept. Chapter 67. Vice Admiral. The colossal dragon form of Carl soared through the skies. Was someone coming to eliminate him? Yamato was poised, awaiting Carl's command. The others also shared a keen anticipation. Wait, now is not the time for confrontation. The true battle shall commence once we acquire what we desire. If we engage now, it will become increasingly difficult to seize our prize once the Navy reinforcements arrive. Yamato and the others suppressed their urge to act. Carl accelerated, his already swift pace intensifying, causing the vice admiral who had just ascended with the intention to obstruct him to miss entirely. The vice admiral, his expression darkening, pursued from behind. Yet Carl's speed rendered him merely a spectator to the retreating dragon form. In that moment, the vice admiral produced a din-din mushy to contact his companion still at Punk Hazard. The sound of ringing echoed as Carl flew at breakneck speed. The island of Punk Hazard loomed larger before him. The Navy personnel stationed on the periphery caught sight of the behemoth in the sky. Instinctual fear gripped them. Yet every sailor in the New World was of exceptional caliber. They swiftly overcame their trepidation and commenced an orderly response. A tall, slender vice admiral clad in a justice cloak, with a western sword at his waist and a long face adorned with a mustache, emerged from the rear. He was Most, stationed at Punk Hazard, who had just received news from his fellow vice admiral, Halzahar, and rushed over. Observing the approaching dragon without a hint of panic, he appeared rather nonchalant, even yawning, as if the colossal creature posed no threat. How troublesome, I can and oppose, to even enjoy a proper nap, Most muttered, his hand grasping the hilt of his sword. In an instant, dozens of slashes surged towards the airborne dragon. No one witnessed the speed at which he drew his sword. It seemed as if the blade had never left its sheath, and those slashes emerged seemingly from thin air. Yet, he maintained his half-asleep demeanor, gazing dreamily at the dragon in the sky. Carl, sensing the imminent danger through his observation haki, found himself unprepared for the onslaught of slashes that appeared in an instant. He braced for impact, expecting to sustain injuries. However, despite their rapidity, the attacks proved to be rather feeble, merely leaving behind a few superficial wounds that healed almost instantaneously. With a raised brow, Carl realized he was merely facing a paper tiger. The supposed threat was nothing extraordinary. What does speed matter if it cannot breach my defenses? He mused. Since the assault had been made, he felt it only fitting to reciprocate. Yamato, he called, descending while signaling Yamato to prepare. The Navy personnel on the ground, upon witnessing the dragon and Oppos, descent, raised their firearms and opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets striking Carl and Oppos' immense form. The ordinary ammunition was utterly ineffectual against him, barely tickling his scales. Most finally acknowledged the gravity of the situation. This dragon was not comparable to the run-of-the-mill pirates who had just entered the New World. His slashes had failed to inflict significant damage. As Carl descended to a certain altitude, a chilling, domineering conqueror's haki erupted forth, serving as a signal. In the next moment, a comparatively weaker wave of Conqueror and Amp, Appos, as haki burst from the dragon and Amp, Appos, as back. Under the combined pressure of the two haki waves, countless Navy soldiers fell unconscious, their eyes glazed over. Only those of captain rank and above managed to retain their clarity amidst the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a frosty breath erupted from Carl and Amp, Appos, mouth, freezing everything it touched, be it sailors, ships, or any other object, into solid ice. Several commanders and vice-commanders, still reeling from the earlier shock, fell victim to the icy breath, becoming encased in frost. Having accomplished his aim, Carl set off once more, heading towards the inner sanctum of Punk Hazard. Most, recovering from his initial astonishment, could hardly believe that two wielders of Conqueror and Appos, as haki had appeared in such a short span. As he regained his composure, he was met with a scene reminiscent of an icy hell, with countless sailors frozen in terror. Fury surged within him as he ordered his remaining subordinates to contact the G1 and G5 branches while awaiting the return of Vice Admiral Halzahar. He resolved to pursue the dragon himself. Carl and Amp, Appos' objective was clear, the experimental base within Punk Hazard. He soon caught sight of the exposed portion of the research facility. At that moment, Most caught up with him, striding on moonwalk steps. "Damn pirates, stop right there. This is no place for you," Most bellowed. Having noticed the group on the dragon and Appos' back, Carl paid him no mind, continuing onward. In response, Most unsheathed his sword. "Humph," he scoffed, thinking if he could not breach the dragon's defenses, he would take down the others first. He refused to believe that everyone could withstand his attacks like the dragon did. With a swift motion, green slashes flew forth. At such close range, combined with his renowned speed, there was no escape for Carl and his companions. Just then, a massive figure suddenly stepped in front of the others, blocking all the slashes. It was Jack. Just moments before, he had sensed the trajectory of the Vice Admiral and Appos' attack, allowing him to intercept it. Dozens of slashes met Jack head-on, leaving gruesome wounds on his arms, chest, and abdomen, with the arm injury so deep that bone was visible. Blood flowed profusely from the wounds, painting a harrowing picture. While such injuries would incapacitate Most, Jack roared defiantly, his eyes turning crimson, a clear sign of impending fury. At that moment, they arrived near the laboratory. Although no entrance was found, even if there had been one, he would not have used it. Carl and Amp, Appos' form began to shrink. And the astute Maria quickly realized they had arrived at their destination. She grasped Jack, who was on the verge of losing control. Carl transformed back into his human form, wielding a spiked club imbued with armament haki, crackling with icy blue lightning. With a resounding crash, he smashed a large hole in the laboratory wall and flew inside. Yamato, Hiyori, Maria, and Jack swiftly followed. Most, witnessing this, felt his anger intensify. This was one of the world government and Appos' most valued research bases. And now it was being invaded right before his eyes. Should he be held accountable, he faced the prospect of a military tribunal. Without hesitation, he followed them inside, determined to apprehend the pirates at all costs.